can I fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out. Hold on to what you found. Days are deceiving. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear you now. Yes, the wolves are out. I'm losing sight of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please.
It's time for another Capybara challenge. Me and Blair will get to grill Cadian a little bit, and Tessus is here along for the ride to have some fun, a big smile on his face, no doubt. So you can either say yes, no, or use the Capybara to avoid a question completely, but you only can use it once, mate. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
I'm too busy being successful to browse HLTV forums like I used to.
I'll say...
I know the answer, so...
I mean, I'm leaning yes, but once you've been on the HLTV forums, you never really disappear, right? You gotta scroll there once in a while.
Being nice on the big stage in front of the crowd helps me with fan appeasing.
I mean, yes, but it's a give and take relationship, right? Like you win or lose and you stand by the fans and do the signatures and you give away your jersey once in a while. Obviously, they will give something back to you. I want to make sure they have a good experience and then they help me have a good one as well when I play on the stage.
During the major, I once said, beep, talentless Nico, you're talentless. And I uphold this statement today.
Yes, it was said. It was not so much meant in terms of his like in-game performance.
So that's yes at the time, but it's a no overall?
I will never think that he is talentless.
Okay.
I said in multiple interviews that he is one of the best, if not the best rifle player in the world. So yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with his in-game talent.
The photo of me in the bath was staged.
No.
Oh, okay.
Like that's not unusual to be like in a bathtub or something with your friends or stuff like this. And yeah, we were just high school friends in Prague, having a pretty fun time back then.
It's called a bromance, Banks.
Gotta respect it.
I mean, just friends.
Oh, see? I know I'm a better in-game leader than Glaive.
Canberra?
That's a good one to use it on. That's a good one to use it on.
What are you gonna answer?
Why?
Go on, Tessa.
Now,
What do you
like
think?
now, if we're just speaking of now, then there's nothing to worry about to say just yes.
I mean, for the time being, yes. Back in the days, no.
You have taken a Capybara, you don't have to answer. Right? All right.
We got it anyway.
Okay, let's go for the... I think I'm the most animated player in Counter-Strike.
No. I think a guy like Apex still has a level to go on me.
I mean, I have a separate folder in my CS memes with just Apex reaction.
Yeah.
I have a few of yours as well, but Apex, man, it's like a lot.
Well, Cadian, we got to learn a lot. You did kind of use it, but you didn't really use it, so I think you pretty much answered all the questions. Tessa's given us good insight in there as well. Another bit of fun.
We're here with Apex, Zywoo Machine and myself to have, hopefully, Dan, a little bit of fun. And we're going to take a look at some of your, let's call them moments. We can decide what type of moments they are here, but I just want to talk as a group here about what we see on the screen. So let's play the first clip.
Fucking nice work.
So what's that all about?
Because he did a good call.
Okay.
He did a good call, and the beginning of the T side, he just told me to do something on Anubis against FaZe, and it was his thanks.
That's your way to thank him. Aww.
Because I have good one. Good chicks, you know.
He's a good boy.
That's cute. Exactly.
All right. Let's get the second clip then.
What was that? It's dual Beretta.
That's for sure.
Sorry,
But
what?
you know, the craziest is that I don't even remember that. And I don't remember doing that with my big tongue.
Okay.
I think I would to create the dual Beretta pistol.
Uh-huh.
And I reacted to that probably.
All right.
I mean, a bit maybe.
Like licking your
Really,
lips,
but,
like it tastes
with
good.
So it just comes out. I don't think any player has as many iconic photos and moments as him because
yeah.
the different faces.
Like this one.
Like yeah,
That's the most famous one.
they're so good. It's so good. All right, let's go next clip.
Si on regarde les dernières performances dessus, mais c'est surtout, on l'a vu.
I'm shaking my drink.
Guys, was it full?
Actually, it's electrolytes that we need to shake, so I'm just shaking, that's it.
Okay.
Nothing crazy. Maybe I did some...
What are you thinking about?
Well, it could have been a protein shake, could have been anything. I don't know. You know? We're learning something here today. Electrolytes.
Yeah,
All right, important to stay hydrated. Yep.
Matou, I love you. I love your fingers on the left. I love those fingers on the left.
I don't remember that. It was EPL. It was EPL against Ents, I think. I think it was when you fucked them on Vertigo. Because it's the move on you when you went.
yeah.
Oh, you silent draw.
Exactly.
That's why I said I love you. Finger on the left.
Okay.
I also like the finger on the right. Actually, you like both.
Nice! Let's go! Nice! I don't know what you did, but it was fun. I fucked them with my MP9!
Well, not much to say. I fucked them with my MP9 probably.
Self-explanatory, that one.
Yep, don't even have to ask. Don't even have to ask.
Was against Mabiano.
No, it was against Ants
Ants?
on Vertigo. See why I do that?
Hang on.
I win a clutch without shooting. Just by playing kind of smart, and I was just happy, so I just overreacted.
Hey, no
And
malice.
I don't know, in my life I love to do that.
Yeah?
I love to do it, and happened there.
Nice! Let's go, boys!
I don't remember. I think Jax was close. I think Jax was there. I think it was group stage because I heard him, but I don't remember what happened.
Yeah.
Either way, it looked like you
I love
were
it
feeling
when you-
yourself.
Yeah.
I was like,
Yeah, stress moment.
I
Like,
exactly.
relax.
Get the sweat off the
I just
palm.
win the round. Relax.
the fuck.
How do you explain that one? How can you explain that one?
I don't know what's wrong with me.
Oh, that was so much fun.
That was a lot of fun. Thank you very much for your time, boys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
CS2 is on the horizon, and me and Blair are going to be talking to Katie and Tessez on all things CS2. And I guess the starting point is, how much have you played? Have you played much at all? Where were you when it dropped?
We were in the practice room in Malta, you know, at EPL. I was trying to create this, you know, Exist was the first one who got it. And obviously he went in, he tried it, it was fun. We were all looking behind him and a little bit jealous. And I got it as the second one, like a few hours after. And I was trying to set the precedence and like, okay guys, there's no need to try and play this now. We are at Pro League in Malta, 3 games away from a trophy. Let's put all of our attention onto that. So I didn't play it at all. And then obviously I was hoping that, you know, we could sit here on a podcast like this and I could say, yeah, we were the only team who didn't like play it and try it out. We were fully focused and we won that trophy. We gained the percentages. But obviously we lost 2-0 against Navi in the quarterfinal and could pack up our gear and plug it into the practice room and start playing CS2 and get a little bit of attempt there. So yeah, I think that that's when we got it, all of us in Malta.
Yeah, the day after, and then we also had the show match where we were playing. So yeah.
Like obviously there's 2 sides of it, right? Like there's the professional Counter-Strike global offensive player, that's who you guys were, and obviously a Counter-Strike fan where you're like CS2 is out. So how hard was it? Like it's a virtually new thing. You really want to play it, but you also know what's on the line. Was it hard?
For me, it wasn't that hard because I know what's the most important for me at that moment. You know, it's to play this tournament and to win. And it's not like the game is coming out in like 1 month and I need to try and gain some kind of advantage from just like playing it a lot. I still knew that, you know, we had Pro League, we had the Armas, we had the Rio tournament, Major, Dallas, Washington. Plenty of tournaments to play on Counter-Strike Global Offensive until the new one comes out at least, which we still don't know when it will. And I mean, Dust 2 only is also only fun for so long, right? So I was not in a rush at all. And obviously curious and watching the streams and stuff, but if the gun, at that point, we also didn't know if the recoil was different or the movement and stuff, so I don't think it was good to like mess around too much.
I agree. There's not like that much you could do in it just yet, because there's like only one map and we don't even play it. It wasn't that hard, and it's not that hard now either. Fully focused on CSGO for now, and when it's getting close to being released, then obviously you will grind.
I mean, have you played it since the show match?
No, I haven't played it.
Me neither.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, okay. That's
Okay, you've been really disciplined.
full focus.
Yeah.
You obviously the biggest change would be the smoke grenade thing, right? So for me personally, I saw it when I got a couple of days later, so I just had to watch the video, and I saw the Valve video where it's like, oh, the smokes, you can shoot through it, it makes holes, and obviously everyone's like, holy hell, what's happening? What was your first thoughts when you saw that? Maybe in a video, maybe in a stream.
I mean, it all started with the, you know, the announcement that it was, or like the rumors that it was probably going to happen, and Tessis and Yabi specifically were very nervous and oh, what's going to happen, and oh, our careers, and we might end up going back to school and studying, and they were like full panicking, you know.
All my one-ways, they're not working anymore.
Exactly, and I was like kind of trying to calm down, boys. It will still be the same. There's not going to be a lot of changes. Then the release video comes out, and now it's me who's full panicking. The smokes has changed. Everything is like completely, and they had to calm me down. And then I think after a few days we kind of settled in, and I think also like with a lot of the other big changes that has happened in Counter-Strike, you need to just calm down a little bit before going completely ham on Twitter and stuff like this. Because I remember thinking that the ability to drop your grenades to your teammates and stuff like this was kind of BS as well in the beginning. But now I'm like such a big fan of it. I love it a lot. So I think, you know, also the smokes, let's calm down a bit. People are like talking about now you can't even get down to secret or nuke. I think, you know, people are not just going to drop like 5 HGs and you have to try and transport them, and you also need them for closing down rushes on hut and on door and stuff like this. So these kind of like extreme examples are not going to really be that relevant. So yeah, I'm taking it kind of calm for the time being.
Yeah, you were definitely a little over the top with the smokes and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's also a huge change, and we have seen that before in CS history where something is kind of insane at first hand, but
I mean, you were there as well, right? Like when the Molotov got introduced, and like, you know, from moving from 1.6 to Go, and how everyone is just losing their mind. Like, this is broken. The game's never going to work, and now you can't even think about the game without the Molotov.
Yeah, that's also the thing, right? This is still early stages. I think they can still make adjustments. Maybe the time frame where the grenade like explodes the smoke away is going to be less, or they're going to change it or remove it. The one thing I'm kind of surprised about is like I think there's a very positive vibe towards it, which I didn't expect at first. But we'll see. You know, I think it's still just one day at a time. And like you said, like even when Counter-Strike Go came out, there was still so many changes that has been made since, which has made the game better. And I think that's also why they are skipping a major, you know, making sure they can make the small changes and stuff like this. And yeah, I'm not too worried, but obviously excited to get started at some point as well.
And in terms of you played in the show match, just your initial thoughts jumping into it, obviously just running in, what was the first thing you went and was like, wow, okay, how do I deal with this? What was the initial reaction?
Yeah, it was probably the smoke change. It was like the biggest thing that everyone tried to abuse in the show match, because you want to figure it out how it like works and how you could abuse it the most. But yeah, also it feels a little weird with the spraying with the AK. It feels like very like what is called like violent, or like it's moving,
jumping a lot.
It's moving
screen
so much.
shaking a lot.
Yeah, exactly. So for me that feels a little weird, and couldn't really have the same control as in CS:GO. But yeah, definitely the smokes is the biggest change there is.
For me, the show match, what really left an impression was the ability that even lesser good players can probably make it in this game. We saw Harry, you know, with the legendary 1-on-3, you know, gotta say.
Listen, man, Harry can aim. I'll tell you that.
I was actually surprised, you know, he was way better than I thought. So I'm just throwing out some banter there, you know, because he did good. But
he also got to test it and play it, but he had an advantage on you guys anyway, right?
He's literally been like in Seattle or whatever.
I honestly feel like Harry plays more CS than certain pros at times. He's literally in the server, just deathmatch.
He was good. He was good.
I love it as well. Now, in terms of what you want for the future, is there something you've seen already that you say, okay, I must have this, or I really want to see this happen that hasn't been there? Like, for example, some people play with left hand, right? And that's not there at the moment, little things like that.
I think the left hand is good. I think that removing I don't even know what it's called. Like, it's like there's kind of the seal bop command as well when you're running around, like the weapon, which just needs to be stable when you shoot and move and stuff like this. Yeah, obviously there's still some discussions about the sub-tick situation, where for me it's still the most important thing in a way is to fix the matchmaking system and make the servers good, you know, because the potential it's so big that I don't even think people realize, like, if you just make a good matchmaking system, we're literally going to dominate the world. We're going to decide who's going to be the next American president. It's like stuff like this, you know, like, no, it's going to be freaking insane if they just fix it, you know. So yeah, I really hope, you know, because I think the player base will explode and Counter-Strike will get even more attention.
That actually ties into the question I had, like, you know, which would be, what big change would you want to see? What about you?
Yeah, I don't know about the sound thing on the radar, where you can see like how much noise it makes or how far it does. I don't know what to think about that. It seems a little weird, and when you're like, it changes all the time if you're running and jumping and so on. It doesn't feel that nice to look at for me personally, but Yeah, I think you said most of the changes with the matchmaking system too. Don't see anything else too crazy.
Well, guys, I want to say, first of all, congratulations on avoiding too much CS2 play. That's a smart decision to make going into all the upcoming tournaments, and thank you very much for your thoughts on it all. CS2, it's coming soon.
I can definitely visualize the path to lifting the trophy with my team.
It's the goal, it's the dream coming through.
Writing our name on the stairs just before you enter the stage. It's the biggest of the biggest names in esports. It's just one legendary team after another, legendary players on the rosters.
I want to do everything in my power to lift this fucking trophy.
Of competition. Another team will want to etch their name into greatness.
Oh yes, it's what we've been waiting for. The quarterfinals of Katowice, live from the Spodek, Na'Vi vs Outsiders.
7 seconds.
Screaming for help. If he could just deny the ball. The round is done. NPL with a hero play. A triple for good measure. Chance, a good frag, but just playing the clock, it's Chiron to close. Spit, secure 7. That's a half they can work with. Oh, Chiron, he's got it down 100-0 in the Molotov. It's kicking only the one, and down goes Fame. Not ready there for this, as Electronic again with impact. Electronic, race to close. We're off to the semi-finals. Na'Vi condemn outsiders to a pack in their suitcase. This one's getting away from Liquid. A flawless round, a flawless scoreline.
Is there time for a resurgence?
Liquid are coming in confident. A lot faster, a lot more in your face than what we've seen so far. Magisk is running away. Liquid have turned this game around. And this series, this map keeps getting ever closer. And now, with that swing, Liquid complete the comeback.
Liquid have no idea.
They're chasing Ghost. Anyone home? They don't even fight Apex and he's rubbing it in.
Easiest clutch of his damn life. Checking into Heartbreak Hotel tonight.
Time and time again, it has been Na'Vi to absolutely tear Heroic limb from limb. But this is a different Danish squad we are seeing today.
Yabi, draws blood, NPL back, but from Canadian cleans house. Why not? Cadian's got 10 HP. He's a dead man walking, and Simple confirms it. Full of life charge. Simple, he ends the round on his own. Shush, break back. It's a Simple no less. A nasty death. Oh, and Shush, destruction. Na'Vi, they go down. Na'Vi, down semis, it's heroic. First team locked in for their very first Katowice Grand Final.
He splits quick. JKS doesn't need to rush. The bulk is coming from middle, but there's still 2 CTs here. They didn't know about Lige, and he slams the hammer down. 4 kills in a second.
Molly onto the coffins. Lige will still try and fight this, and that was the last bullet in the AK to find him. This was a 2v5 when it began.
Health is great, and the molly is wrong. Hunter bides his time. He waits to strike. Hunter swings out with 4. He's looking for the ace right now. This will be a 2-on-5 and an ace for Hunter. OC is dead! And Hunter shreds Liquid.
Nico D double down, and Pit needs to offer some resistance here. Yekindar gone.
The close, a rumble of thunder, and the flash of lightning. G2 are going to the grand final. And now 2 teams want their name on that trophy.
One of these teams will make that journey to the center of the stage and be crowned Kato Champion World #1. It's all up for debate, and it starts on noon. The upgrade, and he needs it. Oh! Wow! Blink and you miss it! Shush meets his fate as well, and this could be the ace. As Hunter is arrived in Katowice. Canadian. Oh, he needs Monacy. Heating up now, you can't get away. Monacy into the site. Fast as lightning. Forced into Cadian. Hunter next! And it's Cadian now, one-on-one with Monacy. Monacy closes!
1 map away!
G2 looking to remain undefeated, undaunted. Oh, they're going to be so mad. Moves it, a passing glance. Cadian reveals himself, now the trade is... Oh! Hunter loses his head, and Cadian loves that one. And heroic, show life in this grand final. Azia live from JKS. Supreme on the MP9, give it to him. He takes it by force. What's the first to hear it? Oh, what is that? The cousins in unison, clean up. Cadian and Yami now. Try and extend play, it's only Cadian. The fate surely sealed. Katowice, they've done it! From the land cafes and local tournaments now side by side, Nico, he's finally done it on his 4th time of asking. This is his grand final, this is theirs. Taken as a unit. The Katowice champions of 2023. It's G2! They truly are champions!
Intel Extreme Masters Rio is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, US Air Force, 1xBet, and Monster Energy.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Charlotte's winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Novi!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
It's Championship Sunday here at the Intel Extreme Masters Rio, and today we decide who will be our champion. The sun is shining, the weather is glorious, but the Counter-Strike action is going to be even better. We've got Vitality to go up against Heroic, but before that, we're getting a CS2 show match. You love yourself some CS2, you love yourself some Brazilian team. We got an all-star Brazilian team taking on the rest of the world. Who's got it, guys?
Well, would you imagine that? We do have a beautiful show match in the beautiful city of Rio de Janeiro. I welcome you back. It's the final day of the Intel Extreme Masters down here in Rio in 2023. And boy, has it been a gauntlet for some teams, and for others, well, it's been just a little bit more than a walk in the park. In fact, they walked to the park so far that they forgot how to get themselves out. And then they found themselves on the other side, which is DE_airport. Now that'll be that. That's part of the actual tournament itself. But this morning, hell, all eyes on the show match because there's some real hype coming around this. Can't wait to get these teams out and about. And in doing so, and in nature of the show match, I'm not up here alone. I stand there next to Bleh, and he stands next to Peacemaker, which does make that him standing next to me as well. Just all the math covered right there.
Yeah. Brilliant stuff, Trace. I'm looking forward to this. This should be fun. Last time, when the Brazilians went up in a show match here in Rio, they completely dismantled everyone else. Will they repeat the same feat again? Because it's a new game. CS2, baby.
Yeah, it's what they're saying is the future. And I, for one, happen to believe that it very well could much be the future. Lewis, have you gotten your hands on it?
Yeah, had a chance to play a couple matches. It's entertaining. There's a lot of new stuff to be discovered, especially with the nades. I think it's going to be an exciting one, right? The first time that the viewer is going to get to see actual pros playing on it in a professional environment on stage.
Yeah.
So looking forward to see what they're able to deliver. And some of those guys definitely have touched the game, have played a little bit, and well, it's just the future, right? So you might want to get your hands on it and start, getting a little touch, see how it works.
Yeah,
before it comes.
And no matter what iteration we have, right? We're considering this like a sort of a beta access, if you would, if you would say like that early access. And obviously this isn't the final form, but what we have, we are very, very grateful to have. I'll say that much, Blay.
Oh yeah, I'm very, very excited for what the future holds with CS2. Speaking of a few of the pros, like speaking to some of the Heroic guys, speaking to some of the Furia guys, and they were like, yeah, we haven't really touched CS2 actually, because it's so concentrated and still winning tournaments right now. But that being said, there is an element of enthusiasm, of excitement, of something new, something fresh. Sure, there's a bit of criticism as well. Some guys like, yeah, I don't like the name, but you know what, Trace? People like bitching about everything.
Of course they do. It's 2023. Everybody knows that. Everybody's got a right to bitch about something. Blair, you go first.
Well, I don't like people bitching about Counter-Strike.
You're bitching about people bitching. Wow, yeah. That's not bad. Okay, you got anything, Lewis, while we're here?
I'll follow up with Blair. Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Right, so So Lewis has gone with the I don't like people bitching about people bitching about people bitching about Counter-Strike.
Counter-Strike 2, yes.
Yeah, okay, I can buy into that.
What about you, Trace?
You know, I have a couple things to bitch about, but none off the top of my head. I am pretty thankful to be back in the saddle today. I've been a bit under the weather even. But today we bring it all full circle.
You're looking pretty bitching yourself, you know?
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. I think that's a good thing, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, good. We'll run with that. Yeah, a show match for the ages. We're talking about 5v5 in Counter-Strike 2. The lineups, well, they are going to be a little bit star-studded. I'm not sure that I should spoil the surprise and tell you what the lineups are because, well, then the walkouts just is that as fun if I tell everybody what they are now, Lewis?
I mean, it's not as fun as it could be, right?
Okay, fine. There, it's on the damn screen. I'll tell you what it is. Sure. All right, for the Team World side of things, we're looking at Keto, Simple, Get Right, Nafani, and MPL, which is not nipple for short, but I've heard him called that a few times. Now, for the World side of things, there's a lot of punch on this lineup. And I'm not talking about juice.
It looks pretty stacked. You got Keto, you know, for big. He's looking in good form. You got Simple. I'm just going to leave it out there. And then, of course, you have, you know, Nafani, a little bit disappointed. I guess he's going to be trying to call something in the server. Get Right, a GOAT of our game across multiple different iterations of Counter-Strike. And, of course, a little bit of nipple.
Yeah, a little bit of that. Where you are? Hey, there you go.
Yeah, we have the drums
I thought I could
in.
see you coming in somewhere from over there. Okay, so that's the World side of the equation, right? These guys, we know what they're capable of in the server, so can they carry it over to Source 2 on the same page? I don't know, but that's half the fun of this, isn't it, Lewis?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's for sure a lot of experience, a lot of power in this team. They got the pistols covered because they have really good pistol players in this team. Get Right used to be really good. Simple. Keto, one of the best performers in the event. So, well, I'm sure they got the pistols covered in CS2. Now, when it comes to the rest, I'm not so sure about that. There might be some lack of firepower.
Listen, I saw Simple.
Times.
I saw Simple play his first game on Dust 2 and CS2.
Oh yeah, he was just rolling
he was
over,
just
right?
absolutely dumpstering everyone. So as long as you have Simple in the server, you're going to be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to buy into the same thing. It works out pretty well when he's on your team. On the other side, I can't assure you that. That's one thing I do know for certain. Now, on the other side of the table, Team Brazil. Check it out. Now, there are some star-studded names in here for sure. Taco, that's Epitasio, or Mr. Epitasio to you guys. Fallen, Queserado, Insani, and then we rounded out with a little bit of a Vinny there at the end of things. Now, Queserado, I don't know. I would be afraid of him in the server too. Almost likewise to Simple.
Well, if I'm the coach of that team, I would honestly just put Queserado and Insani on the best star roles on those two and just tell them to go in, have fun, enjoy, and just probably put like Vinny Taco on the sides.
You guys over here, and then
yeah, and just let Queserado shine, right? He's been doing a lot of the dirty work for Fury already. Let the man shine a little bit on the stage, right? He's been playing really well in this event so far. Let me just say that.
I just want to say some vintage Fallen coming out. It's Dust 2.
Vintage. How vintage? I mean, because he's got several years there where we were thinking about vintage.
I'm thinking, 2015, 16.
16.
That's quite a while ago, by the way. That's almost 8 years ago, Trace. Holy hell.
Hey, man, you're only making yourself filled because age is just a number, and that was man-made too. So put that in your math books and I guess read it sometime, whatever you're going to do with that. Yeah, I look at the odds for the side of for Brazil, and I'm thinking it looks pretty strong, Lewis. It looks pretty strong. I think we got head-to-head a pretty good bout. And ultimately, in order to make this all happen, we do need the commentators. Guess what? They're standing idly by, ready for the sound of the gun to go off. What's going on, fellas?
Roll CT! Bring me the pistol! This is sensational!
Stop it!
He does it again! Again and again and again!
I'm the best in the game! Stop blowing my mind, Fallen! Stop it, Guardians! Stop it!
One in the name! One in the game! This is Counter-Strike!
In the right corner! In the...
Okay,
Counter-Strike 2. Show match.
Not one.
Sunday.
2.
The biggest match
That's
on this
right.
very day. Machine, Sponge, bringing you all the action.
Brazil taking on the world. Find out. Join us after the break.
Wow.
Someone checked on them guys recently? I know that they stay here in the arena and they never let them out of that room, but my goodness, yelling at the walls, that one's going to sting a little bit. But I share their pain, and I understand why they have to go through those vocal warm-ups. I think Anders coined a lot of that stuff. But what are you taking from that, Bleh?
I think they've completely lost the plot. and you know what? I think that's perfect. You're going to have two guys who've completely lost it, casting what should be a pretty insane game. I think it's fitting.
Yeah, it is very fitting. Now, I was sitting here thinking, I'm trying to theory craft my way through a few certain very intricate details of this matchup. One of them being the confines of where we play, guys, and I think we can just kind of theory this one down to the very end as to what map it's going to be.
I think it's going to be pretty interesting. We're sitting in the green room, we're talking about this, Lewis. We're like, all right, which way is this one going to go, right? Obviously, knowing Fallen, I don't think, I mean, knowing Simple rather, you know, Fallen probably doesn't want to play him on Dust 2, so they might go for the Dust 2 ban to start things off. I don't know what you're thinking of this, maybe? No?
I mean, for a team that with the relatively young players, right, on the Brazilian side, I think they want to go for something where, you know, for the Mirages of the world, you know, a map that is very popular for Brazil. You know, they can do aggressive stuff. Definitely not Dust 2, right? I don't think it makes much sense. The map has been out for a while now.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised with anything else than a Mirage or something like that.
But, you know, I think there is a powerful point to be made right there, that there is a comfort level, and you look at that medium ground, and you've got to wonder, you know, will the Caches of the world, will the Trains, will the Cobbles, will the Seasons, will they all, you know, will they also make the cut? I'm not sure that they will, but there is just one map where the percentage of win rate has to be pretty much right down the middle, fellas. It's got to be pretty cut, dry, and clear. There we go. It's been 2 days.
Listen, I'm seeing both these two teams banning out Dust 2 to start things off, right? Which way it goes. Like, I want to see some Assault, man. I want to see some CS Assault. It's been a while. A 747 coming out right there. Maybe even a Fire. Maybe a Fire.
Yeah, I would have to put Fire up there, maybe DE_rats, considering how some people on the server are bound to play today. I almost guarantee you we're going to see some rat stuff going on in the server. So, without any further ado, let's see what's going on the stage.
Counter-Strike 2, you enjoying it?
Oh yeah, of course. I'm very anxious for it, because I didn't play so much 1.6. I just played CSGO, Counter-Strike Global Offensive. And the Counter-Strike 2 is gonna blow our mind. It's gonna be amazing. I'm so anxious.
What do you like about it?
I'm very impressed with the smokes. Of course, I think it was the biggest change. And I don't know how about the feeling of the guns, the sprays. But I think it's gonna be amazing. The same, just do what I do in Counter-Strike Global Offensive. The 2 is gonna be always win.
Yes, I'm enjoying a lot. This game is looking awesome. That's very good to see. The physics a little bit different, but it's a renewable game. So you start to playing, you see the games looking different, and that's awesome that you can see the bullet trace. So, and also the smokes are very good. They are very well made. So the game is now refurbished, is renewed. So I'm very happy, I'm very glad to be one of the gamers to test Counter-Strike 2.
Yeah, and Q, we will. Hold the Q, hold the Q.
Q.
All right, we did it. Good job, guys.
Good job, guys.
Great rehearsal. That was really good stuff.
Yeah.
And put it together quite well. Actually, sometimes we can dress ourselves to impress, and I have to say that you guys are looking quite fly today.
Oh, good too.
Thanks, man. I packed
great.
4 suits, and as it turns out, I only needed 1. Imagine that. Bled, though, I like the tie clip. I have to say that's a nice.
It's pretty nice. I found it on the ground.
Really
on the way over here. Yeah,
nice.
It's pretty shiny. Fits my suit as well. It's great.
So again, if you are just tuning in now, you're wondering what the hell are these guys talking about? They're talking about banning Season and D-Rats. Well, guess what? Those aren't in the competitive pool, and they're not even in our pool of maps today. We did narrow it down to one very likely suspect when it came to the maps. And Lewis, do you want to break this information?
Well,
no surprise.
I'll let you talk about that one, actually.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
That's a dangerous thing. Listen, giving anything to Trace, it can be wild. You know what? I'll take this one, Trace.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
I've been thinking about this. I've been punching in the numbers, how to open some of my old engineering textbooks. I did the math. Yeah. I did the logic. It just might be Dust 2.
Really?
After all of that, I don't know. I just feel like a Dust 2 coming out here.
Okay,
know
it must be a pretty
good
good
surprise
game.
you. Listen,
I'm kinda pissed.
I'm giving it like a 62.75%.
Chance of it being Dust 2?
Yeah.
Huh. I think if you looked outside, you'd have a significantly lesser chance of it raining today than it would be of that. Now, you know, really, Peace, Dust 2, it is kind of a staple of Counter-Strike, so everyone should have some sort of comfortability on it, correct?
Yeah, correct. I'm just pissed because like there's so many other possibilities that you could go for. Right. But
see,
yeah.
look, there they go. So we have the map vetoes right up there on the screen. Dust 2 banned out first, Dust 2 banned out second, which in this best of one, in the confines of best of one, leaves us
with Dust 2.
To Dust 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of wild how that plays out.
They say Christmas comes early. Well, it's not here yet, and I can tell you that much. Dust 2, though, has been one of, well, actually the only map released within Source 2 or CS2, however you want to put it, up to this point, and we have been enjoying the hell out of playing it. Although I will say that it seems as though every time I queue Source 2, I play with people who have never played the game before. Much less on Dust 2.
It is kind of crazy.
It's a wild ride.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy because you have like, you know, I'll be queuing up with a couple of guys who've been playing with for a long time. And my teammates are like, how does this mouse work? How does this game work? How did he even get beta access, right? Valve, get a few more guys on, you know, just open it up a little bit, and hopefully another map. A second map would be fantastic, Trace.
Nah, well, let's just go ahead and when we do the next one, just bring them all out. You know, let's just get them all out there. Let's just see. I want to see how the smokes evolve across different maps. Speaking of which, let's talk about some of this evolution here real quickly while we're waiting to get situated on the stage. Lewis, give me something you love about CS2.
I think that the whole smokes, grenades thing that you can actually throw a nade on the smoke, I think that's going to be, I mean, I know that it's hard for the Counter-Strike fan, for the people to actually love it, because like when they brought the Molotovs into CS as well, everybody was kind of hating on it. And, oh, the Molotovs.
The game's broken.
The game's broken. We're not be able to gonna play. And then throughout time we saw like the improvements and also like how it actually changed Counter-Strike, the way you use the utility, right? Yeah. So I think this whole grenade thing, I don't think Valve is going to take that away from the game. I think, it's going to be a period where people need to adapt to it. And especially on the CT side, I think that's going to make a massive difference, considering that now the Ts cannot really throw like a massive executions, because basically what it comes down to is just a CT having AG nade, throw a nade inside the smoke, and then you have a vision for some period of time. So I think that that itself is going to be
the Contra and off.
Wow.
Contra got banned.
Someone out in production was digging deep. They're like, oh man, yeah, Contra. They didn't say it. That's the one I'm putting it right up on the screen. And I have to respect that. Counter-Strike does transcend ages, and when you look at some of the
maps we've had over the years, say like CPL Mill, go all the way back. Shout out Tuscan as well to the next evolution.
Yeah, there was even the oh my god, the one that started with an R. I don't know.
No, not Rats. You always
with
said
an
Rats.
R?
Ruska, maybe. It was on a snow map.
Ruska.
Yeah, was it Ruska?
I think it was Ruska. Yeah.
So don't think you're getting away from this one, Blair. Give me something that you love about.
I'll give you two. I'll give you two. Right. I like the sub-tick servers. I still feel the movement isn't great. Whatnot, but the registry has looked fantastic. Okay. It seems like wherever you aim, your bullets do land exactly there, which is a fantastic thing. And the second thing I like is because I got fat fingers, I can disable the silencer.
Oh, yeah.
Like
okay, so you can't accidentally.
So I got to accidentally do that, so I can have my USB out, I can bring out the A1, and I don't have to worry about having to switch out scoping, so I can still use a scope weapon while using a sounds weapon, and that for me is a big dub.
I also like the new sounds as well, the AK sound, the AWP sound as well. It's refreshing, after a long period of time with the same sound, CS 1.6, and then CS Source, and then Go as well. I really like it does, like when I was playing, it kind of felt that it was like a different weapon, just because of how it sounds. I don't know, it's something with my brain when I'm just like, well, this is an AK actually, but it's like a different sound. It just feels like shooting is different. And then also the thing that Bless said about the server itself, it feels very optimized. Still a lot to improve, obviously. Everybody at home needs to understand we're in the beta test, so a lot to improve. I'm sure Valve is going to work on it.
Beta.
Calm down,
People need to remember, it's a beta. It's not the final version.
Absolutely.
It's the first iteration of it. Things are going to be fixed. Let's not panic yet.
Yeah, I mean, how many games have you gotten off of Steam that were in beta that were never finished? but I guarantee you that this game will have a final form and we will see it sooner rather than later. But seeing things through takes us into a break. We do get to come back with a beautiful show match on CS2. And you're right, if you did guess Dust 2 is the map, well, guess what? You were correct. We'll be right back after this. It's the Intel Extreme Masters. We're all the way down here in Rio, and it's about time to damn party.
Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristess. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest. Nein, ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen. Nein, Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwanensee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdeal. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
Fala, gente maravilhosa! Sejam muito bem-vindos ao último dia do IEM Rio 2023. Tá acabando, gente. Hoje é dia de grande final. Mas teremos uma breve pausa na nossa programação para um confronto muito especial, vocês não vão se arrepender. Quem achou que não ia ter CS2 aqui nesse palco, achou errado. Teremos um confronto entre Brasil e jogadores do mundo para apresentar para vocês o Counter-Strike 2. Quem tá ansioso faz barulho! Sem mais delongas, então, vou chamar o nosso primeiro time para vir aqui ao palco. Saúdem ele com toda a hospitalidade do povo brasileiro. Com vocês, o time do mundo! The World Team can be to the stage!
And it's the world versus Brazil down here in Rio. If you can imagine it, keto, simple, get right. Nafany and NPL looking to take to the stage and secure a show match glory on the one and only Dust 2 within Source 2 itself. These competitors not known to be on the same side, but today, well, that all changes for the good. And boy, do they have their work cut out for them as they step to Team Brazil.
E agora, para jogar contra eles, recebam com muito amor o time do Brasil!
Team Brazil comes in here as an obvious fan favorite. The chants are already almost at about half volume, and let me tell you, 50% doesn't get you all the way there. This place, the roof, might be blown off by the time we're done with this one. Taco, Fallen, Cesarato, and Sani, and then Vinny. They look to take down Team World on this beautiful stage in Rio.
Só jogaço que vai ter aqui hoje, né? Vocês estão ansiosos para ver esse confronto aqui hoje? Do lado do time do mundo, temos Quito, Simple, Get Right, NPL e Nafany. E do lado do time do Brasil, temos o coach BTO, temos Vini, Taco, Fallen, Insane e Cesarato. Quem tá torcendo para o time do mundo faz barulho? Não tem muito barulho. Quem tá torcendo para o time do Brasil? E eu acho que temos uma panela aqui acontecendo. Eu vou fazer uma pergunta bem breve aqui para os nossos capitães, rapidinho. Get right. Let me talk with you a few moments. I know you get along with Brazil and Brazilian players. How are you feeling about playing against them one more time, even in a show match?
I mean, it's always fun to be back in Brazil. So I'm always enjoying here because I have such beautiful friends and brothers and sisters and everything about that. But I mean, hopefully I will play a little bit more a loose team this time than a little bit too serious last time. But it's going to be fun.
Do you think Fallen is a try-harder?
Of course.
So, I have the best of lucks. E agora, para falar com o nosso capitão do outro lado, Professor Fallen. Professor, quero saber com você. No último show match aqui no Brasil, o time do mundo não teve a menor chance. Fala pra mim, você vai tryhardar dessa vez?
Não, dessa vez não. A última vez era questão de vida ou morte. Aquele time não ia sair perdendo na trem. Mas agora Dust 2, galera nova, então a gente vai se divertir mais também.
Muito bom, muito boa sorte, galera! Vocês estão prontos? Não parece? Vocês estão prontos? Então que comecem os jogos!
What an entrance that was right out of the gate. You look and you see this one. If you're playing against Team Brazil, you might not be welcomed during the next 16 plus rounds of play. That much, that's something I feel rest assured in, Lewis.
Yeah, the Brazilians were all singing that the champions are back. And well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, That's what they're chanting before when they're walking on stage. So I mean, very exciting, right? I think it's kind of crazy to think that when Fallen started playing, I don't know how old was Insani or something like that. I don't know if it was born.
That is a great question, actually.
Yeah, right.
Surely someone can look it up right there, and maybe we could too while we sit here. But yeah, there is a crazy difference when you think generationally between the players that we have in the server. I look at Get Right on Team World. Man, he's been playing since he came out the womb.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, Trace. Back in
1885 or whatever it was. Yeah, it was a minute ago.
Is when Counter-Strike came out, as we all know, obviously. Jokes aside, Simple, I like how he just came out, started riling up the crowd. He's like, all right, let's go.
He loves it.
I'm the bad guy. I'm going to go for it. Fallen is a try-hard, is what Get Right said as well. Let's see how hard it tries here.
That was definitely said. That was definitely said. Now, if I look at this and I think pound for pound in a game that is Source 2, CS2, let's get it right. I don't want to piss anybody off. Lewis, if you look at this on paper, what makes the most sense for you?
The most sense for me as a Brazilian would be Brazil.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
No, but really, like, I think this could be very even. I think none of them is going to be try-harding too much in this one. The whole purpose of this is obviously to show CS2.
Yeah.
It's for them to have fun. This is for the fans. And obviously, like, at some point, if Simple is try-harding way too much, then I'm sure something's going to happen. The Brazilian guys will step up their game.
I'll tell you what I want to see, Trace. I want to see some of those smokes being dissipated by the nades.
Okay.
I want to see some highlight kills.
Yeah.
Somebody's rushing top middle, I guarantee it. Just straight away.
I want every round to be like that. Complete chaos, complete pandemonium, and frags all around.
And inversely, what we got in our last show match down here in Rio was, I guess, an epic ballad of very much trying to win the game. We're talking about executes on a map that, well, I don't think anyone's played in a long time. It was Train, right?
Yeah, it was Train.
Trace, listen, here's the thing. For some people, winning is having fun.
And that's a Chad Burchill quote.
Yeah.
And that's a way of life. If you're not living like that, well, I understand, but also I don't at the same time. Lewis, you live like that, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, the point, the last time they played, actually, it was pretty nuts because, like, they were falling 1-on-3 in the last round in that show match, right?
Yeah.
It was try-harding really hard to win a post-plan situation or something like that. So, yeah, I mean, as I said, I'm sure they're gonna be just trying to have fun. As you said it very well, what I want to see is them experience it all, show the whole smokes thing, them trying to use the grenades, them having fun as well with the weapons and all the kind of stuff. So it actually shows to the fans, for the people who hasn't really got a touch into CS2 or maybe haven't even watched yet, and they're just tuning in to watch our tournament here in IEM Rio, show them what CS2 is about up until now, right?
Yeah, and what the future could hold. We did talk about this it's not a full release. We don't have the full game. We don't know what all the fixins looks like. We don't know what even Valve has conjured up from the data that they've got from the people that have played it thus far. So what will change and what the final form will be, I'm not entirely sure, but I can tell you this place is electric, and they don't give a damn about what form the game is in.
Not at all.
They want to see some heads be taken off here in the server, and that's fitting.
Brazil versus the world. Counter-Strike 2, show match number 2. Got Chatty B by my side, and we are strapped and ready.
Oh, yes, indeed, Alex. Take a look at this pistol around here. You can see a heavy investment of Julies. Got 4 in total for the Brazilian side. Lots of HE grenades in the works here as well. K Serrato, not known to play Dust 2.
Oh, but Simple known to deagle on pistols. He's already feeling himself motivated. And, oh, beheaded by Fallen. A good start for Mr. Toledo. Deagle unretrievable. As Gruner on long doors. DeMello to be tested.
It's been some time. Taco's been out of the server. This is his chance, his time to shine in the spotlight. Counter-Strike 2, 2 pistols in the hand of the Julies. They're landing damage, but Get Right will get the frag.
Not too shabby from Allison. Anafany unable to get much done on the doors. Good one on the Julies. Big one back from Triguero.
Oh, the Zeus!
UG tried his luck. And it's good from him. Gets it done. And the pistol round goes Brazil's way.
Well, Counter-Strike 2, there's going to be a lot to keep our eyes on here. Now, Dust 2. It's crazy to see this one come through in the veto. I don't think any of our analysts predicted this one at the start of the day. But look, as the leading coach in Counter-Strike 2, the only one to have a win in an official match of the team 27015 back at ESL Pro League Season 17 over the Beta Boys. You know, I will be bringing all the expert analysis here today.
We know those scouts on the doors can work well. And already a tag comes through, not too shabby from Yuji. Still, Serrato farms up a couple. Rio loves it, more to be had, and around that smoke, maybe a Deagle can connect, Simple equipped. And a PP Bison even thrown into the mix. Still another one from Mr. Kastiliev.
Oh, Simple in a 1-on-2 situation. This man not to be trifled with in any version of the game at Fallen. The Professor starting to work this one
ready.
out. Not ready at all.
He heard the reload. Toledo. Oh no, spotted! Kastiliev for the clutch.
You can't give Simple a chance.
Well, it's a negative. Oh, of course, what's he supposed to do?
He's got the biggest of chances here. Mouse one held down and Simple with the clutch.
He's played one game of Dust 2 prior to this on CS2. Immediately takes control of the game after all of these heroics. And Fallen's going to be kicking himself.
Not here to mess around, are they, Team World? Everybody at home, eyes watching, wanting the victory here over Brazil after last show match.
Armored Deagle pistol into an AK and armor for the second. And now Simple's on the AWP. That's a souvenir Dragon Lore. Weird flex, but okay.
Yeah, right. He's been playing an awful lot of this. He's been at home in the lab streaming day after day with Forrest, with Olof, with the absolute best Swedes out there. Well-trained focus for this. He's been known to get a few kills or two with burning that incendiary noise. Melting down. Get Right. 17 points of health. In a bit of trouble here. Crowd likes that.
Yeah, they're limited though. It's only scouts. Couple of Deagles. And Get Right does catch Vinny going looking. Insani for the rebuttal. Doesn't go wide. And they're charging through mid. Who's responsible for this? It was
the young gun!
NPL, eat your heart out. Action on him as he gets another headshot onto Serrato to finish the piece. Dancing with death on the dig is Insani. Somehow still alive. Not for much longer. Okay, World has definitely kicked up a fuss early.
Oh, look at this team well put together here. You've got one of the beta testers, Get Right, in the middle of your screen here. Someone who's been there since the inception of this game, and it's known to the world. MPL, one of the younger guns. Can't wait to get his hand on this. Simple. The best to ever do it. You're just looking at this team put together to bring down Team Brazil, who at the moment, they want to shake that try-hard tag. Last time round, they gave it their all. Last time round, they brought home victory for a nation. This time, they're getting caught sleeping.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting as well. You have to remember that not only did we have one show match prior, but now we get to see the GOAT in the server up against the world, or rather, Brazil. Oh, okay, well, this has gone horribly for them on the wide swing.
Look at the grinder right there, just taking down these USPs, but still smiles on the faces here, Brazil. This is where they need to stand up.
Look at this roster. A roster rundown for those uninitiated. We've got Mr. Fallen leading Taco, Insani, Vinny, and K Serrato.
Wait, what is this?
A coach?
What is this? Trace, Stundog,
Hello? Brazil, can you hear me?
come on, give me a little bit more than that. You got something? Yeah. It's gonna be Brazil. What about Team World? Oh, that's not very nice. Maybe I'll go help them. How about that? All right,
Team
let's
World
play.
without a coach. Trey's done a Saranthus here from Cloud9 glory days. He knows what it's like to be behind a team. What a fantastic addition to Team World
I've
here.
seen his command hand in action before, Chad.
There'll be no funny business here today, but Keto out long, big. We know they loved us too. The home map, but the German goes down.
Some of these last names are tough. I want to try and bring you that action as here comes Toledo's test. Spotted out, sticking out like a sore thumb. Another from Kostiliev on the AWP. Into the A site, wide open as well. No one really able to voice concerns.
Look at this volumetric smoke in play here. Was a CT smoke been picked up that Simple's using against them?
Peek around, it's going to get awkward for Vinny. He's been hitting those no-scopes more often than not. We've got a Krieg in action as well from NPL.
It's the Na'Vi boys here to close this one out.
Okay, Serato. And out.
Look at the long-range
transfer onto Vinny. And there's another one ascribed against Brazil. This is the start they were dreading.
Simple can't hear ya.
He likes to poke the bear.
And with a smile on the face, having a good time with this one early. Team World are here to set the record straight. A 4-1 start, and this is after some opening exchanges.
This is what we were hoping for, Chad. You know, all the best stories start with adversity.
Will Brazil have what they need here to get that comeback?
Coach not happy with that one from Simple.
Naphany?
Sorry?
The auto sniper comes out for 2.
What?
We won't be catching that one in the replay. The technology's not quite there yet. Valve is still working on it. As out window. K-Serrano with a missed shot.
And Serrano's going to go down on this. Naphany has already wrecked house. And Insani cooked. Roasted. And toasted. They're going to knife him! Leave him alone! He's only young! Get off him! You meanies! As Keto flashes him up. And another round for the world.
Oh, the zombie horde. The world aren't here to mess about today.
This is what happens when Simple's on your team.
Oh,
He's calling for a this is the what? So Simple hit 1, and then Naphany got 2?
I told a lie. I thought we had no replays. The technology is there. We're living in 2023 apparently as the most smiles we've seen on Naphany's face in a very long time.
Okay, well this is a strong T start. Any more action? Get right out long. 2 to receive him. It's fallen. Oh, he's let it go. Molly's coming, sticking around for the first, but there's Keto's response. Strong from Gruner, advancing towards Yuji, supported as well from Figueiredo.
Simple with another.
He's doing it all. And Keto Flash, they are going to push off this. Look at this aggression. The CT's coming. Serato wants blood. And face-to-face with trouble. Serato gets them both. Oh, a triple to bring home number 2. But NPL, he's a coming. The jumping alligator snaps a bit of damage in. They want revenge, and he does take one. Before the knife comes through.
Revenge!
It's 1 for 1. Let's keep track of that. 1 for 1 on the knife kills.
Hey, K-Serrano getting the call up. The professor is calling, and he's made the cuts. Likes what he's seen there. Who would have thought a young gun like K-Serrano really just coming onto our scenes, showing his worth here in front of a crowd as the Dak rings out once more.
Oh, NPL is dicing with trouble. Fallen will have you. Yep. The professor is in. And that's sort of into the professor.
Oh, this is Get Right. He's known to bring some more fun guns into Counter-Strike.
Oh, it's Keto and Simple. Sani lingering in that smoke. Let's see who it favors on the fade. If that does transpire, they've already pushed long as well. He's going to be feeling a lot of pressure in a couple of seconds' time. Oh, no.
Vinny wants the knife.
No. Keto's killing his teammates, and K-Serrano steals it away. The contract's got him feeling extra special.
Oh, let's see if Simple can win out another clutch here. And an 8 on the clock there to be in the hands. Known towards short. He goes for the jump shot. They're pushing in. They want the knife on Simple. Vinny's out of control. It's a joust, and Simple will oblige. The no-scope on Taco. One bullet left. Can he survive versus Simple? And he's gonna do it! Too easy for Simple.
One in his name and number one in the game.
Oh, we got to listen into this one, Alex. The team comps right here have to be ripe between these two teams. Now, I have been practicing Portuguese.
Oh dear, we're going to have to see some redemption out of Vinny after that one. Insani going to get a lot of pressure into his face. Good handling of it. A lot more where that came from. The Dak, close range. Vinny farms another on the MP9. Get right and Simple. Trying to hold on and get right. Does deliver on the pass. A double on the shotgun. And there's more to be had and boosted. This is all bait. This is all bait.
Oh! Fuck.
Oh, the molly got him.
Can spread out boxes.
Ooh.
Suicide, put off.
Well, he's good, Chad. He's very good. But I'm not so sure about this one. 10 HP has to make a noise to dismount. Vinny's starting chants in the in-game chat. Oh, it's scary. Fires off a shot towards Serato. And here comes the finish. Nice timing from DeMello.
Yeah, let's go. How can you cross so fast? On low.
Throw the smoke.
Minor setback here for Team World. You can see the more of a serious nature now as we do move into round number 10. Obviously signified here by the Bison purchase on the side of things from Insani. Taco hoping for some silence here, wants the crowd to calm things down. It is going to be quite the combo. Mid-push, Fallen's orb to open up the proceedings. Nafany tapping away, and another. Nafany just getting rid of everybody. 4 bodies hit the deck, and it's just Vinny.
I've seen him win these.
1 on 5.
I've seen him win these. And Get Right has it all under control. That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, could have made a mare of that one.
Not at all, no problems. All good in the hood.
And we need something from Team World here. Say Team World, I mean Team Brazil. Team World are playing quite fine. Fine and dandy. It's Team Brazil who need to step up and show a little something.
Anyone that dares take that mid-fight, it's a bad spawn for Simple. Maybe they're brave enough to give it another look, and you can see they've got a lot of scopes on both squads. We can see Scouts, Dax, all up against them.
Haven't seen too much of the smoke disbursement tactics being approached here from either team.
Yeah, Get Right. It's about to get a lot of scrutiny. Molly forces him forward, and already blood drawn. It's Nafany again. 2 frags in the feed, even the Negev getting some action. And look at Nafany go. He's a coming. Scout tag's good.
Well, Coach Stunner knows just how easy this one is. Hashtag number 1. And I think he's talking about his team. They could be looking set to take on Team 27015 in the next Counter-Strike 2 match we have going. Team 27015 obviously consisting of such crazy names as Snappy exists, making his return to playing. We had Shalfie in the mix alongside of Fame.
I mean, and to think that you
can't
coached
forget
them.
Diha.
You coached them to victory, Chad.
Those are my boys. I'll never forget the time that we shared together back there, and we spent a lot of time. We put a lot of work into making sure we took down the Beta boys. Crad, Nerds, Katie, and Tessus, and of course just Harry. It's Team World here.
Oh no.
They're having no issues. The dry runs that they put in last night, this team staying up until the wee hours of the morning just to be able to get themselves ready for today's match.
He's dead. He has to be an absolute hero on the dig, and it's a bit windy. The window's open. Gets himself one. Not clearing into the Zeus. Electrifying.
Switch.
Here comes Vinny for a bit of an opportunity here. Pushing the window. Does catch it with Fallen's help.
They can defuse.
They should. They're miles away. They're running up mid. Someone get on the box.
It's a 10-second stick.
He's got to hold him at the door. Get Right got the utility, but Fallen maybe a little bit more. Not all futile here. No idea on the bomb timer. Absolutely no idea.
He's going to knife him. Simple's going to knife him. He's going to take it away from the Professor.
No, you wouldn't.
Embarrass him on home soil.
He's being mean. Simple. Teasing, playing with his food. 1 bullet left in the 5-7. Fallen brings the fight to him. Bang! Oh! Oh! Simple humiliates in front of the home crowd, and there's a library now.
Oh, he's going to make some real enemies here today if he keeps these antics up.
Look at the way they're losing this. The Zeus, Melo's not happy.
Oh, they might have to start trying harder now.
Look at this. Oh, man. It's crazy to me. Just picking it up like riding a bike, these boys.
Just being toyed with here. The fact we haven't seen any HE work with the smokes right now, a little bit concerning. I thought that somebody would bring out the smoke disbursement tactics, but not so far.
We do love a P90 here, Chad, and that seems like the perfect counter. Taco has the perfect weapon for the job. He just has to start pumping, start unloading. Oh,
still burning!
And he still didn't get the extinguished at 2 frags into the B site. Only Serato can save him now. That's plenty of smoke. That's more smoke than you could really ask for. Tries to disperse them. Still a little slither of smoke. Pushes through and gets them both down. He saved Brazil. And Simple will fall finally for the 4th.
Finally, a little bit of something. Coach wanting more here. I know the team Brazil have a lot to offer, especially on Dust 2. It's a map that I put a lot of time into here. Map that they expect to get better results from today. As we know, this is the main event. We have the consolation match coming up next to do. It's going to be Heroic versus Vitality in a best of 3 if you do want to hang around for that one.
Let's call that the show match, really. This is the game.
This is the show.
Yeah, that's for sure. And this is Insani on doors. Felipe Yuji.
Surely the nade smoke combo needs to come into play here.
Got no HE left.
It's a trick up the sleeve, something that somebody needs to whip out. MPL admiring his shoes. They have been shined as the drop down. Serato, not known to be an AWPer, lurks in the lowest.
He's got this.
Taco. He's grabbed one.
Anthony owns him.
Yikes.
That's not ideal. Still an advantage for Brazil. A 9-6 half, Chad. It's still there. It's still there. It could be going somewhere. Fallen. Looking to rack up a double. Oh, he had it. Oh, hits it. Not going to finish it with the nade. A smoke to play around. Already being advanced upon by Simple. Sasha the Smasher is coming. Supported by Anthony on that edge of the smoke. Still gets him down. 2-on-2. Gabriel Toledo. Pushes up around Smokey, dropped. And as I say that, Simple's dropped. Oh, another miss. They can go round, they go in B. It's going to be wide open for the taking. Simple. How dare he try hard?
Playing them like an absolute fiddle here. I'm sure Gerard said to the boys, listen, last time round, they didn't mess about.
That's true.
They came to train and they gave us the pain. And on Dust 2, well, a must win here for Gerard. He's come in with marching orders.
Yeah, you can see Simple's temptation to peek. The man wants to fight, but they want the round as well. Simple, a freebie.
And no issue with visibility now. No black smoke over the top of that, using it to his advantage. Simple pulls him in and takes him down. And that's going to be a frown. It's Fallen and Taco to drop. And those two legends, I'm not feeling so legendary right now.
Yeah, we could make a full compilation of Simple on CS2. It's from 2 Dust 2s, but it is essentially a highlight reel.
That looks like Insani's family's out there in the crowd with a couple of pickies of his face right there.
All right, this is about par for the course. 10 on the T side.
No, they're going to dismantle them.
Nah.
Team World have come in to win.
Nah.
Look at this. Look at this.
Oh, no. Leave him alone. Simple's caught Taco. Betasio Dumelo watching from the sidelines. Final round this half.
I don't know he's here.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's Simple, though. And there's plenty of spam. Bit of aggression from Fallen. And Simple Zeused him.
I guess he did know he was there.
He kind of worked it out, yeah. And this gets awkward. Fallen about to be run on. No bullets, just a USP, and 3 peeking him.
Woo! Look at that. So much faith in the trade.
Too beautiful. Limited options for Brazil. A FAMAS, a Scout. It is Serato, though. What have you got for us? On this short push. Oh, get right. Quick haircut thrown out by the Scout, but nothing lethal. And run on down, needs a bullet.
Surely to go for the knife.
He is coming.
On the clock here.
He's coming, does defend his honor for the first. He knows there's more to be had. Okay, Scout tag, second knife. Serato on it.
Whoa!
Oh, 11. is the magic number. Okay, Brazil, this is revenge. I think you're right, Chad. I think Get Right really was not a fan of that train game.
No, because that was ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like the level that they were trying in that matchup, sure.
They were doing XX.
And the coach wants more. And I understand why he wants more. This is on home soil. I played a couple of show matches in my home. I ain't losing to Henry G. How are you going to be going down to this hodgepodge crew on the other side of the server? Show what you got. Show what you got right here, right now, or Team World are going to be taking this one.
Yeah, your pride is on the line.
Oh, for sure. If Rushley 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in our next round of play could maybe bring up the scoreboard for everybody at home, that would be, there it is. 20 kills for Simple.
24, just a casual day.
Yeah, all right. Thank you very much. Rushley leading CS2 observer. This is his second official CS2 match he's ever observed. Doing a great job.
Oh, now we're talking. This almost looks like a proper round of
Counter-Strike.
right.
So we should get 2 smokes on the long cross.
Well, you only need 1 these days.
Let's see if they can pull it off. I saw Jackinho. He's been putting some nice little guides on the
one of
internet.
his.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's doing a couple of tiny bits and bobs. But it is a fake in a full rotation back around the world as the P250 and Fallen try and sell this.
LOL. LOL. They've actually pulled off the fake sell. If they walked into B now, they've pulled it off. And this is the convincing from Fallen. He's doing his very best application for Hollywood. Trying to be an actor. Trying to sell the fake. It's worked wonderfully. They're starting to work it out. Who's going to be first on the scene? It's Nafani. Confirms their suspicions of the fake out as we see the make out. And there's Simple to Vinny. Here we go. Here we go. 1 more required. And Zani, no bullets. Problems, and the knives are back out. Here we go. It's a brawl. It's a brawl. He reloads, and that's NPL doing the dill dance.
But Taco for the clutch.
He can
the 1 on 2.
He's got this. He's got this. 10-second defuse. No, it's actually got the kid. 5 seconds. He's going to get it. He gets him off the bomb. DeMello saves Brazil.
Taco, he's been out of the server. A semi-professional boxer by night. Counter-Strike by day, all night. Taco with the 1 on 2.
I thought K Serato was needing the double there, but fortunately you got Taco, the clutch master. That's why you put the Poo 250 in his hands. And earns himself a couple of shakes of his hand. On the cross, Taco confirms a lot of aggression mid. Do they handle it? As we do see an increasing presence of P90s. It's concerning, I'm sure. I like this from Nafani, playing around the smoke, trying to find a new gap, a new exploit.
We'll be dissipating shortly. Nafani will need to reconsider his options here.
Yeah, Fallen's coming for him as well.
Zani ready to go. Smoke at the ready. He's going to peek before it blooms here. Or is he? Reconsiders it. He's going to make his way across now. And again, but Get Right is going to make things very difficult. Looking for a gap at the side of the smoke. Get Right, well trained.
We haven't seen a single native smoke successful. Ooh. Down he goes. Running out of bullets and Hope. NPL though. Maybe gets away with a Galil. Nafani. Oh! Quito hits a cracker. Into Serato. 2 on 4. They're screwed. All that victory, that hard work from Taco, the clutch falls apart for them unless Taco can rack up a double. Oh, Simple's head. The bullet just a little shy. He will.
It's not planned for Vinny here,
shut him
Alex.
down. Yeah, time.
Behind the single box.
Sensitive mission for our CTs. Can Vinny save him again? Diffusing now. Has to close the gap. Bodyguarded by Simple, playing it well. Too much to handle. This is a revenge tour for the world.
Well, this is the thing. If you're Nafani there, you've got Simple to cover. You know what's going to happen. Just hold that E. And this one is free. Get Right. Smiles from ear to ear. This couldn't be going better. Darko with a little bit of resistance here. Was his absolute best, but it's just not good enough. A sinking feeling starting to creep into the camp right now. Has Fallen. Well, can he lead the troops? The godfather of Brazilian Counter-Strike.
I like the adjustment. They've gone for the double Negev this time.
1 wasn't enough.
Let's go for 2. Get Right. Going to attempt the... very slow with that weapon out.
Yeah, and look, he was blinking in the face of danger there.
Sure. Oh, yeah, hang on. 1 more of those from Vinny. We got a conversation to be had. The try and B, testing Simple, and a good one. Negev straight through the smoke elsewhere. And 3 back, unfortunately, for Brazil. It was as easy as that one. Vinny not happy with that one from MPL. And 4 roll Fallen. Neutralize Keto. And what are you up to, Get Right? What are you up to? Spamming his Negev, working on his wall bangs. He's been on the grind. And, you know, I'm noticing an upswing in performance ever since Coach Stunner arrived.
Oh, definitely so, right? He knows how to run a team, how to keep everybody's focus exactly where it needs to be. He's a man who, he looks like he's having a good time. He likes to keep that more bubbly demeanor, but behind the scenes, he is a taskmaster. And right now, you can see this. He knows just how easy it can be. The showman Stunner. Roll CT, bring me the pistols. The chair's getting kicked, and Get Right again, just with this laissez-faire mid-push.
Look at this. Who's holding this? Insani not ready. Aggression up the mid. Get Right, trying as hard as he
It's
can.
just a distraction, Alex. There's new techniques in CS2.
Yeah.
Not everything can be done the same.
Who needs nades when you can get flanks like this one?
Well, the crowd not proud now.
Beautiful.
In their seats, not on their feet. As the drums still sound. It is curious that we've decided to run a Counter-Strike event during a drum line. We saw them practicing. We thought, hey, hold up, let's roll in this stage. Let's bring in all these Counter-Strike players, and we'll play some Counter-Strike while they're practicing the drums. And look, I quite have enjoyed the background track. It's been great. Good to hear just how many variations of drums are here. We've got the tambourines. So yeah, look, we're actually going to partake after we finish here with this cast.
Yeah, I applied. Unfortunately, you need years of experience before you can be part of the original drum line. And lining up for Keto. K-Serata keeps it honest. Only the one. And Mr. Nafany on that Scar. How many can he get here? Oh, that's a lot of damage. That is a great deal of damage, but nothing permanent. On the way through, does manage to remove the smoke, but doesn't see anything. Here we go. Get Right. 150 bullets to a rain down Terra. 2 down. And the Brazilian's into B, but wait, there's someone in there. Simple. Simple. Sneaking. Dropping. Teasing. And that is bullying.
Oh.
Why you bully him, Simple? Why you bully?
Everybody asking. Oh, well,
he's having fun at least.
Yeah, well, 15-5. I can tell you why. Brazil about to be tears in the arena. A Sobfest coming your way. Bust out the Kleenex because Team World, they're putting their foot down here today.
We always talk about Get Right spray control.
Oh,
and that Negev, you know, you can see the masterful control.
It's mastery.
Mastery of the spray. Okay, so the 10-round comeback. Do you remember Fallen? We were down 15-5 in the CS2 show match, and he turned to me, he said, do you want to win this one?
Taco said no.
Actually, I'd rather not. I'd rather we lose 16-5.
Get Right, about to make this one much more wrong.
Not the PP buys and ding. Okay, one more Taco, come on. Nafany's got him. Traded by Insani. A must-win round for Brazil. The hopes and dreams hinge on these three. And now NPL's a dead man. K-Serata hands out a haircut. NPL needed one.
The question is, will Simple give us another round?
That is a good question. Well, fortunately, he's taken 60 points of damage already. You know, gives him a handicap.
He's heading towards the bomb.
Yeah, he's actually going to cut them off. This is mad. Is he really that aware? He is! Oh, Simple, you naughty boy! Coming for it. It's good to see a celebrity. You know, first Neymar, now Spider-Man in attendance of Rio 23.
Well, it's crazy because I was talking to Peter Parker a little bit earlier, and he said that Spider-Man was going to be here today. And I said, Pete, how did you know that? And he said, well, I've been taking some photos of him recently, and I saw him in Rio. So it's crazy that Peter Parker and Spider-Man are both here at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Just don't ask him about his favorite brand of microwavable rice. That's all right. Nafany, it's caught him off guard. That Max 7 does a lot. There's a second, and it's the same result. Oh, Vinny thought he had Simple, and that cost him. Here we go, the hand cannon on the go. And already escorted off the premises. This is another round for Brazil, unless that NPL... Oh, he's run out of bullets, has he? No, 30 more. Plenty more for Fallen, as he's... Actually, the 1v2 getting a bit awkward here. Okay, Fallen extends play in this show match.
I suppose the question at this moment is, how long does Team World allow these shenanigans to go on for? Because they can close this at any moment, right? At any point they would like to win this game, they can win this game. So suppose we can go along for the ride. Let's see what fun antics are brought out here by Team World.
This is the wallbang NPL's been going for.
Indeed, understandably so. Have seen great features of this on Flom's stream.
I did see that one.
One of the Origin players of CS2 as well. Now, he has really been in the lab refining a lot of these different wallbangs. So it's great to see MPL has also been watching Flom as Finny. Oh, this one ain't Finny just yet.
Ooh, not at all. Little French out of you, Chad. I'm impressed. Akito's a dead man. Cooked to a cinder. And it's another racked up. Now, you say they can finish any time. At what point do we start talking about the most exciting overtime in show match history?
Look, all I'm saying is, Alex, a lot of guys, they hope to have control over when they can finish. And a team like Team World, they have been practicing for an awfully long time for a moment like this.
Right.
So this is the thing. They're now in it for the fun. They're now in it for the performance. They're not in it for the end result. Victory is all but secured, and they already know how good that's going to feel.
But I do love the double orb T side. One of my favorites. Heading long, double orbs. No one from the CT side there, but there is a very fast flank. Who's responsible for this? Vinny. Come on, Vinny. You're going to be aware of that. There's potential flank locked in. K-Serato's will open up the account. Looking promising. Missed scout shots. There's two scouts in CT, three scouts in CT. And Keto racks him up. A double from Gruner. Get right hits it as well. Not like this. Just the scout looking for no scopes. Taco looking for knives as Vinny trying to hold on to anything, any hope. Or will the world get their revenge here in Brazil? The Taco can't do it. And there you have it.
Oh, Team World!
Oh, sorry, yeah. Oh, Team World! They've done it!
Taking down Team Brazil on home soil. Get right gets his revenge in Counter-Strike 2.
Damn, bro, we should swap roles.
Yeah, I've been practicing.
That's lovely. Well, that was a lot of fun. A whole lot of fun. Definitely not ideal for the Team Brazil wanting to put on a show there, but I do honestly think that you woke up the demon. You woke up the beast, and it looks like Insani locked in.
He got his contract as well. He got his contract as well. Okay, look, there's definitely some stuff to refine here for Insani and Team Brazil. He's not alone in this. Some questionable purchases here. Looks like they didn't have the same understanding of the smoke disbursement as we saw coming clutch there with the scouts at the tail end of the game. But Counter-Strike 2, it's delivering. The second show match ever, an absolute beaut.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity to see what that game will feel like, a little taste of what is to come. Of course, the announcement, summer, Counter-Strike Go gone.
Well, what I heard's happening is it's going to be a bit like Dota 2, so we're just going to have Dust 2 as the only map in Counter-Strike, and then what will happen in about 5 or 6 years' time, we'll increase the size by 40%.
Right.
Yeah, and we'll add teleporters in the corner and a few Roshan pits.
Yeah, no, I like it. And then maybe we add a couple of extra creatures we have to kill and get extra buffs. And, well, either way, it looks like the stage is ready. The show match concludes and Team World takes the W.
Gostaram de ver o showmatch aqui? Vou trocar algumas palavrinhas tanto com o Get Right quanto com o professor, assim que ele estiver disponível. Did you have fun? Do you think this line is ready for CS2?
I think it needs more tweaks and addition. I mean, I'm not supposed to kill someone with one of the most OP guns in CS2 right now from CT spawn on Cat. It doesn't make any sense, but it is a nice addition right now, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be a lot of changes and make it even better than it is right now.
For sure. And how about the grand finals? Who do you think is going to win?
Oh, in the final?
Yeah.
I got to give it to my brother that I played with for such a long time, Exist, who's the coach of Heroics. I got to give it to Heroic.
Oh. This is going to be huge. Thank you. Thanks ever so much. Congrats. E agora, algumas palavrinhas com o professor. Eu vou falar com todos eles aqui para vocês. Ô, professor, quer vir aqui no palco para a gente falar um pouquinho? Olha, Fallen, primeiramente, muito obrigada por ter aqui estado nesse momento com a gente tão especial. Eu queria falar um pouquinho com você, assim, mesmo vocês não tendo chegado aos playoffs, foi importante para vocês terem recebido esse convite de vir aqui jogar no IEM Rio, tanto na fase de grupos quanto aqui no showmatch?
Fala, galera. Foi uma oportunidade que não dá para perder, né? Acabou caindo, que foi bem no nosso início de pausa, mas a gente parou tudo que tinha para vir para cá, poder ter mais um evento no Rio. É sensacional, a galera que está aqui, super gente boa, muita gente já tirou foto, a gente esteve hoje de manhã presente aqui, então pra gente vale muito a pena estar aqui, independente de qualquer coisa. E é óbvio que a gente queria ter vindo aqui, jogado no palco, jogado para valer, mas quem sabe fica para uma próxima.
Com certeza. E o que a gente pode esperar do futuro do professor com o CS2?
Boa pergunta, quem souber me avisa. Brincadeiras à parte, mas vamos ver o que rola. Eu estou agora focado em jogar os últimos 2 campos desse semestre, que vai ser um online na Europa e o outro lá em Washington, que vai ser o último de CSGO praticamente. E aí a gente vai avaliar certinho, ver o que faz. O jogo tá bacana, acho que vai ter um grande potencial, vão vir mais updates no game. Pode ver que o pessoal tava varando as paredes ali, tá um negócio meio doido ainda, mas o jogo vai melhorar bastante e vamos ver o que vai rolar. Tô pensando o que fazer ainda.
Muito bom, muito obrigada. Podem continuar daqui que eu vou fazer mais algumas entrevistas com eles aqui no palco. Thank you.
Wow, I don't know how he's done it, but he's been to 2 places at one time, and I'm talking about that of Get Right with the Negev from across the map, through all the walls, things I didn't even know existed, but now I definitely do. Welcome back, everybody. If you're just tuning in, we have concluded the show match featuring the World versus Team Brazil, a star-studded affair on CS2. And it was fun, I'll give them that.
Yeah.
So, what did we just hear from Fallen up there, Lewis?
Fallen was just talking, about their appearance here in last minute, coming to play in Rio, that regardless of what happened in the tournament, that it meant the world for him to be here again, on the stage with the Brazilian fans, and that it matters a lot for him to experience all of this one more time. And Nivi was asking him about the future, right? If he's gonna come into CS2 as well, if he's gonna be with us, and he was obviously kind of running away from the question,
leaving it
up in the air now.
Oh.
He said that he's still evaluating. They still have 2 more tournaments to play this year, one online in Europe, and then Washington as well, and then he's gonna take it from there. He didn't confirm he's gonna be in Cologne as well, even though they are in a good spot to be there. He hasn't confirmed it, but that was mainly it, and that how much it means to the Imperial guys, to all of these guys, to experience all of this.
Yeah, it's a pretty big undertaking. You think about something that a lot of us have joked about over the years. Oh, the Source 2 is a new version of Counter-Strike. It's usually, something you tell a friend when you're kind of joking with him. Well, it's real, and it's here, and it's happening, in real time. So seeing the evolution of this game kind of come forward like this, Bled, it's a pretty exciting time to be a fan of Counter-Strike.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've been around for quite a while, seeing the rise of the original Counter-Strike, right? I started playing 1.3, then I saw 1.6 coming out, and Condition Zero, we don't really talk about that one. Then Source came out.
That was a real thing.
It was a thing, though, right? Like, we had so many attempts by Valve to have like the successor to Counter-Strike. We had 1.6, we had Source come out, didn't quite pan out either. CSGO comes out finally after 8-9 years of 1.6. That took a while to click, it clicked, and now Go is actually have a longer lifespan as a top-tier esport than 1.6 ever had, which is kind of wild if you think about it.
Yeah, almost as wild as this. I waited until he sat down before I said, come on over, Get Right. Yeah, look at him go. Well, he's almost here. Here he comes. He's on his way.
It's making
He's on his way. Come on down, Chris. Hello.
Yeah.
Hey, Get Right. Hey, bud. Can you hear me?
Hi, everyone. Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
How's it going, bro?
Long time no see.
Yeah, exactly. I have no idea that you became our coach.
I didn't either, but then it happened and we won. So that's all that really matters. That's all the history books are going to say. Chris, how did you find those nerdy-ass spams with the guns like
It's all over Reddit.
Is it? Okay,
Yeah.
well then perhaps I should pay more attention to that.
Yeah, but that is like, I'm just more surprised they haven't really nerfed it.
Yeah.
Because it's been since like day one.
Well, the one you through CT spawn, where does that, I didn't even see where that was landing, top middle?
You hit them on the whole catwalk to suicide.
Oh, wow.
Okay. So if they run out suicide, they will get like, not that much damage, but you can do different angles though. But
Right.
the one I think I did was like the whole way on like catwalk.
Yeah.
So if they go up the Xbox, like jump up on Xbox,
yeah.
it's gonna be because everyone gets slowed down when they're jumping up. they're basically dead if they go up. So
I saw the one you were calling it. You know, I was listening to you. You're like, hey, I'm going to go spam the longhouse. I'm like, okay, yeah, let's. I don't know what you're talking about. Chris over here just made something up completely. Runs up catwalk, got a smoke in front of him, just blasting the wall. I didn't know if you hit anybody that round, but it damn sure looked cool.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I wanted to do the one from City Spawn to A site as well. You can spam them on the normal plant spot, you know, towards cat. You can do that one as well. But I forgot also to try the one on B. You can do one on like the doors, and then you can shoot them a car. Like, there's a lot of cool spams.
Talk about a guy that has been playing CS2. Let's just put it like that.
I did. I mean, I was the most experienced on the server, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of the pros are still playing CSGO and makes sense.
True.
I mean, I'm just a streamer nowadays. I can enjoy my life, and I can play 36 hours CS2, only Dust 2 straight.
You're way more than a streamer, Chris. You know,
Yes.
You're a legend.
Yeah, but I consider myself a streamer nowadays. That was... I mean, it sounds bad to say it. It's in my past. I'm very lucky to have the career I have and met all the people and you guys through my career and having a good time. So, but nowadays I'm a streamer and I'm enjoying my life, and it's just cool to be all over the place in CS still.
So how long have you been in Brazil? Because this was kind of a shocker to me. Yeah. I was like, oh wait, there's Chris on the stream yesterday. Oh, there he is.
I came here Friday evening.
Okay.
So I don't know. I think I've been here 36 hours.
Okay.
Barely.
Just a time to turn around and...
Yeah, and I have no idea what's happening. I barely slept either, so it's like...
Chris, tell me this, right? We saw what happened in Train and IEM Rio last time.
Yeah.
You guys are trying, weren't you? A little bit, a little bit extra? No, not really?
No, but I told everyone directly, it's like, they're going to try hard. I said that directly.
Yeah.
Because, like, it was a little bit weird last time, like that we're gonna be that try hard.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it was
for all of us.
Yeah, I mean, for Brazil and everyone watching, was like, wait, what's happening, basically. But I think they deserved the win last time, and I mean, it's part of the game. You can't convince everyone to have fun, you know. Like, I mean, it's still fun for them because they're winning.
Exactly. Winning is fun.
Yeah, winning is always fun.
There we go. Chad's right.
Another firm believer of Chad's gospel there. Hey, just taking away from this though, did you have fun?
I mean, I really enjoy CS2, so I'm always having fun with that. And I mean, who knows? Maybe this sparks something in me that I want to compete in CS2 again.
So there is a chance. There is a chance it might come back.
There's always a chance. You know, there's a thing where it's like, you know, when something new comes out, there's always someone that's like, maybe I'll unretire. You never know.
Yeah.
So but like, no, it's just fun, and like if I have a chance like this, I'm always gonna say yes.
Chris, have you been able to, other than the show match, obviously, have you been able to watch the tournament, see some of what happened here so far? Are you surprised with to see Heroic in the grand final, maybe Vitality as well?
I mean, Vitality for sure after how it was looking in the beginning.
Yeah.
I mean, done 3-12 on second map. I thought it was over, if I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
But then we saw Dupree with, like, you know, turning the H's back, you know, and then like really go ham against the C9 players and turn it around. And then Cyber was 1v4 on the pistol around second half, last map, and you know, Cyber winning all the clutch. It's like it's just like everything that you don't want to face and like want to happen in that last map when you actually had such a big lead. You won the first map, 12-3 second one. It feels like you should close it down, and then all of a sudden you just like fall apart for them, like for C9. So I feel very bad for them, but then again, like, it's nice to see Vitality once again, like, you know, showing up the standard that everyone expected them, because remember when they released the lineup, you know, they can win everything. So it's a good sign, at least for the majors, look at them. And then Heroic, I always expect them there because of Exist.
Yeah, there's a lot to take away from both sides of things, but for us, the show match is done and dusted. Thank you very much, Chris, for joining us up here. We're going to go to a break. We're going to come back and give you all the things you need to know about the grand final at the Intel Extreme Masters in Rio in the year of 23.
rolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
All right, so what we've come here today to talk about in this next podcast installment, we'll call it, would be a sentiment of graduation. Now,
As
gentlemen,
we go
exactly.
on,
For some of us, that
we
means significantly different than
remember
other things. But in this regard, we're talking about players making their way through the academy leagues and onward and upward to find themselves in the big leagues.
So not the song by Vitamin C?
No, Vitamin C. I think that was just about
I had some
everyone's
Vitamin C
graduation
this
song
morning.
at one point.
Yeah, well, if when we went to school, it definitely would have
Vitamin
been
D.
there.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I have no idea what
Nothing.
you guys are talking about.
It's a great song. It's called Graduation by Vitamin C.
Cool, man.
We're going to play it tomorrow before we go live.
Oh, we could just play it right now and just sit down.
I'm sure it's very popular in English-speaking countries.
The Kanye West graduation album too. Anyway, look, we'll get past all of that. What I'm kind of looking at here is something that's always been intriguing to me, and that's about the process of coming up and getting into the bigger echelons of play.
Do we read Nico's tweets now?
I think we could. Why don't we start it out right there? What is it about Nico's tweets? What did he say? Why do we care?
I think he was a bit misunderstood in his interview, but the point was that people were talking about how they're privileged in Tier 1 to attend all these events and partner teams and so on and so on. And he said that people who are complaining about the grind in the Tier 2 scene is like they don't know what the real grind is, because nowadays there's so many opportunities for these Tier 2 and Tier 3 teams. Sure, maybe you're not a partner team at the highest level, but there's so many Tier 2 tournaments, Tier 3 tournaments online, all these different leagues.
And support.
Right? Even circuits and support that actually gives you plenty of opportunities to earn some money, improve, get better, showcase what you're capable of, and then potentially get picked up by some of these upper teams. You go back when Nico was coming on, I mean, we were on the same team, we were playing together. Like, there's not that many things. It's a couple of online qualifiers. They weren't organized as well as they are today, right? It's grueling to go through a lot of issues. I mean, we want to talk about DDoS attacks that we've had and all the ridiculous things we had to go through back then. So I think people are very quick to forget how things were, not 10, 8 years ago. I asked Chad to look this up right before we went live. In 2013 and 2014, Navi played 160, 170 maps in the whole year. And this is at a time when there's no, they're not going to skip any tournaments. They'll play every tournament they can. They're trying to win and whatnot. And we all heard that Monty, coming into the RMR, a Tier 3 team, has played something like 140 maps already in the first, 3.5 months of the year. So that in itself tells you how many more opportunities you have to play.
Mate, when there's a $165,000 online tournament called Bet Boom Playlist Urbanistic or something, right?
Wow.
Like, no, seriously.
That's the first place.
That was first place.
So total is like 300K or something.
So there's definitely...
Dude, the majors were less than that.
There's definitely more money pumping around and stuff, and I think there's another key here is regionally it's better as well. Like, for example, in Europe, it's obviously grown like weeds, right? You whack one tournament, there's 10 will grow, right? But when you look regionally, and I can't really speak for Blair here, unfortunately, because India never kicked off. But like Australia, for example, back in the day, in a year, you'd maybe get 2 to 3 opportunities to go to international tournaments, right? Maybe a WCG and ESWC, and then there was Code 5, or then there was a CPL or something like that, right? The opportunities were few and far between, and that meant somebody in the country needed to pay the licensing to WCG or ESWC to even run a tournament for you to even go to it. And then now there's so many more opportunities. You've got ESL Australia, which runs a lot of stuff down there, right? It's not just like Cybergamer or Got Games anymore. Like it's definitely grown. So there's more opportunities, sure. I think that it got a bit lost in the weeds because of this whole Tier 1, Tier 2 conversation at the moment with all the partner teams. But the partner teams, or at least a bunch of them, all partook in this whole academy situation, right? Which is now on hold, unfortunately. But that is now one path to pro, a nice term used before we went live, that's already taken off.
So just, for the viewer's sake, for even some of our sake, just to refresh memories here when it comes down to players that came from the academy setting. I've just got a short list here. Obviously, one off the top, you think about Monashi.
Sean Monashi.
Did I say right? Monashi.
Shine him.
Insani, JDC, Exertion, Hyped, Crimbo, NPL, ZTR, Resalt, Chiron, probably one of the more recent ones.
These are all the guys that have big roles in their teams. Like they're some of the carry players for their team's bid in 2021 with Navi and Simple winning his first major. He was playing out of his mind. Monesi, I mean, probably the most fun player to watch right now, how fast he is, go down that line. A lot of guys, Exertion, tell it from the first tournament, legit, man. Like he's legit like one of those players who's going to be a star for a long time.
And it is one thing to have an academy team and you're funneling players upwards. And it's another to have an academy team that you can kind of bounce back and forth. For Big, for example, with Tizzy Nikito, there were some short stints spent down there with the Big academy team. And that's something you see probably more traditional sports as well, like baseball, for example. If you're not doing great, your ass is going to the double A's. Like, that's it. Then you work your way back up, or you just fade off into non-existence. Baseball, I know y'all.
Yeah, we love it.
Yeah,
that's the one where you hit it for 6, right?
No, it's you throw the touchdown pass.
Okay.
They hit it for 6.
In the end zone.
Yeah, that's the one.
With the foul ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
It's got the eagle and the birdie.
The 3-pointer.
That's where you eat the hot dogs.
Yeah. Yes, the hot dogs.
Take me
copious
out
amounts
to the
of
ball
the mustard.
But what do you do?
The mayo.
What do you do in an academy situation where like your academy team's actually getting good results? Like Mal's NXT was a good example of that.
I mean, they did what they had to, right? They picked up the players, they pushed them up, but at the same time, I don't think we've seen any scenario where the entire team just got replaced. We're like, all right, team XYZ, you're out.
Yes, we did.
Which team?
Gambit.
Oh,
true.
Gambit youngsters.
Yeah.
Now Cloud9.
Yeah.
But it's more like they kind of
Hobbit
faded to
remains
obscurity,
true.
right? And
Yeah,
they're like,
it was
well, we have a youngsters
Our
team.
main squad sucks now, so we're just going to get rid of them.
Let's just give these kids a chance.
Yeah, they can't
Look
be
how
any
that
worse,
turned
right?
out.
And it worked. Too
Come
soon.
on, why are we
man.
getting all sad? Nobody watches this. So
Well, I didn't mean it that way, but
We've had this is
that's not how I said it.
This is our second wave though of academy teams, right? Like I don't know what's going to happen now that we plays on pause, but we had academy teams back. What was it, 2016? Remember, like there was it Fnatic had an academy back then with like Bolton and like there was. I remember they were playing.
No wait.
There was definitely some players who like and didn't North have an academy team?
I think a lot of teams at one point.
But here's the thing, right? Like you look back to before versus now. Again, Nico in his tweet. Well, Nico was one of the first players to actually get picked up by Mouse at the time, right? We didn't have international teams. We didn't have English-speaking teams. Like you had your own, Danish teams, French teams, CIS teams, German teams, right? Like
there was a few experiments, but nothing that stuck.
Yeah, right. Because you felt like that's it. That's how it was. That's how it had to be. Sort of, so much is based off of communication. How are you going to do it in your second language? But then you had guys who were just so freaking talented. They were like so good at the game. Like someone like Nico. Don't say anything. We're just going to let you loose. Yeah. And that's what did happen. Nico Sports for a while and whatnot. And it was way more difficult for you if you're an individual and don't have a team to get noticed, right? Like you had to have had.
Rops is a good example.
Yeah, you would have had to have a team, know people, right, to get on a good team and then have some results where people will notice you. Look at it now. I mean, we've been talking about academy leagues and academy teams. Look at Faceit, Pro League, FPL, FPLC, right? That's, for example, someone like Madden, who came from our region. He didn't even, play for some of the best teams at the time. Like, that wasn't the path he took. He was more focusing on his individual grind, and, then he gets picked up and works his way up on that side of things. I mean, Brokey in FaZe, we brought him straight from FPL. Like the guys that played with him, and we looked a little bit at some of his games. There wasn't too much to show, but it was just, hey, we want some young blood, some new blood. Let's test this out. So absolutely, the countries that are underrepresented, that don't have that many players to make a team, now they do. Look at Israel.
I think exactly that's the point I was about to make. Israel, right? Like if you go back like 4 or 5 years, you'd only see like 1 or 2 teams from them playing in the Asian minor, for example, and then they have all this ping issues playing the Middle East because the routing is kind of crap over there. And look at them now. Look at some of the players we have, some of the best players, some of the most exciting players to watch in CS:GO, and they're coming from that country. And how have they come forward? Through FPL, being found out by some of these tier 2, tier 3 teams, and then being given a shot by a team like let's say ENCE, for example, right? They're a team who's looking to experiment with some more unknown names, for example, and then eventually they potentially get picked up by a bigger team.
That's a
right?
key as well that you just brought up, right? There are more teams who are willing to do what Miles did with Nico early now than that existed
And then you
before,
have ENCE
and
now.
because of that, you're happy to take. Well, I don't want to say more risks, but the spotlight is being. If you're good, the spotlight's on you, and
Yeah,
then
of
your
course.
opportunity, right, is to then follow through, like Boros right now, right? Like his follow through is insane. Like at this point, if Monty don't do well at the major and they just like shit the bed, Boros has to be on the list for teams
for
for an
sure.
upgrade.
Somebody's list.
Dude,
for
to
sure.
just rock up and do what he
I
did
mean,
is nuts.
I was
Like,
surp-
he's in the spotlight now.
I was surprised how long Nerds went without getting picked up after his stint in Endpoint. And I think another thing is you go back to why was Sweden so good at Counter-Strike? Why was it like the country that we touted the DCS country? Well, because they had this gather system as well, which is basically face it before face it, right? And what happens there? The young players, they get taught how to play just through the course of playing with more experienced players, right? And learning the basics and the fundamentals. That's why Swedish mixed teams in those tournaments were more dangerous than some actual teams, right? Because they were so good. And that's what you see happen now as well through FPL and all these like gather system is, obviously you want to get to FPL because that's where you really get noticed. So you have to try to win games. You have to be a good teammate. You have to communicate well. Like you have to do all these things along the way on this path to pro that are making you into a better player.
Or you piss the pros off and you get banned from FPL.
There's that too. There's several realities that you can kind of grab into. One thing I would like to grab onto with that would be the idea of
You like doing a bit of grab ass, don't you, Tress?
just a little bit of. No, I'm thinking about the idea that you get to an academy shut your forking mouth. No, what I wanted to say was like, okay, back to baseball I go.
Here we go.
Oh, come on.
Here we go.
Now imagine
Think
being
any
a little
other
league player.
sport.
You're a
Hey,
kid.
bada, bada,
You could play soccer, UK
Football.
whatever.
Soccer.
Whatever. We'll call it football. For all intents and purposes, same junk. What I'm saying is, a kid, you kind of at a certain point you start to make moves and like, oh, he's really good at this.
He's in the
Stick with
state
it.
team. He's
Yeah,
in
like
the best high school
So how do we
team.
bridge the gap between, say, an academy team now or an academy situation where a player could be good enough, but he's still in high school or maybe his exposure? To me, that's the most interesting part because that's how we get more people involved.
Well, Shine Manessi is a good example, right? Because he kind of he gave up everything just to pursue the Counter-Strike dream, right? Whether or not that's advisable, each none's made their decisions. But
Rops.
but he finished the schooling,
school,
right? So
yeah.
there's like obviously difference. Carragher did a bloody degree while still competing, right? But
He has
there
a
was
master's.
it was a bit of a different position to be in. But if with what you're saying, I think that it's different strokes for different folks. For example, in Denmark, right? Astralis' academy team. Well, I don't see any of those players being picked up internationally, but I could see them getting picked up by other Danish teams. Okay. But then you look at somebody like, I don't know, JDC. Well, Germany's not as strong of a scene as Denmark, and now he's on an international team, right? So I feel if you're from like a smaller region or not misrepresented, but that you don't have as many good players, then you're going to find yourself going more international. Whereas if you're from a strong region, which I'm really struggling to name too many other places other than say like Russia or Denmark, where there are
Brazil.
Just an abundance of players.
At the moment, everything's pretty goddamn international.
But I will tell you, Trace, I got that question a lot from parents. It's
Exactly.
like, my kid sits at the PC for so long, he seems good, but how do I said, just how would you do it if he was playing football or basketball or anything, right? Like, if he has talent and he feels good, then he has to approach the game in a way where he's playing it every time to get better at it,
It's not a game at that point.
And as it goes, I would never say quit school, like quit high school. I'm sure you can find a way to finish high school at the very least while you're playing CS. But then when it comes to where you go to university or focus that time on playing, hey, if you're as good as Rops is, and some of these other guys, Nico also went straight from, he finished high school, but then focused on playing. Like, if you're these guys, yeah, absolutely, it makes sense to keep playing. But at that point, at some point, like in sports too, you have to see, am I good, dude, can I be at this level? Can I play at this level?
Level of reality.
Exactly, right? And you need to face that and understand, hey,
maybe, I mean, you can still keep playing and go to university, right? Like, you just don't go all in at that point. You try to balance it a little bit, and then, hey, if it's something, an opportunity happens and you're playing well, and now then you can, then quit school and come back to it later on if you have to.
And enter the CS draft?
But
wait, we don't have that.
But there's a very big difference between someone sitting at the PC for 8 hours and just, screwing around and playing with friends and running around and playing whatever, or if you're playing 8 hours like Gathers and Deathmatch and trying to get better, watching demos, right? Like, that's a very different 8 hours.
And I feel like when it comes to the reality check, right, that's the thing, the reality check coming in. Are you good enough? For example, like if you're a Monacies, like once in a generational talent, for example, there has to be the one guy, like, you can probably put your high school in pause for the time being, maybe, and just go all out. But let's say you're like an average player who could maybe make it, may not make it. Like, someone's got to take the call there, and you can't be too deluded thinking, hey, just go for it, believe in your dreams and potentially ruin your future.
Dude, I mean, I made that call.
Look at you now.
And I stopped playing or pursuing it competitively when, some people lost motivation and it didn't feel what it was. And I focused on my studies, right? I mean, I was 23 at the time. There's still plenty of time to play CS, right? And play a career. But I was like, hey, it's not going to happen for me. Probably, I'm not good enough. I played with Nico. And how is it to play with Nico? Well, it can be pretty fucking depressing, because like you're with this and you see I'm never going to be as good as this guy. Like, I'm just never going to, no matter how many hours I put in, I'm never going to be as good as him. And you see things like that, and you're realistic. Like, hey, I should probably focus on something else. God bless observing and everything else that came along, so I could still hang around CS.
Realistically, I think we can all agree with the sentiment that is stay in school. That's probably the most important aspect of what we've said here.
And be nice to your mum.
Yeah, be nice to your mom.
Just be nice to people in general.
Primary caregiver.
Treat people how you want to be treated.
Yeah.
Unless, well, never mind. We won't go down that road. Guys, I think this is a great conversation to be continued, perhaps off air, so we'll do just that. But yeah, good podcast vibes. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And we'll go back to returning to talk about our glory days another time. For us, you are watching the Intel Extreme Masters.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win out.
And it's all done. And Trollocs win it. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Novi! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Brazil, one of the most culturally diverse nations in the world. Over 217 million people call this country home. And for the last 7 days, so have the Intel Extreme Masters. We began the tournament with 16 teams. Now, just 2 remain. Day 1, we said goodbye to big and hometown heroes Furia. Saturday saw Cloud9 and Na'Vi also packing their bags. For our finalists, it all comes down to one more best of 3. Enter the stage, Vitality, the deepest playoffs run we've seen them make since lifting the trophy back at EPL Season 16. And this swarm already injecting some deadly venom into their opposition. Sure, a win versus Big Clan is one thing, but an unholy comeback versus a squad of Cloud9 seals their fates in the grand finals here. The Hive truly coming alive every step of the way, with every single member standing tall, Spinks delivering consistently. Of course, the Deadly Danes large and in charge, and hopefully Zai will better aim on the server than in the game there today. But one final opponent separates them from lifting this very trophy, and that team has proved their kryptonite again and again and again. That squad is the side of Heroic. No matter the adversity, no matter the boos, the Danes make it to yet one more grand final. 4 on the trot for the squad, and now a chance to be claiming their second trophy. Every single member of the team standing tall yet again. We talk about a well-oiled machine. The definition in the dictionary of that is the squad of Heroic. We've got so much on the line today as we enter the grand finals of the Intel Extreme Masters Rio. And joining me to preface this epic battle on the desk, we've got Yanko, we've got Blair, but also very special guest in Fallen. Man, straight from the show match, up here on the desk. You do everything.
Here we go. We try.
Class is in session. The professor is here.
Yeah, man. Give us some nuggets of wisdom. Did you enjoy the show match up there on the stage?
It was pretty fun, but last time we did a show match here, I think we went too try hard. You wasn't the perfect fit, and this time they say don't go that try hard. But Simple didn't hear that, so that's right.
He doesn't know any other mode.
How is CS2 for you? Have you been playing a lot of it?
I played a little bit when it came out, and I felt the game was already much better than when CSGO came up. Like, CSGO showed up, and I was like, oh, this did so much updates, I don't like the game. But CS2 came up, and I was like, this is much better, and I think it's going to get better and better as it goes.
And of course, moving forward to the grand final, I mean, for you, obviously, so important to have tournaments here in Brazil after the major as well. It's been epic for us to come back to here. It must mean a lot to you too, right?
It's super epic. We got the invitation last moment. I think Virtus.pro couldn't come, and for us, we stopped everything we were doing. I think almost all of us were taking a break because we've been playing for so many months in a row, and we just had to stop everything and come by just to feel the presence and be in Brazil. It's probably the last CSGO event in Brazil, and it's a pleasure to be here.
And we've had a hell of a lot of action going down, haven't we, Yanko? We've obviously had the group stage going on, but now one final match here. Vitality taken on Heroic.
Yeah, and it's going to be a spicy one, right? Stories for both teams. Heroic, probably the most consistent team in the last 6 months or so. Can they lift another trophy here for Vitality? Can they lift a trophy right before the major in Paris, right? Like, it's crazy how much it changed for Vitality over the course of 2 months. Not only their mental fortitude from giving away comebacks to now making their own, but also their T-side. T-side was the problem for them a couple of months ago. Now they're much, much better.
Yeah, before we dissect any more action heading into this epic grand final, we do need to check in with our 1xBet clutch.
And now Apex has to clutch. This is brilliant, but that could be 2. Apex sprays down all 3 and holds on to this run. Final bullet into one of them. Oh God, it's going to have to be Mezzi. Safe from the spread. Time. Mezzi closes! What a round for Fnatic! Could go anywhere. Carrigan's flank could be round defining, but still time. Shot lead, West wasn't ready, now the trade! Oh! Apex!
Here's ready as they come around the corner. He's going to swing on through, gets one, but has to come up big here, and he's done just that. He just needs that last one, and he nails it.
There as well. Shot after shot he delivers, but now Nikodos has an opportunity. One by the truck. Still faking. Moving towards the trucks now. Oh, these shots from Nikodos are nasty.
Clutches claimed and votes ready to be casted. That's what you guys at home should be doing in the chat right now. And gentlemen, as always, I'm going to ask you who you would be casting your vote towards. I feel like for my money, Apex stands large and in charge, right, Anko?
Yeah, I'd vote for the KD 1v2, but it's not here.
Just group stage, man. Just group stage.
Okay.
Temper your
expectations, man. Oh yeah, that was playoffs. I vote for Apex because I don't remember last time I saw him in a clutch.
Yeah,
you know,
man.
usually he's dead by the time that comes around. So yeah, let's give Apex some love.
You agree?
I'm actually going to go the way of Mezzi. I think that 1v4. I think he pulled off an Ancient. That was... It looked almost unwinnable, so I'll give it to him.
Hell yeah, UKCS. We're loving that representation. You rather than I guess. Anyway, let's move on to recap the groups and exactly what we saw going down to set us up for this very best of 3 grand final. Of course, earlier on, we were going down through groups A and groups B, and this is exactly how the teams made it here. Obviously, Fallen, this is a group that you guys were in. Unfortunately, you were saying, you know, you were on holiday when you got the last second call up to be joining this tournament. Do you want to give us a kind of recap of the action that went down here from your perspective?
I think NIP played a good game against us, basically gave us no chance. And for us, afterwards, we had a close match with the Mongols, the last IHC team, and it was pretty close. We lost the third map on 16-14. But regardless, I think Heroic made a good debut against 9. They have been showing some good progress in the RMR. It's a very scary team, and I'm going to be playing them actually next week, so it's going to be interesting. We had Heroic versus Big. I didn't expect Big to come out winning on that one, but they made it. So you see, Heroic sometimes is not going to go their way, as you can see there. Like, it isn't that easy as a run as you'd think. And on the other side, you had Navi beating the Mongols and then the NIP convincingly. So that's basically how it went. And later on, they beat Big 2-0 and made it to the quarters, which unfortunately didn't pass through.
Yeah.
And on the lower bracket, Heroic beat NIP, so I think that was the hardest game for them overall.
Yeah, I feel like the sickness of Yabi definitely took its toll on the side of Heroic Yanko, but yeah, now making it all the way to the grand final yet again.
Yeah, absolutely great tournament from them. Mouse dropping out immediately right on day one. That was a surprise. We expected more from them, but yeah, I think 9 as well could have easily won that game against NIP. Maybe had another rematch against Heroic, but in the end, the teams that we expected to be at the final stages were here.
Yeah, maybe apart from Big, I think that was the biggest surprise of that kind of groups rumbler.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Big have just in general played very well. Like we've heard from other teams as well. They're trying a lot of new things on multiple maps as well. So that is, I guess, it's a good result overall for Big, despite the fact they didn't make it to the major, the fact that at least made it to the playoffs over here. Yeah, but some disappointment. And Group B was a little bit more spicier, some people might say.
Yeah, definitely a roller coaster of emotions. Not least for Team Vitality, because it kind of came full circle for them. The initial match they lost versus OG managed to claim revenge in the game that actually really did matter.
I mean, if you look at the lower bracket match of Vitality phase for elimination, I don't think anyone saw that coming, right? But we can see Vitality, they had an opening loss to OG, but ever since then, they've just been very similar to Heroic against Big, just been on the up and up. So yeah, they had to run that gauntlet and they managed to do so.
And obviously Fallen as well, we did manage to get some Brazilian representation in the arena. Obviously Furia managing to make it through. Unfortunate we didn't get to see a bit more of them in the playoffs, but great to see them in front of the home crowd, right?
Yeah, I think they play super well. They have constantly getting off the group stage. It's already a big win, and they fell short just like they fell short of the major. It was a very close match. They ended up 12-16, and they almost made it to today.
Yeah, and it was obviously heartbreak for the Brazilian fans in the arena once again at the hands of Heroic Yanko. I'm not expecting many cheers to be going their way in the arena today.
Yeah, it seems like the crowd doesn't really favor Heroic. They favor more Zyvo and Vitality and Apex, I think, too. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, that side of the bracket was more difficult. You feel like Furia really needed to win that game against Cloud9 in the group and get themselves on the easier, quote-unquote, side of the bracket. I think then they could have potentially made it into the grand final, and at that point, who knows what would have happened.
Yeah, big question marks indeed. Big question marks in the other side of the bracket, with obviously Vitality taking to the stage versus Cloud9. That was the comeback or the crumble to end all history books, man. That was just dire straits from Cloud9.
That was literally history being made, right? We saw some of the numbers as well. Like you're, what, 10-0 up, 12-1 up on a T side of Vertigo, and to lose in that fashion, it was crushing. And then overpass happened, and Zyvo decided to just end it quickly. So it's like, kudos to Vitality to bring it back. That required incredible resilience, and that's something we've been seeing from this team, just being so resilient, so tenacious. But for Cloud9, back to the drawing board again, and hopefully they come back stronger.
Yeah, hopefully. Fallen, can you give us your thoughts on Cloud9 and kind of the ups and downs and everything in between we've seen from them?
Yeah, you know, sometimes it just goes this way. When we play Cloud9 Vertigo, I think we were in the situation. We had a pretty huge lead, and they came back on a 15-8 to shut us down and take us out of the major. And this time, I think Dupree showed up. Like, we have been seeing Zayu performing over and over and over. In this tournament, you had Sphinx playing super well. And then for that match specifically, Dupree was like impossible, like prime Dupree. And he showed up, and that's what you need to get into the finals and to be able to win trophies. You need more people showing up all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. Rolling back the years, did Dupree, and then as you would, Zyvo on the third map just takes matters into his own hands and really seals the deal for Vitality. And I think Fallen is spot on, right? If you're going to win trophies, you can't have one or two guys carry you to it. You have to have everyone execute their role, everyone do a good job, and I think that's why Vitality is in the grand final here.
Yeah, and arguably Heroic as well, looking like a well-oiled machine coming into things. But speaking of machines, and not the man himself, it's actually over to our casters, Harry and Hugo, for this grand final. How's it looking, gentlemen?
Well, the energy in here is pretty electric. We got one hell of a grand final coming down the pipeline. Vitality taking on Heroic. The Danes have been in fantastic fashion. They've been the scourge of Brazil thus far. Vitality trying to leave an impression before their run in the major. This is great, Hugo.
Some things never change in Rio, Harry. I still can't hear a word you're saying, and it's going to be a fantastic final, no doubt about it. Heroic, the bad boys. Vitality looking solid right now, and Zaiwu, he's got a lot of fans in the building, so let's see if he can perform well today. We're going to be ready for the grand final. I hope you are. Let's throw it back to the desk.
Hell yeah, we're ready. I'm so excited to be getting this one on the way, not least because the narrative, there's just a plethora of them oozing out of this grand final. When we're looking at Heroic, we're talking about a team that have been so consistently making it to those grand finals, Janko.
Yeah, definitely. You look at the tournaments starting from Rio, going back, straight after that disappointing grand final against Outsiders. They go to the fall finals in Copenhagen on home turf. They lift finally a trophy then in Katowice, that great grand final against G2. Their second place there, a bit underwhelming at Pro League. I mean, they did lose to Navi, so not much shame in that. And this is an opportunity for Heroic to lift yet another trophy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think like this consistent rise we saw stem from that loss they had in the grand finals right here in Rio, right? It seemed to finally awaken something in them, and they immediately went on to win the Bloss Fall Finals. And yeah, the form they're in right now, yesterday against Na'Vi, for example, great game of an overpass, and then a Navi's mapping, a Na'Vi who's looking almost like in championship form right now. They just destroyed them, just wrecked them, right? And Heroic, yeah, I think they're a team everyone should be afraid of right now, and in current form, some people would be completely justified in calling them the favorites, despite the fact that Vitality are playing so good.
And Fallen, I imagine, the emotions that you're experiencing after, such a crushing loss. You've poured blood, sweat and tears, everything you have into a grand final for it to slip through your fingers. It's no wonder that Heroic will come back hungrier than ever, right?
Yeah, exactly. When we're in that fashion, when we're constantly getting to the finals, every time you lose one of them, you kind of grow up, the emotional part grow up, and they're going to get stronger and stronger and stronger. And I think Heroic is favorite here, in my opinion, even though, there is Zayu, there is Finks, all those guys can pop up and win games for you, but I still think Heroic is, as a team, is more composed and can take this one.
Yeah, inversely, when we're talking about Vitality, I feel like if we had, line charts for each of these teams, for Vitality, it would be a slow and steady rise, right? Just peaking for maybe Paris? I don't know.
Yeah, probably. I mean, and that's how you feel when you look at Katowice. They lose in the quarterfinals to Liquid. Then at Pro League, they lose in the quarterfinals to Ents. Two disappointing games where they feel like they should have won. And now in Rio, finally, they break that glass ceiling. They win not only one playoff game, but 2 playoff games. And yeah, absolutely. If they manage to lift the trophy here, beat Heroic, that's going to give them such a massive boost of confidence coming into Paris.
And also just the fact that someone like, we've always questioned about Spinks, that the superstar he was in that Ents lineup, where is he? And he seems to finally fall into place here for the side of Vitality, and even Dupree, right? And as Fallen mentioned, like how the individuals need to step up if you're going to be winning championships. That's exactly what it's seeing from Vitality. We're seeing the Danes, the veterans, everyone chipping in. I don't remember the last time I saw 2 players from the same team in a Tier 1 event have over 1.3 rating coming into a grand final. So that's looked insane individually from Vitality.
Yeah, I'm sure both teams are ready to be entering this arena. But before they do that, let's get a quick vibe check from Banks.
Grand finals day, Mr. Dupree, something you've been used to many, many times. How are you feeling this morning? How do things start to go when you woke up?
I'm tired, but I think everyone is. It's been a long couple of days and a long tournament. So right now I'm getting ready for the game, but right now obviously we're all tired, but yeah.
So you got to find your energy, dig deep before the grand final. What do you do before you get there? What happens with the team?
First of all, we're just gonna go on the stage, set up, and get everything going, and then obviously we're just gonna have a talk about the game and how we're gonna prepare, and then get all the snacks that we need and everything, and then just take one game at a time.
I like it. Good luck, mate. Thank you very much. Go for KDM first of all. Okay. Oh, hello, KDM. Do you want to be spoken to? How are you feeling, mate?
I think it's more the rest wants to dodge it,
Pass it off to you.
Yeah.
All right, so yesterday, right, an incredible result for you guys. You kept the energy high even in a mad overtime game like you had. What was that feeling like to get a win again on stage over Na'Vi?
Yeah, it felt good. That's 2 big stadium events in a row where we beat a team that has 4 players that's won the Grand Slam and the Major. So I think it speaks about the experience that's growing on this team and that we're getting better at handling the pressure. Also twice taking down Furia, and what's probably the most crazy thing that any esports team has tried. So yeah, I think that's cool.
Twice you've done that as well, but how much do you feel better in this situation of getting the trophy today against Vitality compared to what went on at the major? Do you feel like the same kind of energy, same vibes? What have you looked at different? Talk me through it.
I think it's a bit more of a fair schedule this time. Last time we didn't have time to sleep or prepare at all. So I think ESL has done a good job at least adjusting the time schedule a little bit for this one. So yeah, we feel prepared now, we feel rested. There's no excuses in the tank. It's just all about going out there and giving it everything you have.
You always do, mate. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Good luck, mate. Thank you very much. And now we're going to take a look at our 1xBet clutch.
And now Apex has to clutch. This is brilliant, but that could be two. Apex sprays down all three and holds on to this run.
Hopefully going to be seeing plenty more clutches coming out of Apex on that very stage. We heard it from the teams there themselves, obviously raring to get going in our grand final. Heroic may be experiencing some flashbacks to last time they were on this very stage. Fallen, talk to me about some of the emotions that you're feeling as a team, you know, getting ready, getting prepared to enter the stage.
Yeah, it's always an awesome experience. I think Heroic, particularly because they lost to Outsiders last major here. They made everything they had to do to get there. But they felt very far from winning that major. Like, they didn't perform as they expected. So now they not only they have to battle Vitality a little bit, but also have to battle themselves because they don't want the same to happen. So it's intense. But as I said, every win, every week that goes by, you grow somehow as a person, and now it's time to show that they can do better in the final here.
And Kaden said it himself, right? Beat Navi 2 times, has 4 major winners, Grand Slam winners on that roster. Speaks of the experience that Heroic is starting to get as a team. And now it's time to show it here, right? That doesn't necessarily mean they're going to win, but you can't fall completely flat like you did 6 months ago.
Blair, I was doing some maths, some quick maths at that. I'm not going to do it live on camera.
Dangerous.
Yeah, very dangerous. That was the second quickest major grand final that we've ever seen, that Outsiders versus Heroic game, just falling short of the Astralis Avanga game that we saw back in Berlin. Yeah, they're going to be wanting to at least get a bit of revenge, even if the Outsiders aren't on the other side.
Yeah, it's a tale of redemption.
Outsiders were fastest at something.
Right?
Yeah,
Never heard of that. Never heard of
that. Look, that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen here. I feel like, yes, they got completely steamrolled in the grand finals, barely a fight being put up, but this is a team who looks so different, taking down Furia again in front of the crowd as well. I feel like they had a harder path, even against yesterday Navi, who were looking in championship form. Like I said earlier, this is a team who's not going to roll over and die. This is a team who's not going to crumble. I feel like they've kind of faced their demons and eventually to come out on top. Of course, the redemption stories, they're exercising the demons. We're going to find out if they're going to do it. I think it's very fitting because Vitality, they look great as well. And if Heroic are able to take them down heading into Paris, they're going to be feeling super, super confident.
Well, speaking of that beautiful stage just behind us, Banks, Nivi, what is going on down there?
Together in this amazing arena all weekend long. And Nivi, I want to start by asking you, how have you found it? How have you found this crowd once again?
I don't know how can I explain this. I think this is a great moment, even with no Brazilian teams.
Yes, there is no Brazilian teams, but there's a lot of Brazilian fans right now at least filling out for the grand final.
Yeah.
I want to ask you, which one do you think they'll be cheering for today? Do you think they're going to be more on Vitality's side or more on Heroics?
I think this is a trick question because both of them eliminated Brazilian teams. So I think this is hard. They eliminated MIBR and Furia. So I think the people here are choosing. I don't know, I'm not sure. But maybe Heroic is more recent, so okay. I think they are cheering for Vitality.
Well, she thinks Vitality have got it. We're about to find out. It's time for us to get closer to this trophy.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Melbourne, Australia. Home of the best Palmers, the Flat White, iconic trams, the Yarra River, and CSGO. ESL Challenger Melbourne. Book your tickets now.
And just the map control in general, like there was a bunch of small things that just went wrong and it kept getting worse. I think it definitely gave us some hunger to achieve more. I mean, obviously we were disappointed in losing the final, especially in the way we lost it.
I think there was a point in time in that game where it just felt like Hero just looked lost.
Like, it's always different watching someone and preparing for it than actually playing against it and feeling it yourself, so I think it's difficult to play against them.
I mean, we're definitely not where we want to be, so that's why we keep on grinding, keep on working hard. Definitely like the communication, like how we communicate with each other, and like the difference from practice and from other games where it went way better.
Fucking nice, man. Fucking nice.
They just still had that one extra inch remaining for them to be a team where it can be like, yeah, they're going to be winning majors, they're going to be winning big events.
A lot of beauty to the storyline between Heroic and Furia here in Rio, because either we're going to be known as the forever kryptonite of Furia in their home soil, or they will break the curse that kind of ruined their chances of winning the major last time.
Yabi now springing the line, knocks them off the board, and runs this round! NPL back for front. Alien cleans house!
The Danes, heroes by name, but certainly not by nature in this very arena. Heroic poised to take to the stage for their second Jeunesse Grand Final and hoping to put the Demons to bed this time around. For Vitality, they are ready to be taking on their opponents. And Blair, as we were prefacing, not too familiar with these Grand Final stages. That is why this one is going to be an absolute barn burner going down on this stage.
Oh, absolutely. For Vitality, as we've mentioned time and time again, this is a team who haven't really seen too many grand finals unless you have to go all the way back to Pro League. And for Heroic, they can break the curse. They can kind of exercise the demons here in Rio in just the next 3 maps.
Peacemaker, this is going to be an absolute battle going down there on stage. We're talking about revenge for Heroic and avenging their demons coming back into the Jeunesse. For Vitality, we're talking about them finally getting to lift a trophy in front of a huge crowd.
Yeah, in front of a huge crowd, and yeah, I'm kind of curious to see who actually the crowd is going to be cheering for. Right, we see them getting the support from the Brazilian fans all the way until now.
I think I know who they're going
for. But listen, yesterday I saw Kadian was doing an interview with Goalless, sort of like begging for support, you know, telling them that they love the Brazilian fans, that they get along with the Furia guys really well. He was playing those games yesterday night, and yeah, But other than that, yeah, really, really nice game we have. Yeah, a lot to prove from Vitality, and I think that would be a huge boost of confidence moving forward.
I'm sure Furia loves the heroic guys. They knock them out of every single tournament they play. They must be best friends.
Yeah, I'm taking the Vitality side of the equation in terms of the cheers for the arena. But let's begin to preface, what we've seen from these teams so far, because it's been a bit of a bumpy road, arguably, for both of them, Blair. But when they've hit the playoff stage on this grand stage, they've been hitting the ground running, both of them.
Oh, absolutely. Like both, and take a look at the numbers as well, right? This is something which caught me off guard, how close they are. And by the way, these two teams have played quite a lot of maps, right? 14 maps being played by Heroic, 13 by Vitality, and the numbers, it's so very close, so very tight. And in a lot of these parameters, they're either first or second in the tournament with a pretty massive sample size. So they are definitely neck and neck right now.
When we're talking about some of the stars coming in here, we just saw a little bit of a spoiler there. Dupree, he's really been showing up on the stage, and it totally makes sense considering, the tenure of the day and the experience he has on these big stages, Janko.
I think for Dupree to perform at this level, you just need to tire him out. He's been saying how he's tired for 5 days now, and he keeps playing well. So maybe that's the goal, right? Like maybe he has too much energy when he's playing. No, jokes aside, it was great to see him, especially on Vertigo against Cloud9 on that T side. He was the driving factor, almost had 40 kills on that map. T side was absolutely incredible, and we're constantly talking about Spinks and Zaiwu, and then it's old boy Dupree. Oh, I feel bad now for calling him old, but then it's
he's not even old,
the
is he?
old guard Dupree.
Yeah,
getting it done. Getting it done.
I mean, listen, I think I have an idea why he's performing despite the fact he's tired. He's a fresh dad, just a couple of months back, barely getting into sleep. I don't know. But look, we talk about the T side, right? How Vitality have the best T side right now in the tournament, and how they've kind of completely turned the tables when it comes to their offensive side. And Dupree has been leading the charge. He's the one, I think, is the highest rated opening fragger in the team. We saw what he did to Cloud9 yesterday at Vertigo as well, and you can take a look at his numbers compared to the last 3 months. That is insane, and it's not across just one series or two series, or he's not an Anubis specialist or anything. He's doing it across this entirety of this tournament, and that's very creditable.
And it's great when we're looking at the T side, specifically Peacemaker, because we know that's something that Vitality wanted to be working on coming into this season, and they've definitely been showing it in this tournament so far.
Yeah, they've been showing it, and I think also we're talking about Dupree and all those names, but I think we got to give credit to the men, right, to the IGL, to Apex, right? I mean, there was a lot of questions in this roster when they were built regarding, firepower, where are they going to be able to compete against some of these teams or not? And well, Apex has also shown us in this event that he can frag out, right? He was top fragging in some of the games, and also he's been calling really well for them to be able to have these amazing T sides. And actually, I was talking to Blair earlier today about this Dupree factor. I don't know how much it actually has to do with the fact that he was actually out of the team for a period, right? When he became a dad, and he was out, and then Jax came in, was actually performing really well. And I know how some of these players feel, right? Like when you see that, well, they are doing great without me. Maybe that's one thing that you kind of have to pay attention to that and be like, well, when I come back, I want to make sure that I give my best. And well, Dupree is proving us, right, that he still has what it takes to compete in these big arenas.
Well, speaking of the deadly lane, let's see where his energy levels are at heading into this grand final.
Vitality will be facing off against Heroic in this grand finals. I've got Dupree with me, who's been lights out so far this tournament, but things for the team right now seem to be clicking. I'm just going to come back to that impressive comeback yesterday on Vertigo. How important was that for you guys? Not obviously just to win the game, but showing that you can do your maneuver like that, which takes a lot.
I think no one in the team kind of expected us to make that comeback yesterday. We just briefly said to each other that I know we're not playing 100% right now, and but we need to show a better face. And we were trying to remind ourselves that the major is coming up in a couple of weeks, and we wanted to show if this would be the major, how would we react? So I guess it was a pretty good reaction in that sense. But still, it was very sloppy yesterday. But I mean, we managed to pull through in some sense. And I had a really great game on the second map, and that made everyone believe, and that made the young stars show up for the third map. So that was really, really good.
Yeah, bought some time for sure, man. That's what it did. Now, when it comes to the young stars, though, in terms of pressure they feel, even though Zaiwu's been on some of these stages before, it's the big games, it's the high pressure games where sometimes we do see him go missing a bit. I want to know, is that just what we're seeing because we're looking at only numbers, or is there something else you can maybe enlighten me on?
Actually, it's not something that I've put too much effort into, thinking about. I know that Zaiwu is this the player that can make or break games. He's an extremely talented guy, and he's probably the most talented player that I've ever played with. I mean, I played alongside Device for many, many years. Device definitely has other qualities, but in terms of raw skill and understanding of the game, I think ZywOo is on another level. And sure, he's the wild card on the team. Like, he's the one that can definitely change the momentum and everything for us. But he's still so young. He's achieved so much in such a short time, and I have my full trust in him no matter what.
That's incredible. High praise indeed. Now, I want to touch on the fact that obviously winning the EPL 16 was now a little while ago. How important is this for you guys before the majors to win, or is the grand final just enough?
I think we talked about that, making it to the grand. When we made it to playoffs, we said that we wanted to make it a goal getting to the grand final. And now we're here, and now a championship Sunday is like every other Sunday in the fact that I mean, a lot of the guys in the team has been here before. I've been here many times. Yeah, this one is, of course, it's important. But let's say we lose today, it's not going to be the end of the world. We've gotten some very needed experience going here. We are going up against a really solid team in terms of heroic, and I think anything can happen on this day. I don't think both teams are playing at 100%. So I think as of right now, I think it's very open. I mean, it depends on who's going to hit the day, and I think whoever's going to win is obviously going to have a lot of satisfaction, but also a lot of joy going into the major, you know, and a lot of confidence coming from this win. But I don't think it's going to be a determining factor of how the major is going to pan out.
Okay, I like it. Dupree, thank you so much, man. Good luck going into the grand final. Vitality, they're ready and raring to go, and they want this, so let's see if they can get it.
And when we talk about the young stars, we have to throw Spinx's name up versus ZywOo as well. Because, man, talk about consistency and talk about, I guess, a figurehead joining Vitality. This is what we wanted to see, Janko, when Spinx joined the fray earlier on last year.
Absolutely, you know, that was the sort of a problem in Vitality before Spinx's arrival was who's the second star? Who's going to help ZywOo out? Who is the electronic to the simple, right? And Spinx was supposed to be that guy, and it took him a little while to get adjusted to the different play style that Vitality is running, but in the last couple of tournaments, this one especially, he's been absolutely lights out.
Yeah, and the fact that, again, you look at his numbers, we saw 1.32 for ZywOo, 1.31 for Spinx. After like 13 maps played across the entire tournament, you don't see these numbers even in a top-tier team, right? Because usually when your star player has a 1.3 rating, he's taking away kills for everyone else. But then you look at the multi-kills they have. Janko, you pointed it out yesterday as well. 45% of the frags, the multi-kills that the team gets are these two players, right? But then you said what Dupree said. If none of these guys step up, then it's a problem. What's
up? Does that mean that
no more live match?
Oh,
no
shut up! No more match.
Moving on. Let's talk about the Danes. Let's talk about Heroic because you know, unfortunately for Vitality, time and time again, Heroic have managed to take them down. So let's check on him with Stan to see how he's feeling ahead of this grand final.
Another grand final for Heroic, another chance to take a trophy home with them. Stan, this event has been wild for you guys. Every game against the crowd, every time proving them wrong. You guys must have been just like born in the fire of the negativity, but still been able to perform. How do you do it?
I mean, we've just been getting used to it by time, right? As you say, this is many games now that we have been playing with the crowd being against us and stuff. So, I mean, we're used to it, and for us, it's just about like hyping ourselves up, and it's like this us against the world feeling, and I mean, we like playing under it.
Now, I want to dig into that hyping yourselves up more because I spoke to Exist during one of the breaks between the last game against Na'Vi. He was saying KDM was hyping up a lot of you guys' individual play. How much importance is that on the feeling and the mood within the team, especially on a tiring overtime game like you had on Overpass?
I mean, it means everything, right? Like hyping the teammates up, it can be like if they throw a good flash even. Sometimes, yeah, like sometimes it's not about like the multi-kills, also just like highlighting the small stuff as well. Good flash, you threw them, thanks for it and stuff like that. So it's everything.
Now Vitality. Last time round when you faced them at Katowice, it was a really good game for you guys, but they have changed a lot, right? We've seen improvements on their T side, we're seeing individuals come together, some roles and positions have swapped around as well. What do you think of this Vitality right now when you've done the preparation for them?
Yeah, I mean, I think they look really strong. As you mentioned as well, like Spinx and ZywOo has been playing a really good tournament, so yeah, they're in a top form right now.
Not worried about the other two Danes that were performing better. Dupree probably having like one of his best events in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, Dupree had a really good game against Cloud9, especially on Vertigo. So they're in a good place right now, but so are we. So it's going to be an exciting game.
And what do you feel is the biggest advantage you have over them in this series?
I think that we play better CS than them, like tactically wise. I think they rely a lot on the individuals, where we play more as a team.
And just one quick question now off the back of that, because you said it, you play more as a team, you do. People look at you and say, yes, you're the star. But like Shush, Tessus yesterday had monstrous, insane games. Does it really feel like to you that everyone can be a star? How do you see it?
Yeah, for sure. Like everyone on our team can pop off, and that's also like one of the strong forces, right? Not when you look at the other top teams, when you look like always Simple, always Saivu and Shiva and stuff like that. For us, it can be every one of us, and I mean, that's just good, right?
It makes things a little bit easier for sure. Stan, thank you very much for your time, man. Good luck going into the match. We'll see what Heroic can get done against Vitality. It's coming right up.
Heroic, their own hype men, and you know what? It's been working so far, particularly when we look at that series versus Na'Vi just yesterday, Blair, particularly when we're putting our eyes on the overpass, moving on into Ancient, and just how dominant they were.
Oh yeah, they just completely shut out Na'Vi there, but I like the fact that, what Stan mentioned right there is that we are a better team tactically speaking, because yesterday in overpass, in what was, a triple OT when they finally closed out, he was the bottom of the scoreboard when it came to, I think, the entire server, right? He was really struggling individually, yet everyone else chips in. They have full faith in Cadence calls. They have full faith in this hive mind style of Counter-Strike that they play, and that's what makes Heroic click.
Yeah, and it's fair to say that I think Heroic is a better team a little bit tactically, and Vitality has more firepower with the likes of Zaivu, absolutely, and then Spinks. But I'm interested to see where do we end up in terms of maps, right? Because over the last 2 series that they played against each other, they played all 5 maps outside of the 2 perma-bans,
there
of course,
you go.
right? So
that's pretty surprising for me. I think that, coming very strong as a nuke team on the side of Vitality, I'm surprised with the Vertigo pick here. Yeah, they look great on the map, but I would have went for nuke. We see the Inferno pick from Heroic, which is not a surprise, right? Like they feel really comfortable on the map. It's sort of like a small punishment for on the Vitality side, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, and Mirage obviously going to be banned out by the side of Vitality. I thought it might be either Inferno or Mirage being picked here by Heroic, and then of course Decider Overpass. It's a map that both these 2 teams have looked very good on this tournament, apart from that initial loss that Vitality suffered against OG, if memory serves me right. But yeah, Vertigo pick. They're going to be starting most likely on the T side as well. Yeah. And yesterday, sure, they completely decimated Cloud9, but Heroic are not a Cloud9.
No, they're not, and I think that that's the thing, right? Heroic yesterday in the veto, they showed weakness on Nuke when they decided to veto it against a Na'Vi team who is not really good on Nuke right now. And then that's why it catches me off guard, and I hope it's exciting for the viewers as well who are tuning in to watch this grand final, because yes, Vitality, their best map right now on paper has to be Nuke. And for them to go for another pick, I don't know if it's because Heroic maybe expected it, so they kind of wanted to run away from the preparation that we all know Heroic puts a lot of effort into. If that's the case, I can understand that, but it could be dangerous for them starting T-side on Vertigo, right?
Yeah, but look at their T-side yesterday. So I think they have a lot of faith in their T-side, and that's also something that you look at when you pick maps is you predict that you have to start on T-side, so how do we feel about our T-side on this map? That's the most important thing, especially if your map is the first one. And yeah, Vitality may be seeing that as more of a punish than some of the other maps. In the grand scheme of things, last time around in Katowice, it was Overpass Inferno 16-7, 16-4 for Heroic. Both maps in the pool now as well.
Well, we do have our map set in stone, which means there's just one more thing left to be doing. That is welcoming our teams onto this bad boy stage behind us in the Jeunesse. When we return from this break, it's Heroic taking on Vitality in the IEM Grand Final.
for Brazil. Comes at him round the corner, and Yuri decimates the opposition. Gosh, outstanding!
We have just witnessed something magnificent in the marvelous city of Rio de Janeiro.
Is it wrong? Is it right? Is it dark? Is it light? Am I low? Am I high? Can you run? Can you hide? Is it wrong? Is it right? Is it dark? Is it light? Am I low? Am I high? Feel it coming, feel it coming.
É chegada a hora. O momento que todos vocês estavam esperando. Hora da grande final do Intel Extreme Masters 2023! Hora da gente descobrir quem leva a taça aqui no Rio de Janeiro.
It's Championship Sunday for the Intel Extreme Masters at Rio. And these teams have been fighting hard to get to this spot and deliver on this stage. We've seen crazy matches. We've seen players cry, heartbreak, not able to do the damage they wanted to do here to redeem themselves. But right now, we have the two best teams on the stage, ready to deliver for you all.
Ontem a gente teve um comeback inacreditável aqui por parte da Vitality. Tivemos uma sucessão de overtimes no jogo da Heroic. Parecia final antecipada, cara. Imagina o que não vai rolar aqui hoje.
Now, when it comes to looking at what we saw from these two teams in the grand final, Heroic, they did take down Your Furia, but then they annihilated Na'Vi. They put up one hell of a fight and once again proved to be one of the most consistent teams we have. And then Vitality, they went up against Big Clan at first and they showed that they could still get the job done. And Cloud9, it looked like it was all over. It looked like they were not even going to be in this grand final, but they somehow pulled it back and they earned that spot here.
Ó, e uma ironia sobre esse confronto é que ele vai ser jogado pelas equipes que eliminaram tanto a Fúria quanto a MBR. Mas, além disso, eles também vieram da chave inferior de seus grupos e tiveram que suar muito a camisa para ataque hoje. Acho que a gente pode chamar eles, né? It's your call.
These bees have been making a run and they've been making a noise from start to finish. They may have stumbled at the first hurdle here in Rio, but after that, the Swarm reacted with the mightiest sting. They've certainly earned their place here in the grand final. Rio, Counter-Strike fans around the world, your first grand finalist, it's Team Vitality!
For victory. That is exactly what they crave on this very stage. 3 major winners adorn this roster, but it's those who haven't claimed that accolade that we have been talking about time and time again, Blair. Of course, the ever-reliable Zywoo and Spinks leading the charge.
The two stars, Freya, they are shining bright. And just in time, the veterans showcasing what they still have in store for this team, and they're resilient. They are tenacious. They want this win.
Comebacks, clutches, and a chaotic road to make it here, and Vitality are ready to show what they're made of in this grand final.
Engraçado que você... Eu acho incrível o jeito que vocês já escolhem lados, eu amo! Então, por favor, recebam com esse mesmo calor a adversária da equipe da Vitality. Can call.
The Danes have been in this exact same position before. These Danes have stood in front of you as the hero slayers. But right now, they are one game away from becoming your heroes. They have fought for this, they have worked for this, and they have shown why they deserve to be in this position. Their opponent taking to the stage now, it's Heroic!
to paint the arena red. Not so many cheers, but clearly no fears. Heroic putting to bed every single opponent so far, and now Janko, Vitality, the only name left on that hit list.
They were so close last time around. They were one game away from lifting the trophy here in Rio. But this is not the same team like that time. They're more experienced now. They're more lethal and Heroic, looking for revenge here in Rio.
They've left this arena empty-handed once before, and it was heartbreaking. Now, another shot at glory and their first ever IEM trophy potentially on the line.
Olha, eu vou ser sincera com vocês, eu tô com muita dificuldade de acompanhar. Pra que afinal vocês estão torcendo? Quem aqui tá torcendo pela equipe da Vitality? Quem aqui tá torcendo pela equipe da Heroic? I'm not sure.
We should do it one more time. Do the test.
One more time. Quem aqui tá torcendo pela equipe da Vitality uma vez mais? Mais uma vez torcida da Heroic. I think it's Heroic.
You think it's Heroic? We'll have to see who it's going to be in the server. Jeunesse Arena, Counter-Strike fans around the world, one last time. It's time to bring the hype!
Going into the grand finals after this comeback is obviously a big confidence boost, despite the fact being one map down and on second map being really far behind. We showed the right mentality of never giving up and fighting with everything.
Beating Na'Vi like that, especially on the second map, proves that we are in a really good place as a team right now. So I think we have a better team chemistry than Vitality. We play better strategic CS than them. They maybe rely on the individual side, where we rely on the team play.
They have a lot of confidence right now, also coming from the RMR, going 3-0 and beating Furia with the home crowd is obviously one thing. So I definitely think to beat Heroic, we need to play our best CS tomorrow.
Distract, takes engagement, he gets another one. No! Zywo's doing it! Only Exile remains! He's done it! The absolute best to ever touch this game! Zywo is insane!
Vitality's strongest force is obviously Zywo. When he shows up, they just play the best.
All of the remaining energy is going to be put on the table tomorrow.
Good luck, Vitality.
Heroic versus Vitality, it all comes down to this. One more best of three separates one of these two squads from glory and from the trophy. And Lewis, we know the crushing emotions last time the Danes experienced a grand final in this very arena.
Yes, we know all of that, and you can tell like they are very energetic. You can see Kadian right now on the screen, you know, hyping them up. I think he does a really good job as an in-game leader in that sense. And man, these two teams, it's very deserved, you know. Beautiful storyline from Heroic coming back from, you know, Yabi being sick through all, like during the tournament, and then bouncing back and being here in the grand final. Vitality on the other side, having a rough start with their backs against the wall, and then they come back, they bounce back from that loss. They win against MIBR, they beat FaZe, and they're here now in the grand final when they played against very tough opponents, came back from very tough situations. What a grand final we have in our hands.
It's not a major, but it's a grand final in the same arena, and Heroic knows what they mustn't allow to happen this time around. They need to bring more energy. They need to be there for each other, which is something they're generally really good at. What I loved from them also is how they're innovating a little bit with dropping a ton of nades in spawn, right? And they're just coming back both on T side, on overpass, CT side, on Ancient. We'll see if they have something similar in store for Vitality here.
Yeah, and one thing is, like, obviously Vertigo, the CT side, that was a problem for the side of Vitality. That's something which is abused in the past as well. And Cadian, this guy, he's going to be ready, Freya. It's going to be V for victory for Vitality, or redemption in Rio for Heroic.
Man, and he certainly knows how to get the crowd on his side, despite Peacemaker, the fact that they have been booing Heroic every single step of the way, and I don't blame them. They have been the Brazilian killers, but man, the crowd's standing pretty even on both sides of the equation here.
Yeah, it has been pretty even. I think, well, we saw Cadian walking in with a Brazilian flag, trying to get them on their side. Now they're trying to, you know, joke with the crowd, and I think that's nice. I think it does make a difference. You can tell, like, that, you know, once they feel in the zone and they get all this hype, all this motivation, it does affect the way they play on the server, especially because, like, you know, as Janko said, like, they rely a lot, like, on the strategic part, but also they need to be hitting their shots, especially going up against, well, two of the best players in this event so far, one on Spinks and Zywo, right?
And with how competitive the scene has been over the last 6 months, the last year and a half, you know, the grand final appearance is by no means guaranteed for you. So if you're Vitality, if you're Zywo, you need to show up here, right? You need to do your job, you need to lead the team, and we'll see if he manages to do that.
Yeah, we're talking about Vertigo, the first map coming up in this series, and we're talking about Vitality starting on a T side, which Blair arguably has been looking pretty deadly for them.
It's been looking really deadly, but again, it was predicated on the fact that Dupree just rolled back the years and just went absolute Hulk mode yesterday. Right now, I don't think that's something, even the fact that he's playing so well right now, I don't think it's something that can be necessarily replicated. What we need is Zywo and Spinks playing the way their numbers have shown thus far. Yesterday, Zywo really didn't show up until it came to map number 3. He needs to get going right now, because Vitality, they rely on the stars, and these are very, very massive, bright stars, but they need to get off to a good start.
The stars certainly been shining bright for both sides of the equation, and man, it is time to get the show on the road. We have got the grand final of the Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2023, Vertigo, Inferno, and I sure as hell hope we go all the way to Overpass. Harry and Hugo, take it away.
In this gorgeous corner of the world, today we will bear witness to the beating heart of competition. These are the game that every single fan of Counter-Strike lives for. A grand final with two teams at their peak, a grand final that feels too close to call, a pure heat of the sweet Counter-Strike adrenaline that we all love. Let's get into it, shall we?
And different stakes on either side, Harry, for Vitality. A team trying to peak, a team moving away from full French, trying to pick up another trophy. And Heroic, man, they've silenced the doubters, they've silenced the haters. They have led the way. Let's see what they've got for us here in this pistol round. It's going to be a Vertigo, fast up ramp for Vitality, running straight up short.
Yeah, this is going to be a brawl for the A site. Cadian saw him trying to inspire the troops before this game started. If he could start it strong, that's only going to galvanize their belief in this redemption arc. Cadian, one kill to the good, and Heroic now teed up 5v4 in the retake. Spinks knocked out, quite the man to lose, but Dupree, we know what he can bring to the table here. Him and Zywo churn through Heroic. No survivors, no second chances. It's Zywo and Dupree to put that first round on the board in the grand final.
And who else would you want? It's the playoff players, it's the guys we need today, it's the man who saved Vitality against Cloud9 on this very map, and Zywo was well and truly there. As Janko said, he needs to stand tall in this series, he needs to perform in a grand final, and Zywo with a 4K in the pistol, certainly a good sign.
Yeah, if there's one thing that's clear, he's coming into today laser focused. Normally pretty humble, bit of a jokester, but he's been radio silent. He's been focusing on today. And so up against the Force, this one's already done. Heroic are not in a position to even attempt this, really. They're locked out from spawn, they're locked out in middle. Vitality are gonna stick the landing on the conversion. They do so cleanly without ever even breaking a sweat.
Yeah, sigh of relief there. It's a map that we haven't seen a lot from Heroic recently. Typically was extremely strong on their CT sides, but Vitality, they've got some tricks already. Go for gold. Better luck next time. And that's the idea for Heroic as well. Full save, they keep their armor pistol, they come back in with the same buy in the follow-up round, but Vitality already fielding some economy on the T side, sitting comfortable. No need to hunt.
Yeah, Vitality throughout this haven't been immune to starting slow and having to build across a series, right? So them coming in, hitting the ground running bodes well for the Vitality squad. They are going to have the remnants of this force fire to go up against. So Heroic are not out of this follow-up round. We have the replay as well of the pistol. This is beautiful from ZywOo. And it begs the question, if he shows up from round one, if he is the star we know him to be, what does that do to Heroic?
Some would even say the best in the game, Harry. And yeah, it's in the conversation for this year, especially with, you know, Na'Vi having already fallen yesterday. I mean, Simple and ZywOo have been battling for #1 and #2 for 4 years in a row, just trading places every couple of years. But ZywOo wants that gold. And this might be the year for it at the close of Go. The very man born on the day it was created, Counter-Strike. It almost feels meant to be. Slow round here for Vitality. They clear out some spots with double nades. They wait for a reaction. And they've got an XZ about to hit this site. Heroic at 3 strong though, don't count them out.
Yeah, they're in the right place this time, right? Last time employed a bit of an A-would lead. They were prepared that if it went B, they were going to end up saving, but it's a different goal in this round. They want to compete, they want to have their say.
Gets out.
Shush even survives. Makes out like a bandit with a 1. And no trade coming through.
They're going to have to seesaw. They're going to have to go back to A, right? Dupree's taking a lot of space, and that resmoke of B is a problem. But Heroic know what Vitality are going to do. They're already starting to lean away from this site. Not a footstep or a noise has been made for Vitality, but now they start to run. 30 seconds, they've got smokes for the exec.
Yeah, Dupree trying to be the tip of the spear here, out through short. Smoke to obscure his sight lines as well, allows him to creep all the way in. There's that wall dropped out from Vitality. Stands up on the boost.
Nades
for the plant, but they've missed the timing on this. Maybe anticipated that Vitality could have gone for one of these fake bomb plants.
Sure.
Heroic call their bluff on that, and they end up worse for wear. They had the nades to deny that bomb.
Too smart for their own good, you could say. Because, yeah, there's no way they don't hear that one, right? Like, they have players close elevator, but so many teams, you know what Heroic like to do, know that they love these nade stacks. It's something they do on most maps, wherever they can get away with it. Inferno, Overpass as well. In fact, our whole veto, we're going to be seeing this. And so the mind game is attempted. Do they fake? Do they recommit a second time? And Heroic get the wrong timing. They're looking to save armor and maybe try and trap Vitality at the top of ramp here. If they can send a player in to find one of these tagged up rifles, maybe there's damage to do. But Vitality get out, all the better for it, and Heroic will come in with a very heavy gun round. I really like what Yanka was talking about on the desk. We saw it yesterday in that game against Na'Vi, the idea that Heroic abuse this utility in spawn. They love to throw flashes, they come back, they lob them, and the way that Stan was playing solo B yesterday was just supplemented by KD and constantly setting him up all the way from back in CT. Vertigo's a map where Heroic are very mobile. This is a great time to show that again.
Well, Cadian's bringing out the big green, tried his hand at the opener down towards B, but ends up flashed off the angle. ZywOo entrusted with the entire ARAM play. He's going to try and deal with it. Tessez on the receiving end of ZywOo. He's at a great time with the rifles here. And that's not slowing down in the grand final.
Neither are Vitality. Look at Apex go.
Yeah, leading the charge,
Beautiful.
leading by example. He deals with Shush, and look at the space he's trying to take. Burns in the Molotov, down at 50. And Cadian will clash with his IGL counterpart on the other side, winning that out short and slowing the roll of Vitality here. Things get a little weird now. When Apex had all that space, they felt fine to move into the site. Now that they've lost him, it gets a little more awkward.
Nade won't kill anyone, but Vitality got scared out by the smoke on the Molotov. They have to recommit utility and clear it after the fact. They make sure no one's in the bomb site, and now they know they can roll out the red carpet. Another wall down. Yabi trying to play over the top, and as said, a nade ready, but no one low enough to punish. They can go for this plant. Yabi waits for the jump up. He reads it well. That's a free kill. 3-on-3 presents itself. Heroic will go for this.
Yabi still wants to be involved.
He knows the one is not enough here, but that decision to fight forward leaves him on a bit of an island. A missed shot for Cadian. Magisk feels right at home on the big stages. And now it's all down to Stown. There's a man right under him. It's ZywOo creeping up, creeping in, and keeping this scoreline flawless for Vitality. There's no question that they're thriving up on the stage.
It's a very punishing T-side right now, because even though Heroic are definitely realizing they know what's going on, they're calling it, they've got the right players in the right positions, they've got util set up, they can't actually stop Vitality, who are absolutely fine to be patient and predictable, sit on the top of B stairs, wait for a kill. And Heroic, they need to continue this util bombardment on this CT side if they want to fight back against Vitality, who now look a little looser in an anti-eco. They're going to go raving up ramp. All 5. Magisk on the flank. dupreeh looking for his entries. The collapse onto Cloud9, and he's already found his first.
Oh, Apex joins the ranks as well. And even though they lose dupreeh, even though they lose that point man, still a long ways to go for Heroic to even get you worrying in this round. The Eagle of Yabi desperately looking for a way to be involved here. Vitality are already up ramp. They're already crossing into the site. Yabi looks to close the net, but that smoke locks him out, and the spam coming through. The stage is set for Vitality to take a 5th. Do it cleanly up against the partial investment of Heroic. This is a scary start. One of the things we've been praising Heroic for throughout this tournament run is their resilience, right? We said with this squad, the one thing they've always had is each other. And so this is a real test of Cadian, the relationship he's got with Exist, to try and cook up some solutions here to keep the boys in it, because Vitality, Zonic doesn't even have to say a word right now. He just tells them, guys, keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, it goes both ways, doesn't it? Sure, you're never going to count Heroic out, especially not in a grand final. You know, they've been here before, but it goes both ways. Even if Vitality are down, we saw the comeback beat Cloud9. We know what they did on Anubis against FaZe. So both these teams have insane resilience, are incredible at holding on and keeping their mental intact. And this game is so mental. We see that proven by some of these squads like Na'Vi, like Cloud9, who have capitulated on the stage here in Rio. It's not going to happen today, or at least you hope. Heroic 0-5 down and fast through the Molotov for Apex. I like the play, but it's punished. Stown gets out scot-free. And so Heroic with a 5-on-4 and a chance to work this CT side finally.
Yeah, on the back of that pause feels reassuring. Got a man up. Now they just need to hold on to it. Yabi and Shush lying weight on this B hold. And both of these two have been big game players for Heroic throughout this event. You need something from them. They're going to spam ZywOo out of the round. And now Shush laying peaks on this B defense, make Vitality's life pretty tricky. It's down to 2, dupreeh and Spinks, to try and turn the tide in this round. They're going to assemble the boost by the looks over the top of this smoke, but that's exactly what Shush wanted.
Yeah, solid hold for Shush, and you know, he's been a very entertaining player. We talk about Heroic not having a clear star, as well as some teams like Vitality with ZywOo in there, but this is a team and this is a player that has played incredibly well in playoffs here. And when we see that in the past, when we see Shush perform better in playoffs than in groups, they often go on to win the event. They did it in Copenhagen last year. This is a guy who often drops off when you put him on the stage, but now in Rio, he's doing it again. Could this be the way in for Heroic? Another hand to hold them high. Shush makes some moves towards B again. Backs off, waits for the flash. dupreeh, patient below, has support from Magisk as well. Dane on Dane action towards this site. And deadly as ever is dupreeh. Vitality have been very annoying with the util on this B-bomb site. They've been mollying and re-mollying, double nading Tetris. It's forced Heroic to play these passive positions. They don't want to play by the smoke on Tetris or behind the wood wall. So Vitality have scared them at B, but that's not the true objective in this round.
It's down for Tesses. The Molly's going to displace Katie, and he can't support his teammate here. Tesses has got to fly solo, and only good to go 1-for-1. Vitality starting to apply pressure over in middle. There's two separate fights here that are real hinge ones in the round, and with Cadian falling silent over towards A, Stown had to win that mid fight if Heroic wanted to even remain competitive here. Spink still lurks in the back line, but he gives the kill away, and so that gives Heroic their route back into the round. They might have lost both these A-ramp players, but they're believing they can do it in the retake here.
Oof. Yeah, dupreeh with a crucial entry to Cadian has at least given them this bomb plant, and now him and ZywOo need to stand tall in the site. There's so much util coming over. No one peeks before the smoke blooms. Heroic making no mistakes right now. Need this round desperately to avoid this game falling through their fingers. ZywOo forces a kill off of dupreeh's flash. Heroic are here, but they haven't tapped it yet, and that timer is so low. dupreeh's getting close, so's the stick. They're on it, they're off it, and Stown has no time to save this round. It's ZywOo living on a prayer as Vitality finds 6.
A 3v2 retake as well for Heroic. That one's going to hurt. And you saw the ZywOo effect, right? He fires off that first shot from over towards short, and it completely blindsides Heroic. It slows the entire round to a crawl. There was not a world where they could trade this out. It was so fast, so decisive, supplemented by dupreeh, fighting from the ramp side.
Yeah, Stown had to stick that, to be honest. Only way you're going to win the round, right? He's looking for a kill and a way out, but it's not going to work. Heroic now last effort, last buy. dupreeh through the smoke with a flashbang. It is at least traded, but it comes at a cost, and that is the health of Vitality. Battered at bottom A. It just takes a lot of room. Heroic not against leaving bomb sites open, and Magisk has made magic happen. While they clear middle, he is calling for the full rotation. This is such a power play from Magisk. And Heroic knives out, do not know what's about to hit him.
Oh, Cadian didn't see. And now he's the dead man because of it. Misses Magisk on the timing. And sure, the Molly goes shy where he wants, but he knows he's done what he had to do to make this round happen. That is just full intuition on the push, right? When he doesn't get contact all the way up through the ramp, knowing his opponent, knowing what they like to do, he expects that they've left B open. Strips them of the space, takes away the room, and secures the round on the back of it. No resistance from Heroic at any point, other than that one and done round.
Yeah, I wonder if Magisk heard the footsteps of them rotating out of B. They did move, but I couldn't see if they were running or not. That was just such a perfect timing play for Magisk, if not to sneak right by Heroic and catch them with their pants down while they tried to clear middle. This is dominant right now. And while I'm not ready to count out Heroic, they call an attack timeout. They do need a solution. They do need an answer. A frustrating way to fall for Cadian.
And you know, this is where I think you take into account how Vitality feel as a result of their path to even get to this grand final, right? They had that game on Vertigo where they come back from being 12-3 down. As they move into the T side, it was dupreeh that really, spearheaded that whole thing for Vitality, kept them in it long enough for then ZywOo to come alive on the third.
Boy, did he.
And, I think that only gives you that much more faith moving into this as your map pick to open up the grand final.
Yeah, it's absolutely the best Vitality we've seen right at this tournament. Sure, they add Spinks in mid last year, similar time to when Heroic added Yami, and both teams went on a meteoric rise. For Vitality, was immediately taking a Pro League final win as well over Liquid. It looked great, but they fell off a little bit. We haven't seen them on these stages. They couldn't make it to the Jeunesse Arena last time. Heroic have been in final after final, and this one can't go the way of prior. Apex with a lot of room in this round. Look at his moves again, catching Heroic off guard, but Stown does consider it. dupreeh back to the ramp, needs something. They're not giving away much. They fall all the way back after that kill. Cadian's got the orb scoped up on this swing, and Heroic reaggressed with a flash.
dupreeh tucks from it though. Smart man knows that this reaggression is coming down the pipeline, and so he kind of concedes a bit of space over towards ramp. Lets them have it.
Cadian's so favored in this fight to ZywOo right now. If he plays the headshot box, it's just such a hard clear with an AWP. He's got Stown supporting and even pushing as well. The one Molotov in the right place, but they need to punish the reposition. Missed shot for ZywOo, Magiska's there.
That's going to make up for it, but Cadian up over the top, turns the tide back in favor of Heroic. Trying to be that difference-making piece. Is the AWP in Cadian's hands, but the flashes, the smokes, all of those work to nullify him and him alone. Stown holds on from the short side and takes it one step further. Even here's the tag to ZywOo, who's a dead man as the AWPs clash. It's Heroic with the riposte, and they finally break this streak that Vitality embarked upon, coming through with another round, but this time can't afford to be a flash in the pan.
Yeah, they snapped that sword in half, but, you know, can't celebrate yet. There's still backup for Vitality. There's still more buy rounds. Stown starting this series very strong, right? We saw him have troubles against Na'Vi in the first map, did recover very well, had an incredible Ancient, but he can't afford to be quiet today, right? He is the typical star if you would look to someone on Heroic. He is their top-rated player for a reason, and the second AWPer as well. This guy can do it all. Take Spix out of middle early. These mid lurks for Vitality have been more problems than solutions. But you've got to keep it coming. You've got to stay consistent, or Heroic will take that gap away from you. If you give them a reason to push, they will. But not now. 5-on-4. Sit back and relax. ZywOo without an AWP. It wasn't the funds, merely just a choice. And they are very patient, trying to get their things together. Apex communicating a lot as they figure out the solution to this round. Mid recommit is nice. It's been some time. Heroic have seen no one here. You know you're going to get a 1v1. But where do you go past that point? ZywOo lurks A. And Vitality need to clear a very difficult angle on Shush.
Molly going to cut out the route through elevator, so Shush is alone in middle, but he'll lift his way through it. Gets the bomb away from Vitality and now just tucks in. He knows he's a nuisance by staying alive. That Molotov and elevator won't do a thing to slow the roll of Heroic now as they swarm middle. They all look to play around the bomb. And Vitality know that this one is too far gone. They tried their hand at the opening move. It doesn't pan out.
Yeah, but they didn't see the AWP on the corner. I guess they got overconfident thinking they'd have full mid control, but Stown had already swapped positions back to B, letting a rifle play mid, and they thought that elevator molly would be enough. There were nades out, there were knives out around that corner for Vitality. They read the room wrong. And Heroic hold on with 5 alive as well, right when their money was on the line after winning another rifle round. They put Vitality in that position now.
Relieving to see Shush keeping up performances like this, right? Not often, not uncommon rather, to see him looking lights out in group stages, but he is one of the guys who quietens down a little bit in these stage games. That hasn't been the case here in Rio. Feels like he's had a bit of a breakthrough. And with Stown, that first man to really get activated to try and bring the rest of Heroic online. Yeah. Still looking good. You know, one of the critiques leveraged against this Heroic squad is they don't really have that X factor, that star man, right? It is more of a 5-man unit, but Stown is the closest thing they've got to it. If you can get him in good form, you're in for a great time. A clash at the top of ramp. Vitality barely survive the skirmish, but they get out with guns, they get out with the 2-on-3. Bomb on the back of ZywOo, and Apex given a bit of room here.
Stown has to commit. He's got to move forward. He can't turn around. He can't be in the open. That molly has trapped him into short, and Apex falls immediately. ZywOo was holding for a flank. They knew they had no mid control, and so Heroic could have snuck down ladder, but nothing of the sort. But I'm not one to count out the Woo in a 1v3 with an open sight. Heroic have to play their cards perfect.
They're starting to move around, but going through your mind, you know what this guy's capable of in rounds like this, where it is just ZywOo. He even gets over the AWP that's holding him from spawn. It's so smart, it's so calculated, and now he's seen that AWP there. He knows they're on this line. ZywOo invites them in. The last thing you want to do in a round like this is give this guy too much respect. Oh, the pressure's on for Heroic. This is the ZywOo effect. This is one man, and they are terrified. They know what he's capable of. And it's in that terror, it's in that doubt. The ZywOo tries to make a play, cut down by Cadian. And so all that messing about, all that trying to safeguard it, and they best him in the gunfight straight up.
That's a grand final effect. Everyone's nervous, Harry. Everyone's a little shaky. Heroic had no room for error. If ZywOo gets that first kill, I bet my house he wins that round. They had to stick the bomb, and then someone had to cover. That was scary. Missed flash, delayed retake, and ZywOo whiffs a shot. You don't see that every day. Heroic happy to receive it, but a little too close for comfort.
No, even the way they're setting up for that 3v1, right? Like, they are cautiously aware of what he can do.
Apex wants to get him activated. I love this buy. He bought ZywOo and AK into this eco round, right? It's going to cost him in the future, but you don't want ZywOo to lose confidence from a round like that, right? Not often that he's, falls with nothing to say. So, Apex has given him a big gun. And high impact needed in a round like this. ZywOo waits. Spinks in middle has been cleaned up near about every time. He will not remain. Back to 5A.
Flash in. This is exactly what Vitality were waiting for. They kind of wanted a fight here. They wanted you to test the waters over towards ramp. The one-way employed, and now Cadian comes in swinging from short as well. There's two players just staring down the ramp at Vitality, and Cadian will remove that hero gun. It's on the wrong side of the ramp, so they smoke it to go and retrieve the AK. But that was, one of the two pieces of utility they held in this round, now burnt through.
And that was the call as well. The call was ZywOo, we need you to get a kill. No Deagles were facing off of that flash peak. They were just waiting for ZywOo to feast. And so now someone else has had to fill that void. They're just moving into B with a gun. He's got his team behind him at least, but Shush back of the site, rock solid anchor, getting flashed in, not biting too soon. He knows the pressure's on Vitality. That's a nice entry, but Shush is still with the round, and he does with that wide bomb drop. Shush won't stop, and it's easily done for Heroic. These rounds that they're winning right now are clean. 3, 4, 5 alive. That 7-1 lead from Vitality has evaporated.
Yeah, so quickly. And a sign of the times is that Cadian was sat at just shy of 16K coming into this round, right? Like, money has been farmed up ludicrously fast. The whole way this game was playing to open has changed now. This is the Heroic we've been used to seeing, right? A Heroic that might have their downfalls, might have these moments where it looks like it's all going dark, and then suddenly one spark of light is all it takes for this team to get ignited and come alive. And they're doing that right now on the CT half, reducing this lead that Vitality had to dust. Heroic, the goals have now changed. It's not just about stopping streaks, denying a steamrolling from Vitality. They've got their eyes on winning the half out.
What a feat that would be with how this game began as well. Vitality were looking ruthless on entries. Going back to these B hits would be nice, right? They got a lot of respect out of Heroic in the early rounds by running XX, but you can see that that respect is now gone. Heroic are playing close again. They're trying to retake this area, and Magiski's caught between a Molotov. That's a nice start for Heroic. They can leave a player here, ditch position, and reinforce somewhere else. Short molly set up to burn out an AWP. Cadian's been in this position, but not this time. He's back in the site, and Stown hears those nades. He knows what that means. If he clears ladder and doesn't see Spinks, this is a flank meant to be for Heroic. It confirms an A hit. They've cleared out B, and Stown is in the back.
That puts all the Vitality on a timer they don't know exists right now in this round. Tessa is making quick work of the ramp hit, and Stown's just rushing to be involved. He doesn't want this flank to never materialize. He wants something from it. Dupree in at the sandbags is blindsided by the flanking man, and Spinks, the one that gave that signal for the flank to come in, is the one left in the clutch. Good bit of damage done, but he is overwhelmed. Heroic claps upon the ramp take.
They've suffocated clutches very well in this game, right? Not we've seen Vitality in a lot, but the ones they have, Heroic have, yes, that ZywOo was scary, but they've dealt with them, haven't they? They've held strong. And, we've seen ZywOo and Spinks, the stars of the show. the stars of the playoffs so far here in Rio, both snuffed out in clutches. All these great signs for Heroic are building up right now. The boys are back in town.
Vitality, man, they're left wondering how this has gone so wrong so quickly. Feels like not even moments ago they were in a blistering lead, and now they're not even getting close to winning these rounds. Oh, Zaiwu tries to offer something up, but can't afford to be the one and done, and that's all it is. Heroic, anything you can do, they'll do better. They go swinging into those ramp fights. They embrace the chaos. And now we're at a tie game from 7-1 up to Team Vitality. Heroic have leveled the playing field.
Yeah, and there's a 2-kill discrepancy across bottom to top, with the exception of Yappy, who's been left in this B, rotator role, who's not really seen anything. And so tight as ever on Heroic. These heroes want to win the half. Oh, Shush making moves, man. They're so confident right now, but that could be their undoing. Magist gets a crucial entry on that B bomb site. Heroic, they've taken the boots off in this last round. They're running around barefoot, pushing both sites at the same time. Cadians reaggress with the orb. There's the B attempt. It's a mess. It's a trade out. Stown still keeps it up on the A side of the things, but Spinks has taken mid for a change.
At this point, they've got to go B. It's the only option they have. And with Spinks cut down on his mid lurk, it's going to fall to Dupree and Apex. I'm going to plant it. Heroic don't need to rush this, but they've been pretty fast and loose in this round. Dupree with the util, with the spray, they'll walk it over the line, and so Vitality might have given up that 7-1 lead, but they can hold out hope as they go on to win out this first half.
There is rarely an easy route to the grand final, and both these teams embody that fact. For Vitality, it was grouping phase. It was coming back against Cloud9 to get to this grand stage. And Heroic, enemies of the state, man, they had to fight through Furia and Na'Vi with every foe against them. Vitality win that first half, but Heroic have been here before, here in this very grand final, in this very arena. This time, they don't want second place.
Yeah, they go on one hell of a recovery to end that first half, embodying the resilience that we've come to expect from this squad. Vitality, they're not waiting around to open up this CT side. They've taken all this ramp control. They are fully aware of where Heroic can be on the map at this point in time, and they are full sending it, wrapping through the back line. Apex teeing up his teammate in the site with flashes. Dupree is fed to the walls.
Crucial.
First man down. But here's the flank arriving. Yabi's holding for it, and the flank might never have the impact as Yabi makes quick work of it. That was the ace up Vitality's sleeve. That was meant to be the saving grace of this pistol round. And one man thwarts it entirely. Heroic with a flawless pistol to open up this second half of play.
Yeah, it's so reliant on that flash play from Dupree, right? Because when you're going through a smoke like that, you need to get 1-for-1. You need to get attention, because otherwise Heroic are not divided enough to look away from that flank. They can still dedicate a player to it. Vitality unable to cause enough pandemonium in the pistol, and Heroic come out with all the goods. 8 apiece. Titans right up on this T side now. And starting strong is exactly what Vitality did here. Let's see if Heroic can find the same fate.
Yeah, that's the worst way it could have gone for Vitality, man. It hurts. Like they were weak over towards B because they had all the info. They had a fast flank that they knew could get activated, so they were hoping it could come down to the retake. They flash in Dupree to try and sell the lie that, you know, Vitality was scrambling. They get knocked out with no contest. Now they come in with the force. It's gonna have to hit with it as well. Apex playing up close with his SMG. Trusty MP9 by his side. Does have Zaiwu to support him in at the top of ramp as well. Heroic low and slow in this anti-eco.
Yeah, they beg Vitality to make a move to push down close ramp to play yellow. They'll just be able to clear it later on. Easy job for Heroic. So Apex will hold off. Zaiwu looks for a dig. And off the fade of the smoke, you will be given a chance, but how much? Fires off. Heroic know what's coming. They know who's there. They're going to try and close that gap. Flash over the top, and Zaiwu Core trying to escape. Cadian will not relent. Apex forced to reposition. Now Heroic get loud, and they get methodical, clearing every spot in the map. 2 smokes come down. That might just signal the round. Vitality have nothing but 1 nade. Apex has to basically run through these smokes with the nade and try and kill Plant. But he's blind.
And knocked out by the util, spammed out through the smoke. Heroic, they've got this round and they know it. 2 kills like that and there's nothing on the line for Vitality anymore. Match is trying to move in and grab this MP9. He's just looking to save it. And even then, Heroic looking to be punishing in the post. They know they've done enough to win the round.
Would he be tempted by the kits? You'd like to think not, right? Saving T-side, you're going to save in the site, you're going to save within earshot of that defuse. So Magisk will not make a move. He will just link back into the danger man as Shush, but maybe avoided yet. Wrong routes. And Vitality seemingly allowed to save this very minimal second round. Heroic were allowed that same fact in the first half.
Yeah, the saves allowed, but not through lack of trying to hunt it. Shush missing those timings, not locating anyone on the save. Vitality still have a little bit of spice to bring to the table here.
Definitely seen more Heroic fans here, heard some more cheers for this team. I think Cadian, you know, clowning around, bringing out a Brazilian flag as well on his walkout has definitely put a few people the right way. Always a showman.
Yeah, he also went on Gala's stream as well, and asked for support there. Wants to try and have the arena behind it. And well, in this round, they don't need that 6th man. They'll be all well and good. They've farmed up the early ramp peak. Vitality living on borrowed time in this round. One man pushed down towards the bottom of B ramp. It's Spinks, who's 3-11. He's been having a bit of a mare to open up this game.
And the head-to-head has been Yabby, right? He was rotating off B. We'd always read it when Spinks found a really good timing, when Vitality went slow on the B stairs to let Spinks get control. Yabby would read it every time. He won't need to get this entry. There are many more men up in front, but Spinks, there's surely no way to save this round. Oh, it's awkward. Gets the body shot, but no heads connect, and Cadian runs him down. Heroic will deal with this force save quickly.
Dude, even the way they're playing this is wild, you know? Dupree, toss a coin, figure out where they're going. Could be either side of the map. He does pick right, moving around with the Deagle. Dupree, contact made. Does locate and deal with Stown. Point man removed for Heroic.
Still not enough, huh?
He's still doting on the idea that this might be the B plan. That's how mobile Heroic have been here.
True.
He's turning his attention behind him, paranoid that someone could be flanking, and now his object chains into the save.
Yeah, you don't want to save here, but just knowing that you're going to have that extra grand, right, in your armor, essentially, that's, you know, every little helps. It all builds up towards the end of the game. So he's going to try and save his armor. There's a Mach 10 around at the B bomb site somewhere, but either way, this is Heroic playing very cautious, very patient in this T side. But that's on anti-ecos. I want to see what happens when we get guns on guns. Could start to make more blasé plays, flashes through smoke. The pace changes that Heroic call are always very entertaining on these T sides. They'll keep you guessing.
We're starting to kind of hit this breaking point where Vitality just need something to hold on to here, because Heroic is starting to feel a bit more like themselves, right? They're getting mobile again. You're seeing some of these riskier plays, such as, you know, pushing through the smokes, double pushing that in the last round versus the pistols. All these little gambles, all these little risks that Heroic, you know, do when they're in their element are starting to come through. And Vitality, they've had one round since that initial 7-1 lead. So, like, we're really starting to hit that point in time where if they don't course correct soon, Heroic might find multiple sets of redemption in Rio.
Yeah, and that round was the last round of the half. It was when Heroic were playing very aggressive. They dropped B with Shush. They double pushed their A ram smoke. You know, they kind of went crazy for a little bit, see what they could get away with. Limit test in the last of the half. But yeah, as you said, it's been significantly easier, with the exception of that round for Heroic. This gun round would be devastating for Vitality to lose. Even more momentum flooding. Cadian sets up, flash to pop back in ramp. Yabby gets a short molly, but there's no one here anyway. ZywOo playing a little bit more patient. Gonna re-smoke the short side. Re-aggress on ZywOo. He can be the man. He can be the difference maker.
Yabby, as always, given a lot of room to play his own game on the lurk, but this time the duel comes up in favor of Dupree. Nice. That's the edge the Vitality were looking for, and ZywOo's going to take it one step further. Left is down, and Cadian, the world against them in this one. Vitality pulling players around to reinforce this A site, and as Heroic move in, blinded by the flash, Magisk teed up by Apex. French and Danish CS coming together to thwart that round and put a stop to Heroic.
Nice to see Vitality not being scared, right, despite this massive streak, despite this recovery from Heroic. ZywOo playing ahead of the smoke in a very dangerous position, and a double frag from Magisk pushing through with a flash. That's the kind of plays you want your individuals on Vitality to make. And so they will finally answer the call yet again. Cadian's AWP is out on the T side. ZywOo will not meet him there, not yet. ZywOo CT AWPing on this map, ooh, it's a delight. But as we can see, he can do it no matter what you give him. 3 on A, Vitality try and hold the ramp. And Heroic once again are in no hurry. Bait and switch. Once Dupree gets spotted, he can run. If you try and chase him down, you will get punished. I love how Apex has been conditioning, making aggressive moves on yellow, but then falling back, never committing, never getting picked by it. Boost up Cadian. Nice shot, Zaiwu. Brought to his last legs. Swing out. They're not ready for close, but Cadian will trade that kill. He's kept Heroic in this. They're going to speed up towards B.
Shush recognizes that he's been given a bit of room here, and so he's quick to take it. Flashed in by a teammate. Spinks on the boost in middle, but the timing couldn't be worse. Oh, Spinks. Sat bottom of the board right now, and it just feels like he's cursed. Missed every timing here, but he will turn back around and deal with Yabi. Important kill to find. You knock out their lurk. You make this B take feel that much harder for Heroic.
They're still in a great position. They've got the AWP and a post plant. They've got it down on default. The flank is clear, which they will soon figure out. Vitality, this is not a guaranteed round. The difference maker, 3 smokes. I want to see lineups come out from Vitality, not just a right click on the bomb, but more.
Right now, they're not lining anything up. They're dry fighting this. They're moving through. They've got Shush pinned in at the back of the site. He needs help, and Cadian lends that helping hand. Beautiful synergy between Heroic. He comes in knowing he's throwing himself into the line of fire, into the danger zone. But it bails out Shush. It gives them that chance to flip the script in the 2v2, and decisively it becomes a 2v1.
Danger is
they know they're nailing it in.
Danger is a middle name every time, right? They have so much faith. They're willing to throw themselves on the, right on the chopping board, knowing they'll get traded. We saw that in that T-side on Overpass yesterday. Some of the routing on entries out Monster was just so dangerous, but it doesn't matter if you die. It's all part of a greater plan for Heroic. Fantastic post plant. Vitality not wanting to overcomplicate it. But they lose all the fights, all the glory. Flash through the smoke for a Mach 10. Zaiwu is ready. He does block Apex into that spam. A little awkward. Must make up for it now.
Good mid-round move made from Vitality. They're being very active in trying to problem solve this, but that's what makes it scary that the rounds are still coming up in favor of Heroic. It's not like Vitality are going quiet into this sort of, monstrous lead that's getting put up against them. They're trying things. They're trying to be proactive. But Heroic have stopped it every step of the way, and this round looks to be no exception. Shush holding on for the flank. Won't get away with the kill. Spinks tagged even lower on the wall bang.
Don't like that.
And he's got to right off the flank. This is awkward. Vitality know it's going to be this A play. They know that's the option left to Heroic.
Smoke went off the map. It's going to be down to dry fights. They've got nothing left. Zaiwu's held it. Spinks is still on the flank as well. He's just not committed. And they're looking for the entry, but Magist denies at the doorway. Big spray down from Magist. Again, he is a rock on this A site. Oh, flustered rounds from both these teams in this map. Nades getting missed. Corner's not cleared.
And it's reassuring that it's Magist and Dupree, the 2 most decorated players on the Vitality squad, that find the pieces necessary to turn that around, right? Because it was Dupree in that Cloud9 game. We all remember it. We all remember the time machine that he leapt into there. And so if these two can find their footing, the 2 Danes can be the ones to, bring Vitality back into the fold, get Zaiwu a little more activated, bring Spinks into the picture.
Yeah, I like how much he's been vocal as well, right? Legacy player, legend player, every major for Dupree. And sure, they picked up that Pro League Finals trophy, but the last time that Dupree did it on a stage was back in 2019, man. It was back in Bahrain. He wants that taste of glory once again, past the Astralis and into the future.
Much faster round here. Heroic throwing in a bit of a Hail Mary, and why not? Apex dinged by the P2, running out of ammo now. He will get run down. Lives up to his side of the bargain, right? Multi-kill out of the captain, keeps Vitality in this, and the nade for the plant, gonna blow down out of the water. Cadian's too low to want to even get involved here. He's waiting for Yabi to move around, but time is not on his side, not with Dupree. Looking to close the net on this ramp play. And so just Yabi 1v3 as he moves up ramp. Dupree's looking to fight this every step of the way! Like a spinning top, Dupree!
How does he win that one? There is no way. Absolute whiff for Yavi, and Dupree doesn't know where to look. But Vitality look up right now. This is a late game recovery on the CT side after they lost so many rounds in a row. And
wow,
that
it
is
looks
crazy.
even wilder from his POV. My God, Dupree.
It's great that it's Dupree and Magisk as well. It's not even ZywOo and Spinks that are making this CT side happen for Vitality, right? Spinks is still silent in this entire game so far. ZywOo had a round on A, but it has been the Danes of Vitality beating their brothers.
Yeah, and I think that's the one that if your Heroic gets under your skin a little bit more as well, because, you know, when you go into a game versus Vitality, you kind of say to yourself, yeah, the odds are ZywOo's going to have one of those rounds at some point that only ZywOo could win. But it's Magisk and Dupree, the guys that Heroic kind of lived in the shadow of throughout the entirety of this roster's, you know, career. They would go play events out in Denmark, out in Copenhagen, and the crowd would boo them if they played Astralis.
Yeah. I mean, even Caden's talked about, you know, the ZywOo effect in interviews here at Rio, talking about how, yeah, you know, he is going to go crazy sometimes, and you just need to have really, you know, tight T-sides. You need to have great flashes and great comms to deal with him. If you can get ZywOo out on 1-for-1s, you are praying. You are happy. Dangerous for Apex. But he will get out scot-free, just dinked, taking the AWP even. Oh, they've gone through the smoke, Apex. He will just dodge death for another seconds down, stuck on the clock, and Apex hits a shot. Heroic just going to end this eco with ease, and Vitality deliver us 12. This game is tight right now.
Yeah, you know, this is a real turning point. Vitality are suddenly back in the picture, and it really didn't feel like they were going to be. Heroic were running away with this. Started 7-1, but then it was Heroic in the lead after embarking on this big old streak. To close out that first half, they come into the second with grit and determination. Everyone's believing. And they were picking up a lot of steam, and there were questions about whether or not Vitality could stop that, could slow them down, force a bit of respect out of them. And now Heroic, after using a lot of these timeouts, calling in their third, you can see that that pressure is being felt.
Yeah, it's incredible that these are two of the most resilient teams right now, just off of, you know, recent results. As I mentioned, just, you know, recently a Pro League for Vitality against FaZe, and also here as well, performing massive comebacks. We won't talk about Kato, and obviously Heroic, a team that you just can't put away. They don't break. Both trying to peak at the same time, in time for Paris for Vitality, and Heroic wanting more than second place that these last few tournaments have provided for them. Dupree making moves on B, but that flash forces respect. ZywOo's got his AWP as well. Chilling on ramp for now. Heroic are in no hurry. They're going to get smokes out. But this is not the object of their desires for the time being. Probably expectant of this AWP from ZywOo. They go for something new. Little BXX. Dupree here alone right now, calling for some rotations. Magisk will make his move over. You find these guys on A, now you find them on B. They're everywhere. They're in your nightmares. And Heroic don't have a lot of util to run this double molly XX that Vitality were doing. They're going to try and do it with kills. They go for a boost. This flash for Yabi in middle is going to go over the top of the B site. They jump up. They try to chase Dupree, and that's awkward, but he wins his fight. They've got to chase this one down. Heroic not given the option to. Wall of smoke in the way. They go out mid instead.
Stan's trying to make a hero play here. He's got Tessez throwing util over the top for him. He's desperately looking for this man at the back of the site. Eventually something's got to give if Heroic want to cook up around here. They start to lose bodies all across the map. Too quickly for you to even realize that this round is slipping through your fingers, and now Tessez is plunged into the 1v4. First man dealt with, but he's got to do so much more here, does Tessez. Vitality give him room. They give him a lot of room. More than even he's expecting here. Wanted more of a fight. And so he's going to go looking for one, pushing up all the way towards the spawn, but no one from Vitality gives him anything, and now they know he has to plant. They're running him down. Apex with the missed jump, but Dupree's there to bail out his captain.
All right, he gets a plant. You're happy with that, to be honest. You were meant to be dead before that ever came down, but a stick is something. It's a bit more money for Heroic. Vitality still holding on CT side. 4 rounds in a row as well. Can they keep it cool? Right now, Yabi, we're seeing some individual struggles from this guy, not known for that. The Tech-9 whiff that round couldn't trace the spray onto Spinks. And now starting to lose out in this head-to-head that was doing him so right in the first half and even at the start of the second. We've called him a big game player. He needs to show that now more than ever. Heroic running out of rounds and room. Cadian takes matters into his own hands and somehow survives the night.
Zawu with that orb hasn't really been something you've had to worry about yet if you're Heroic. But he opens up in this round, and there's Magisk really sealing the deal on it. Yabi even spotted and spammed out by Magisk.
It's so suffocating on A. Heroic can't get comfortable. Even when they get top ramp, Vitality reflash back in, they go for more. We haven't seen Heroic get to play standard XX on A and go back into post spawns. They are dead by the time they're in the site.
This is going to be a real test for Cadian. I like that he's taking this opportunity now, not just to save the gun. There's a lot more to it than that. You're looking at him on the player cam. He's being very, very vocal. He's trying to bring everyone back into the game. I think it's clear that Heroic are feeling the pressure. One of the things that this team's been great through all event long is in finding gaps, is, you know, playing with a good deal of confidence and belief in the call. But this has felt, if anything, more standard in terms of how they're setting up, more predictable, a little slower, where before they were reacting on feeling, on intuition from Cadian. Now they're having to go and gather info. They're having to try and play with, you know, the knowledge of how Vitality is set up. And Cadian didn't need that throughout a lot of these playoff games. That's what's been so impressive about this run for me. I think it was in that Na'Vi game, just the number of calls that would come through where, you know, he would call for a stack with seemingly no info behind it. It was just his read of the game. And so he's taking a bit of time now to try and talk to the boys, bring them back on side. But this save, the save won't come through. The gun removed. But were those extra few minutes to talk to the team enough to bail out Heroic?
Yeah, it sounds had a good game. Cadian has been the, you know, captain in and out of the server, right? 6-1 opening duels, 5 multi-kill rounds. He's had a lot of impact in this game so far, but it has fallen on dead ears. Vitality bringing what they need to the plate. And Zawu, again, not been a requirement, not been quiet, not been a problem. But it's been the Danes that are doing it for Vitality, and that's what you always wanted. That's what you expected to see. Another opener from Cadian. Heroic must capitalize. They must collapse on this A site, but look who's in store. Waiting. Ever patient, ever potent. Flank inbound as well, avoiding Shush. Heroic, the job has just begun.
The longer they take, the more Spinks can get out of this flank as well. So while Vitality have Heroic trapped on ramp, it's going to work to their benefit. They flash Magisk in. This is the guy playing with confidence. Heroic try to come back now, and they will flush out Spinks' flank. Tessez claims the life. And suddenly Heroic are roaring to life here. Dupree on the rotate over, but he's never going to be ready for Shush this deep. And Vitality might just have to call this one off. The 2v4. A round that almost every team would save in. And Vitality are no exception to that rule.
They just avoid Zawu perfectly there. And that realization when you kill Spinks on the flank that, yes, they have left that B-bomb site open. They think we're committing a... In fact, they're right, but Shush's lurk is monstrous for Heroic to get them space and let them seesaw between the sites. Finally, we have a round win after an abundance of Vitality success. 5 straight. Now denied, now on the board. And this is where Heroic are most deadly, where Cadian can pump his boys up, remind them what they're playing for. Remind them that they are still in this map. Heroic need to prove again that they don't break.
timeout called for Vitality. They themselves want Zonic to have his say. Some time. This legendary coach to pass his wisdom down the line to try and stop Heroic from doing what they do best, which is, you know, coming back late into these games, always providing solutions. Exist another legend on the other side. Normally one to give Cadian the kind of time to talk in these pauses. Having a little chat the other day about Cadian and how he really does just embody a leadership figure, right? He is someone, he is the real emotional spirit level of this team. You can see both the IGLs very vocal, knowing that this round is weighted so heavily for Vitality. They're trying to stop Heroic in their tracks before this comeback ever even begins to be a problem.
They've used every trick in the book, every boost, every flash, every regress. Vitality have had answers to questions. Tessa's blind off his teammate's flash, but he still recovers that spray. Magist still waits on this top. ZywOo, he doesn't get the smoke out. Quick switch back just in time, but it costs him health. Impact that won't matter until later. Heroic once again avoid this and go back to that B bomb site. dupreeh, ever consistent, ever present, ever a legend. Up against the rest of Heroic.
Shush barreling through the smoke. dupreeh needs to put a stop to this. He's got to be the hero, and with him beheaded straight away, the head of the beast cut off and down, out through middle. Gets rid of the eyes and ears of Vitality. ZywOo backstab. This save is getting denied. Just Magist left standing now. And he wants to get out with this AWP in tow. Gonna float around it for the time being. He knows that Heroic want to remove these guns. They want to be punishing. This is often the foundation of these Heroic comebacks. Getting control of the money, taking control of the game, playing with that intuition. And it can all start on the back of removing every single gun from play. Magist does not want to part with this M4, but Yabi leaves him no choice. Heroic runaway round, and now they sit just 5 kills away from an even game.
Yeah, and the realization as well, when you get those entry kills, when you find dupreeh alone and playing at the back of default, you know he's got no support, the smokes are down, they take so much space, they always do, and even going maybe too far in chasing those kills before Vitality were even fully committed to the save, they were running at them. I love that though from Heroic, it shows the mindset shift that winning one round can provide. And now this is the true test for Vitality, actually closing a game like this. It's so much easier said than done. The numbers are not enough. ZywOo back to a rifle. That exit was so important to remove an AWP from play in this round. Spinks in a very tough position to get a multi-kill. They really need to trade this. Yabi's given a chance. Stavn has to come back in for more. And Spinks stands tall in mid. Finally, the bottom performer for Vitality puts on a must-win show.
What's the solution going to be now, Heroic? Not the way they wanted this to start. And a fight versus man, they felt more than comfortable fighting to open this up. Leaves them down to 3.
There's just been so much respect in this T side, so many slow rounds, no one wanting to jump the gun, flash through a smoke, play with disrespect. In a grand final, everyone feels the pressure, no matter what you tell yourself. And even that flash elicits fear that maybe Magist is coming around the corner, but no, it's Heroic breaking in.
Apex this nade. Just a few seconds off from finding max damage onto Tessez, but now they return the favor, return to sender. Apex knocked out of the round. The nades will find him. ZywOo and Magist are ready to defend, and they'll lay down the pain. Magist lives for these stage games.
The marauder of Vitality right now, 26 and 16. He has multi-killed every A attack, whether he's the one initiating, whether he's holding back behind default. He has kept Heroic guessing. But man, the consistency of these two Danes on Vitality right now inside of the playoffs, putting on their best performances since they joined this team. The highest impact and when it's needed the most. Poised and ready for a grand final berth for their map pick taken. Heroic are on their last chance.
Sonic knows the job ain't over till 16's on the board. Keeping all the emotions in check, right? You saw it nearly spilling over as they find 15. The hardest round is still to come. Incredible performance from Magis. To think, you know, it was Dupree doing the same on this very map to get them to this grand final. Now it's Magic's turn. Vitality hear the footsteps. They know that Heroic are leaning towards this side of the map early, and these ramp fights have not been kind to Heroic. Good nade damage early. Just softening them up, making them play with that much more fear. It's them with all the pressure. Flash through, but Zaiwu holds the line. Vitality, they can feel it. They know that if they keep this round in check, they have done it. They've secured this opener. They've recovered from that 7-1 lead that quickly turned against them, and they've stopped this signature Heroic resilience. Flashed off the angle, not spotted, making it over onto the sandbags. They don't know about him, and maybe that gives him the room to strike. Cadian comes through with one. That's the equalizer. Spinks holds on the flank. His timing could be everything here.
The back door's locked right now, but he might start to move through as they make more noise. Smokes come down. Magis gone is a problem, but Spinks has a timing. He misses his shot. Yabi takes an entry. Heroic is swarming the site right now, and Apex looks like he wants to make a move and end the map right here and right now. Missed chance, but no hurry. Spinks is still moving in. Yabi goes over the top, and Apex drops. They want to hunt this kill.
Dupree boxed in. Out they swing. Goes 1 for 1. And so it's bottom performer Spinks chasing down the star of Heroic in Stown. Slow on the approach. Stown is fearful. Spinks could be anywhere. Last seen flanking. Spinks is moving fast out through middle. Oh, and the nade from downtown. Spinks knocks them out of it. And Vitality, they steal Vertigo away. They slow Heroic's roll. They put a stop to that comeback in its tracks.
This superstar roster, they were built to beat the best, and they are on the road in Rio looking to take this grand final away from Heroic again.
Get ready for the DHL drop at IEM Rio. Grab yourself a DHL drop sign and customize it with your message, and make sure we spot you in the crowd. If you are lucky, one of our special deliveries is coming your way. And for all of you watching at home, type !DHL drop in chat now.
It is time for the DHL drop, and it is time for one of the fans in the arena to be stealing the ultimate prize. That is the DHL Ultimate 10 prize, if you hear me correctly. Yes, the fans in the arena getting their signs at the ready. And Blair, we've got a very special guest joining our host down there. We got Fur as a delivery man.
I recognize that guy.
Yeah.
It's good to see him. It's good to see him. I mean, in the arena, we've seen a lot of Brazilian legends as well. I gotta say, Yanko, the man, I want to know his gym routine, dude.
He's known for delivering bullets straight to the dome, Freya. That's what he's delivering, or, well, was delivering.
Well, he's not delivering today, I hope. He's delivering some fun and games, some spectacular prizes, because, yeah, one of the fans in the arena could have the chance to be stealing their ticket to the DHL 10. That's going to be going down in Malta. At ESL Pro League, actually, during the finals. We've had some fun in Malta.
Yeah.
It's going to be full and taking on Get Right over there.
It's been great. I love how Fur's just chilling, you know, flip-flops, like...
The classic, it's the slide,
I think
man. It's the slide.
Yeah, the slides. I think he's going to the beach and then just like had a pit stop here at the arena.
Yeah, man, ready to soak in some of that Rio sun, but not before he selects a sign. This is the moment where I wish I could read or speak Portuguese. Understandably, most of the signs in that language in the arena. Maybe we should have got Peacemaker up here to be dissecting exactly
I'll go get him.
what they're saying.
All right, but I read that IEM Brazil.
There we go. We
got it. We got a
promoting
hashtag
the
IEM Brazil 2023 rather.
Some nice shades from Fur as well.
I like the shades.
I mean, I'm sure he's got to, have a little bit of a disguise when he's walking around the arena here. He's a very famous man amongst these halls, amongst any Counter-Strike hall, really.
Why is he holding the mic like he's an MC?
He's ready to drop his rap album, man.
He's
That's
ready.
the prize, psych.
MC Fur.
We love
I dig
that.
it.
MC Fur, yeah.
And there we go. Is this the winner? I think it is the winner.
He's getting a box.
He is getting a big box. That's a large one. I'd like that
What's
delivery
in the
to be at my door. I can tell you. Do you want some spoilers?
No, I've seen it.
Let's see.
Oh, wait, this box?
Yeah, this is the box.
Ah, what's in the box?
What's in the box?
What's in the box,
DHL
Yanko?
Ultimate 10.
Yanko.
Obviously, you get to be on Fallen's team over there. This lucky gentleman will be winning a trip to Malta. That's going to be very exciting. Let's see what is in the box.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, Yanko. Oh, this is fun.
This is way better.
This is great. This is way better than what he
ticket.
thought. He gets a chance, imagine, right? For him, just to get a chance to play with some
That's
Brazilian
so sick.
legend with Fallen.
He's got Fallen on his team. That's pretty awesome.
That is pretty awesome. And he also has a chance, obviously, to fly to Malta, to see some of the best teams in the world play
We've been
later
spending a lot
on.
of time in Malta recently.
Is there a
There's lot of
chance?
fun down there.
Is there a chance for maybe some of the Furia players to win the golden ticket?
You know what? I don't know. Maybe they have to bring out a sign, write something nice. Maybe Fel will select them. Probably not, knowing him. But yeah, this very lucky fan is taking that one home. And of course, you guys at home, you can have a chance to join them as well. Head on over to esl.gg/ultimate-10, and you could also be within the chance of making it to Malta for the DHL Ultimate 10. That's going to be a lot of fun and games. That's going to be going down during the finals of ESL Pro League Season 18. But back to the game at hand, because man, talk about a game of Streets Vitality. Hot out the gate, Heroic firmly proving those were the gates to hell. And then Vitality bouncing back in that second half. Tell me, Blair, from your perspective, the narrative of that first one.
This game was all about, push and pull, right? You could see, and a streak of rounds as well. Obviously, Vitality getting off to a hot start on the T side. They just continued with the left off yesterday against Cloud9. But then I like the reaction coming in from Heroic. They started playing much more aggressive, right? We could see them taking fights towards ramp simultaneously. Two players dropping downstairs and just getting a streak of rounds of their own. But the CT side, for me, it was all Magisk, man. Like, the amount of multi-kills, A, was just closed off for Heroic. And on the B bomb side as well, I said maybe Dupree could be a problem. But you can see the way they were flanking attempts, catching the timings as well, just never allowing Heroic any freedom or any any semblance of feeling safe on a T side at any point in time.
Yeah, I think it was very difficult for Heroic to figure out the adjustments on their T side, but it was very similar halves, right? Like a good start on the T side, then the CT sort of managed to string some rounds together, and the difference was in the end that 2v3 really from Zywo and Dupree. I think it was, they managed to win that round. Heroic didn't really have that. Some of those rounds that they claw back the individuals, and absolutely Magisk towards the A bomb side in a couple of tight rounds comes up clutch with a couple of big kills.
Yeah, certainly. Let's bring up the Deadly Danes in our Air Force Aim High head-to-head. Magisk full on embodying that bouncer meme. No, I do not permit you into my bomb site, sir.
Yeah, he looks exactly like that, right? And 99 ADR, and you got to also point out the fact that despite we obviously have a little bit more recency bias when it comes to CD side performance shutting down an A, but go back towards that on the attacking side, the number of times he was just finding the right timing, coming into the B bomb side, catching Heroic off guard. I really like this, just the good reads that Vitality had and the way they're abusing the rotations when it came to the T side. Of course, on the CD side, though, yeah, absolute shutdown from a Jisk.
And, you know, another thing is we were talking about Heroic, and they've gained experience since they were in Rio last time around, but let's not forget who is the more experienced team and who has the veterans.
Certainly.
You know, in this final, we're talking about someone like Magisk, you know, a 3-time major winner from his time in Astralis. That he's been here countless times in grand finals. Obviously, Dupree right there with him. Apex is also a major winner.
Yeah, don't
sure,
forget.
you have to go. You have to go back to 2015, but you know he has had his fair share of grand finals. So sure, the difference is within this roster of Vitality, like in this combination, these 5 players haven't seen that many grand finals, but individually in their careers, they most definitely have, more so than the Heroic guys.
And I'd really like, you know, the fashion in which they won this map, right? Look, it's your map pick. You're going up against a Heroic who are looking almost unstoppable right now. Some people might even call them, you know, the #1 team, at least based on current form. But the fact that they won it without Spinks and ZywOo having to go nuclear, that's fantastic. You're having the veterans, the Dane stepping up, great calling again coming out from the side of Apex. And if you're going to be winning in this fashion against a team like Heroic, that's great if you're a Vitality fan.
I think that's what's so poetic about kind of the story, the building on through of this roster, particularly here at Rio on this very stage. You know, we're talking about the more experienced players getting to step up at the later stages of the playoffs. But man, we've got to talk about how Spinks ended that map as well. Cheeky little dunk. He's gone. He's dead. Map's over. Finito.
Yeah, I just dunked on them, didn't I? Like, yeah, but here's a good thing for Vitality heading into this, like the other 2 maps which we have still potentially remaining for this grand finals. Rarely are you going to see a game from ZywOo just being average, right? He still has to kind of show up, so to speak, on the server, and that has to be a terrifying prospect for Heroic.
Yeah, and on the other side of things, I think Heroic a little bit, it feels like on stage, or at least in this tournament, they need one map to warm up and to sort of arrive into the series. That was the case with Furia too. So I think on Inferno it's going to be better for them, their map pick too. Yabi, he had a poor vertigo. He is crucial for Heroic, especially on a map like Inferno. His lurks, we've seen the impact he's had throughout this tournament on that T side. So yeah, absolutely needs to step up on the second map.
And I feel like for Inferno, yesterday we saw the interview from Apex as well on the winner's desk where he mentioned, oh, we got off to a really, really slow start. We were kind of half asleep, right? They weren't asleep on this on Vertigo, so they're wide and awake. Hopefully we see a different Inferno coming out from them, assuming they're going to be starting on the CT side. But one problem they had on the T side yesterday was Cloud9. They were so disruptive. The retakes were on point. They never really were allowed to plant the bomb and get to any comfortable positions. And that's what Heroic going to be trying against them here today.
Yeah, certainly. Before we do dive any deeper into the discussion of Inferno, let's go on and check in with our DHL MVP. For the very last time, it's time to put those Twitch channel points to use. Get those votes in the chat, and you've got 5 potential candidates to be choosing from this very series. We're starting off with what we call the pillar of that CT side for Vitality. It's Magisk, closely followed up by the rear by Cadian, Starn, ZywOo, and Dupree. Those are your 5 options, gentlemen. I feel like the Magisk taste, that's looking pretty sweet to me, considering, you know, the impact he had on that second half.
Yeah, on the first map, absolutely, he was the standout player for Vitality, and we'll see. You know, I remember the OG series for Vitality, the one that got them into the playoffs, the decider, and they were 1-0 down. We came into Inferno, and that's where ZywOo was just lights out, had 30+ kills, and he was saying in the post-game interview, well, I just feel I have to run around and kill them. So let's see if he decides to do the same thing now.
Yeah, I guess we can look at this vote from a couple of different perspectives, obviously, for this very series. But for the entire tournament duration, if you had to put your money on that one, Blair, who would you be voting for out of this selection?
Oh, well, I mean, I think it's going to really depend on who comes out on top at the end of this matchup. But I feel like I have to give to Spinks, right? While, you know, even though ZywOo...
I mean, he's not an option, but yeah, sure.
I mean, I would want to give it to him. He should be an option. He should be an option.
I'm
right
giving
there.
it to ZywOo.
Yeah, so all around.
It's kind of boring.
Fans, big B's up in here. Anyway, let's move on to talk a little bit about Inferno. Obviously, this is the map pick of Heroic, so not dire straits for the Danes just yet. Janko, what are you particularly looking at if they hope to bounce back in this one?
Yeah, Yabi, absolutely, like we already mentioned. And also, I'm curious to see whether they decide to target that B bomb site a little bit more. I mean, it's obviously a popular bomb site, but you know, Magisk and Apex, it seemed a little bit off at times, right? Magisk, most of his time, a pit player right now, moves over to B, so it seemed a little bit off against Cloud9. Sure, Apex said that they just they weren't really awake for that map, so let's see what they have in store this time around.
I think the good sign obviously would be Magus is clearly has woken up. He's looking in sublime form right now, so hopefully he's able to recreate under the B bomb side. Again, for me, Dupree is going to be a crucial player. He's the guy who's going to be dropping utility for them towards the B bomb side, starting early B sometimes and heading towards A. And look, considering the form he is in right now, he could be very instrumental, but it remains to be seen. And then of course you have Spinks towards Pit. It didn't quite show up yesterday. Hopefully it does here today.
Well, Heroic unfortunately down in the doldrums, and not the first time they've experienced this in the grand finals in the Jeunesse Arena, but signs of hope as Inferno does loom on the horizon. That's their map pick. Let's see if they can push us to 3.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
under the shadow of the Redeemer. This is where Heroic were meant to find their redemption in Rio. All that called into question now as Vitality recover on Vertigo. They stop the comeback in its tracks. Cadian took the boys outside, tried to bring them back onside, tried to get their heads in this. He's doing everything he can to keep the energy high as his squad now embark on their pick of Inferno.
Yeah, it's a great map for Heroic. It's one where they go off on T sides, where they have wins over some best teams in the world. And for Vitality, it's a map they avoid, frankly. Their lowest played, with the exception of their insta-ban. So the pressure's on. Heroic look to make this a 3-map affair, and we start fast, straight up banana.
Yeah, Heroic. I want him to come into this pacey, want him to come into this ballsy, because I think Vertigo felt a little timid at times.
Yeah.
It wasn't the same Heroic we've seen across the playoffs even so far.
Just a lack of certainty in their moves, right? Yeah, sure, Vitality definitely brought some heat. They made some aggressive plays. Magisk and Dupree were rock solid on anchor rolls, but at the same time, it didn't feel like Heroic, you're right. And there were definitely nerves, there were definitely fears. But all of that must be put aside in this second map, unless Heroic want to repeat Rio from that major run. Miss smoke on long, that's not ideal, and they don't know it till it's too late. Cadian's going to try check it out. That realization setting in at least, but he's still going to take the room. Try and find that gap. Apex pushed into the bomb site, committing up short now.
ZywOo with his dual Berettas, he loves these things. 2 heads better than 1. Let's see. ZywOo raring to go. The dualies spring to life. ZywOo churns through the first man in for Heroic. It was not really a threat they had to worry about back on Vertigo.
Hey, they got great post-plant positions, but they're not in the post-plant. That bomb is dropped in the middle of the site, and Cadian has to cross past these USPs to get it planted. Finally, will make that risk happen. 20 seconds on the stick, a flank through apartments, and no kids.
Oh, Vitality look to move in, but Apex ends up jumping the gun a bit. They want to try and give room to Dupree. They're going to have to. And with the backstab. Oh, Dupree makes it happen.
Oh, that was scary for a second there, certainly, with Heroic chasing those kills in the post plant. But the flank is in, and the finisher from Dupree. ZywOo as well, 2 for 1 in the dualies, you know, at least every time, good for that. Makes these guns look so terrifying. Gonna have a force up for Heroic. Devastation already setting in. Another missed pistol, another missed opportunity for the Danes.
And you know, when you're working within these very tight margins that the games have been for Heroic, you know that those rounds, the pistol rounds, can make all the difference. Just lets you springboard yourself up, build a bit of confidence early. And you know, if this ends up being a 30-round game, if this goes the distance, it's those ones that can haunt you. Cadian, entrusted with the hero gun here. Heroic still have a fair bit riding on this round.
And weirdly enough, it was Cadian being the opener in that last map, right? Him and Stan were responsible for almost every opening kill that Heroic attempted and succeeded in. Oh, but not this time. Dead immediately. Guns be shuffled over to Stan, who also bought armor for this contingency. So these 2 players trying to crack open a round here for Heroic, but Vitality give them nothing. 4 players ready to pounce in middle. They trade peaks and they make it look easy. That gun now committed and lost as Apex comes hunting to finish it off. 2 over Vitality, starting clean as ever. This may be a great map for Heroic, but I like how even Yank on the desk drew back to the fact that while Heroic have surprised, have upset all along the way in the last 6 months, we look to experience on stages, we look to players who have done it before, and you've got 3 major winners over on Vitality, totaling 8 majors together. And that's not even counting the coach.
When Heroic were here last, we keep talking about the kind of redemption arc, the revenge story that they're trying to embark upon. Because in that grand final versus the Outsiders, where the first map was competitive, but by the time we moved on to the second, Heroic were in their heads. They ran out of steam. It was a dominant second map.
Wouldn't that be sweet irony as well, considering that's exactly what they did to Na'Vi yesterday, right? They burned through them in a triple overtime. They get 1 map point, they close it. and then Na'Vi looked like a shell, couldn't recover. A one-round T-side on Ancient, broken. Heroic can't find themselves in that position, not here, not now, or they will forever be second place.
Yeah, say they're the big bad in Brazil, but nothing but bad memories if that's what ends up happening. So Heroic need to rise above it. Vitality are info gathering in this round. Magic's getting flashed down Banana. Suddenly the penny is dropped. They know what Heroic are planning to do here. All this util starts to spill over into the A site and running down long. Heroic are approaching this with a blistering pace.
Oh, Dupree stuck in the site, but he gets away with 2. He can finish a 3rd as well. He's trapped in the pit on low health. They're getting desperate right now, running smokes and running guns, but Cadian closes the gap. 2-on-2, he goes for more. Big bad Casper again. Not so friendly Ghost. Leaves Zaiwu in a clutch that he will most certainly attempt.
He kind of has to. This was a one-man army. And Zaiwu, no stranger to that, looks to move in. Cadian, the one left to beat, the one who got this round started, the captain of Heroic. Is he going to go down with his ship? No, he course corrects! Cadian with a phenomenal round, and there's no questioning that this guy wants the redemption arc.
He just giggles it off. That one's a breaker, a back breaker, a neck breaker, the money as well. Vitality jumped the gun. Wow. Look at them go through smokes. They wanted to finish that one. Cadian lives on the long island. Just crouched in the corner. And they feed him. To beat Zaiwu in the 1v1 as well, that has to pump his boys up.
If that doesn't bring your head back into it, I don't know what will. It just makes the words of wisdom he passes down the line hit that much harder when you see him giving so much to the game to try and keep the dream alive. How can that not inspire you? But the backstab coming in, Vitality trying to disrupt, trying to set the pace of this round. Heroic will deal with the mid push, but Vitality get away with murder.
They're gonna have to recommit. 2 smokes already used. Bomb is going back though. This is a fake out. Heroic always loving to stay tricky, but Stown is so low in this round. How can he really sell this one? Even Dupree's made his way back, meandering into the site just in time. Stown gets finished. Yabi has room, but not long till Vitality realize exactly what's going on here. He needs this entry and they're giving him nothing.
Dupree misses this timing, but it's Spinks who's the thorn in their side, and there he is getting activated. Cadian, another 1v4, another clutch needed from the captain. It's asking too much. He can't keep repeating this. Vitality with a far cleaner round.
Reassuring as well, their money was on the line after Cadian broke them previously, so just staying above water with a scout. And with a very limited util, Vitality just rushed down mid. I like the confidence, I like the brazenness. It's all we saw on CT Vertigo as well. The reflashes from Magis, the moves Vitality were making, they are not scared. And of all the teams in this final, it is Heroic who are definitely feeling the burn right now. Laughing it off.
Just pistols. These rounds, you end up feeling like you got nothing to lose, so sometimes they can spiral on that fact, right? Heroic play with a lot of pressure up until this round. This is one where finally it's like, well, we're kind of meant to lose it, but doesn't look like there's going to be any sort of magic happening today. The nades rain down thick onto Heroic, and Magisk lights them up as they try to pull up through Banana. Just down left standing in a sea of blue. Vitality have him boxed in, and they know it. They want a clean round here, and they're going to get it on the back of Magisk. Big multi-kill moment in the B-hole. Doesn't let the pistols overwhelm them. Vitality fight that every step of the way.
Yeah, sure, you can have that clutch factor for Heroic. We've already seen it so much this tournament, but you need the consistency, and you need to start strong early. Right now, they're calling in an immediate timeout, as this T-side has not begun how it should have. A T-side that is favored for Heroic, a T-side that the numbers speak for themselves, winning 60% of the rounds on this half. On Inferno alone. So we need more. And we can't afford to wait.
all tournament long, they've been able to rely on this resilience. But right now, man, it feels like Cadian is the one bright spark. Yeah. And you know, we say with Heroic, they might not have that like clear present star, but they have the manpower, they have the firepower. It's a squad that are often pretty even, where anyone can step up. But right now, there's not a star in the sky for Heroic.
A dark day indeed, if it goes the way it did last time on this stage. But they pull playoff games back from the brink of defeat already. Look at that Furia matchup. Reverse sweeping that series. And they remind themselves what they're here for. The smoke up middle. Was that meant to be a jump throw, or are they just going to pop through that one on mid? Dear oh dear, I think it was. Heroic have to call it off. It just looks like a short smoke, I guess. Even so, the rest of them back off. It looked like it didn't go to plan. I imagine it wanted to land Moto so they could actually exec. And now they've got nothing. Bits and pieces, and a minute on the clock to break through this AAA hold.
Flashes out long, but ZywOo waits here. He waits to strike, set up by dupree's flash. If he went around that corner, there were kills available. Instead, more flashbangs rain out, and this time ZywOo's a little late to the party. dupreeh holds the line, won't let them in. dupreeh, immovable. In behind the site is finally run down. There's still Spinks here. He's getting spammed. Ouch. They can hear this. They know he's there. And so Heroic locate the danger man. They deal with him. They swing out and they hunt Magisk down. And this is more like it as far as Heroic rounds go.
Yeah, they do it together. That's a difference maker, right? Everyone trading peaks or swinging at the same time. Fantastic clear. After dupreeh gets away with a double, you feel like that's enough. But Heroic hold on. Yeah, that one hurts for dupreeh. Really couldn't have done more in that round. Yet to see ZywOo's AWP make an appearance. It could be thrown into the picture in this follow-up. Opted against it. Says himself he's not the best AWPer in the world, but Rifler, you ask him, different story. Certainly up there.
Kind of had a bit of a break point here in the game though, right? This is the round that's going to decide whether or not Heroic get gifted a route back in. Because even though Vitality built up cash across these first few rounds, pulling up with the investment here leaves them broke if it goes against them. So if they want to maintain this lead, if they want to keep the confidence high, they've got to stick the landing here and now. Spinks is trying to make a play, but he's been read every step of the way. They saw him going through the apartments. They tagged him as he ran through. That even, you know, delays the timing of him getting to the doors out apps. And Heroic are gifted that 5v4.
Make the right move though. Vitality pull Apex back to this site. Okay, is this smoke gonna look better this time for Stown? Okay, no, again, it is the intention here in middle, just to try and smoke off short. They've got a map popping through Boiler, that's why the flash supplements it, but ZywOo turns from it. dupreeh gets decked, looking the wrong way. ZywOo has nowhere to go and nowhere to hide, and this time for Heroic, it looks perfect, picture perfect, as they find every entry with ease. We love it when a plan comes together.
This is nice though. This is Heroic rebuilding. No one saw that. This is Heroic rebuilding. And it feels nice, as you say, it feels nice when a plan comes together. And Heroic are going to feel that as well, right? The few times they've tried some of these looks in over towards A, there has been misutility, there has been missed timings. But that round was a lot more synergized, and so this can look to build them up a little bit. Factor in, as we were saying coming into that round, that Vitality are now broke, right? So suddenly Heroic can close this gap up. Magisk will get out with that rifle by his side. The extra couple of kills give him enough money to drop a gun over.
Why not?
Should he choose to. Apex has put money in. He was the one guy with a bit of extra cash floating around, but it might just be a hero rifle round here for Vitality.
Yeah, he has some spare, so he'll make it work. Vitality can play aggressive with these rifles. We've seen some mid pushes. Not so much on the banana front. 3B for the pistols. Cadian's orb makes its first appearance. Holding for this boost up on middle to get dry fight. How does Apex win that battle? That's a massive sculpt to take. They're going to avoid this rifle, at least knowing where one is in this round. Sends Heroic back to B. Tesses tries to avoid getting caught in the corner as he sets up Util. Heroic contact all the way along, and this is the perfect way to counteract ZywOo playing with this smoke. If they can just dome him, headshot him on the first peek, that could be something. But Stown gets caught picking 2 targets, and Shush, too late to trade. He's going to try and get that gun out of there. ZywOo attempted it as well, down to 1 mag. That's a big play for Shush to make. High risk, but doesn't let Vitality arm up. They pull Magist back to B as well.
Still, Heroic need something to happen here, right? The alarm bells are somewhat going off in this round. Yabi can be that guy to open it up, but he's got to be ready. Magist takes away top banana. They now know it's not the B play. Vitality, this info gathering is great. Magist is hot on their heels. He is chasing them every step of the way. Straight down middle. The timing's good. He's going to catch them as they're setting up. Damage done on the Tesses. He barely makes it to join up with his teammate in Yabi, and they don't know that Apex has been waiting down in the pit this whole time. Yabi dead. It's the wounded Tesses up against the world, and Apex unrelenting. That hero gun that he bought up finds them around from nowhere.
Yeah, 3 kills, and ZywOo even got that jump off car and grabbed the AK that they threw out the map as well. So Vitality were lethal in that round. You could not forget about them for a second. That is devastating. And with Yabi going a little cold in this series so far, with him not being able to find him on the lurk, that was the only way Heroic were going to win the round. Find the gap, kill the 1 man, and then you've got a post-plant chance. Zonic cheers him on. Heroic pissed off. Fast through a Molotov. They've only got Glocks. There's nothing to do here. ZywOo's even feasting with the orb. 2 shots easily. And 1 by 1, Heroic crumble.
Never a round they were meant to win. Never a round they'll make a dent in. Cadian. It's a damage-dealing mission for him now. Heat seeking up through the spawn. 1 man already here, already moved into position. Vitality going to keep it flawless. And, you know, considering just a couple of rounds ago, they were at this point where their money was teetering on the edge. Keeping rounds like that clean matter a hell of a lot in the long run. This gives Vitality a real leg to stand on here. For Heroic, this game becomes a grind. If you want to break into it, if you want to break even, if you want to start to be competitive on this T side, you've got a handful of rifle rounds between you and achieving that goal.
Yeah, we talked about the rise in form for playoffs of Heroic coming into the playoffs, and someone like Shush, who has been incredible in playoffs versus group stage, solid there, but better here. Right now he's 1-9. Cadian was also that other figure for Heroic, who we saw definitely whiff some shots, look a bit out of it in the easier games. But once you put him on the stage, he's pulling up clutches, he's breaking hearts. But for Vitality, the one guy who stood tall, the only guy whose stats have improved massively moving into the stage games is dupreeh, and he has shown it in this series. He has kept it going on the second map as well.
Yeah, I mean, right now, all top of the board for Vitality is the veteran players, Apex, dupreeh, and Magisk.
Yes,
even having Apex up there is wild in its own right,
and high impact as well in his round. So it's a great sign for Vitality. Even the fact that, as we were saying this last map, it didn't feel like the stars, the typical stars, were the ones required to get them over the finish line, right? ZywOo and Spinks, non-factors in comparison. Not today, though. ZywOo's here with vengeance. He gets 1, overwhelmed by Mac-10s running rampant. Apex gets his molly down, and that will slow Heroic off. They're going to jump through it. Apex absolutely manhandles them in this round, but still, Heroic break through over the top of the smoke, killing rotations, and they allow a plant.
Spinks and Dupree left up in this one. But Dupree has an air of confidence about him here. Spinks moving up behind him. Yabi low on health, but he does have that AWP in the post plant. Right place for it as well as he holds for the crunch up through Banana. Oh, Dupree domes him, and Tesses can't complete the kill. Now the 1v2 stolen away. Vitality not missing a beat.
They are shutting Heroic out of every clutch in this series. We have had no success. We've had no one saving these impossible rounds that Heroic makes so possible. Sure, Cadian comes through a one to start this map, but otherwise absent. What a shot for Dupree, man. Up against an AWP as well. Yabi barely flinches. And that's such an impactful round for Vitality. They put Heroic back on pistols. They keep building on this defensive half, and Heroic can feel it once again in Rio slipping through their fingers.
It's a sinking feeling, one that they are sadly all too familiar with. Been in this spot a handful of times now, so they know when that gut-wrenching feeling is taking hold. The B-pop coming in down the pipeline. Apex in a tank over towards this B site. Magisk flashed off the angle. Apex is as well. Good util for Heroic to close the gap and get up close with these Tech 9s. Let them sing. Finds them away into the round. ZywOo waits back in the spawn, hoping that on this smoke fade, something will be given. Heroic have got no reason to fight him here.
Yeah, this might just be done off positions, right? It's Inferno 101, and Heroic have only grabbed one gun so far, but the man advantage in numbers might be enough. Dupree will see what's optional in the Banana, maybe if he finds his kill, but no. Vitality have already made the save call. He tries to trap him in with a bomb here, but the smoke falls a little short. And Heroic, they do lose a man to the nade, but they're going to try exit through spawn. Run boost in, missed shot, and Spinks is still here to hold down the fort. So Heroic, it will be casualties and calamities, but still an eco win. You take what you can get on this T side right now, and look at Cadian go, realizing this is our opportunity. We are throwing it away, and we cannot afford to.
Yeah, he is, you know, such a leader of this team. He's doing everything. You know, he can tell that the other guys might be in their heads a bit. You know, if you're someone like Shush, who's had a great tournament, but you're 1-11, you're getting naded even in the rounds that you're winning when you're attempting to save your Tech 9 armor, he feels like nothing's going right. And Cadian is putting every fiber of his being into trying to recover the mentality of his team.
Vitality just stay calm. Not the first rodeo for many of this men, and it won't be the last either. There were so many questions and fears for this organization, for this roster. But here at this event, they are proving people wrong. Spinks starts strong, finds Yabi in apartments, forcing Heroic's hand into B, and Cadian just gets overwhelmed. Magisk's molly with a peek. They do feed one. But is that a way in for Heroic? I don't know yet. Stown's super low. He must take that orb. They've got one smoke for this B bomb site. Beckoned in. Apex and ZywOo, or Magisk rather, waiting.
Util's going to telegraph it, but Apex was smart. He held on to his smoke this whole time, and now he waits. Oh, so much damage on the spam. They're softened up for Magisk. It's almost too easy. Vitality have come into this with the mindset of champs. That much is certain. They destroy Heroic in this round. Any glimmer of hope that existed snuffed out.
And they're coming for the AWP as well. They know what's being saved. Cadian's big ticket item, but avoided. Fortunately enough, Stown will survive. Whoa. It's all good. But it's not great for Heroic. That much is clear. This is supposed to be one of their go-to maps. This is supposed to be one that Vitality avoided in recent times. But they are rolling back the years and rolling with the punches. 8-4, AWP for ZywOo again, and more pistols. Even KD and letting Stow take this AWP.
Cadian's bought up armor as well, so if Stown ends up on the receiving end, too much damage of one of these swings from the ZywOo AWP, they can transfer this gun around so that it still has a comfortable home, but the AWP is the thing that has to make the difference here. Whether it comes from Stown, whether it comes to Cadian, none of that matters to Heroic.
Finally, there's a chance in this round because Vitality have rotated Triple B, they've gambled. They're going to realize soon if they continue to flash and play aggressive, but Heroic can pop into the site as long as they get past these pit players. Again, it could be this eco win. It doesn't matter what you've got as long as you overwhelm the rifles. They're getting closer.
Yeah, the smoke is nice to achieve that goal. Just obscures some of these sight lines, right? Makes life a little harder for Spinks, who's now having to react as he sees players crossing into the site. He's doing all he can to stifle them with his own util. It slowed this down, and Apex takes up position in the perfect moment in the library. Spam comes through on the smoke push, dropping into the pit. They don't overwhelm Dupree. This one's falling on deaf ears. It's just that AWP left standing and hounded down by Apex.
Nothing is hitting, and Vitality, there is not a weak link in sight. Everyone holding their spots. And even when Heroic find gaps, find free position, take Banana, a position that Vitality have not once put any stake or stock into, they can't do anything with it. This is faith in the individuals for Vitality, and they are delivering when they need to.
Yeah, because, you know, even though it's been easy to home in on Heroic, what with them being in this position, with them having a lot to prove on this redemption arc as this team really peaks. On the other side, Vitality, you know, they've got their own demons to slay. This was a team that the critique you would often field their way is that in these high-pressure matchups, when it really matters, key players would go missing. But they've got that veteran edge in this matchup, and it is the veterans that are shining for Vitality. Apex sat up top of the board. This guy had a point to prove.
I mean, Vitality, you know, this is a run, man. They've never made it to a semi-finals or further in an IEM event. Not with this roster. I mean, they've not won one under the organization since 2021, some time ago, before the Danes even entered this one. Results have been lackluster, they've been fruitless. But right now, none of that matters in this moment. Vitality are doing exactly what they need to. And then some. ZywOo back in Banana, back with vengeance. And back up against the wall, he'll have to fall.
Oh, hung around to drop that molly. They are really close now. Stown moving in, going for the kill. ZywOo just barely makes it to safety. And Magisk has got his back. Tesses dinked, brought down low. ZywOo the man to beat, and that is easier said than done. Plot armor in this round. Don't know how he's still going, and just the presence of this man here is enough to turn the tide. Heroic up and leave. Tesses dead as he turns at just the wrong moment. And that split-second decision might cost Heroic everything. They're barreling into an A site that's still defended. Vitality have not felt the need to scramble around. And this is dominant right now. This is quickly getting out of hand. Heroic fast running out of time, and Vitality sprinting towards the finish.
It's in sight now. So many trophies lifted by the trio on this team, but not together, not as a roster. And Vitality can taste that right now.
And you know, it was the blending of styles. That's what you always used to hear about Vitality. It was the blending of French Counter-Strike with Danish Counter-Strike. Not a match made in heaven.
Not a map pool made in heaven.
But they've found a way to make it work, and the fruits of their labor showing off on the stage in Rio.
Fucking every piece from the tree. a juicy CT side now, and one more to do. It felt like Heroic never had money, never had a chance. No bomb plants really, except for the rounds 1. Vitality, I mean, they've not shown much banana control, and they'll continue to do so. They give it back up. Heroic up in apps, but they are battered by this util already. They don't have an AK in their hands. They shouldn't have a hope or a chance.
You know, in this moment, it's like my heart goes out to Cadian, because you see how much of himself he's putting in the server. You see how much of himself he's putting on the line. It's a very, you know, vulnerable experience to do what he's doing. And while he's trying to be the guy pumping up 4 other players on his team, he's also got to carry impact. He's also got to carry himself well. And that feels like too much of a task, an impossible ask. Barreling out through the apartments, one man makes it in. Yabi survives that trip into the pit. But Zaiwu is here. Zaiwu has landed. Takes out Down, one more man going up and over, but when you swing for the king, you can't afford to miss. Yabi will deal with him.
We heard that.
Running out of time, the backstab for Cadian denied, and it's down to the 1v1. Yabi's tapped on the bomb. He's gonna win it in the fight, and he will!
A saving grace right at the end of the half. It's 5. It's something here for Heroic. The double fake into the fight might give them some flair, but Vitality will brush it off and move on.
Vitality are 1 map up and they're looking damn good. And they also have the crowd massively on their side. It is a real vibe here no matter where we go. Everyone's starting to come out. This is a big Heroic camp as well. You're not my brother, you're my brother. You're not my friend, you are my brother, my friend. ESL, will you come back to Brazil? Hopefully it's good here. Heroic number 1. Don't know what that says. Jabby the killer. Jabby has definitely been doing some killing. Got some nice signs. Guys, who's winning? It's quite a mixed bag, but I think it's going to be Vitality. Let's see.
Apex the detective has seen the posters on the wall. Brazil's most wanted man of Cadian is being hunted down, and his hit squad, known as the Brotherhood, are being boxed in. Vitality in their final form are looking to take a trophy in IEM Rio. Resilience is the name of the game, but can Heroic stop what feels like the inevitable?
All those emotions of last Rio flooding back through Heroic's minds. Vitality don't have that same history here. They're looking to print their names in the books all over again. Cadian getting involved in the pistol, but now he realizes he's in the danger zone. Apex blind, but still good for the opener. Doesn't even need to see you to find the advantage in this round. Vitality now can slow it right down. They know the pressure Heroic are under, not just in this round, but in the series. With how this game's gone, Vitality really want to milk this. They're going to let Heroic stew in the 4v5.
Oh, and it's warm. It's uncomfortable. Your heart beats and your hands shake, but you cannot move. Not a muscle. Heroic holds strong. They don't panic. They don't peak. But eventually it's down to Vitality. Look at the scoreboard, man. The fact that Apex is leading the way. The Danes looking indomitable. ZywOo holding strong. And Spinks right there when you need him. There is not a way. There is not a weak player. Yabi, he does hit his headshot. They're coming his way into the stack.
Yeah, Heroic are happy with where this one's ending up. They've got all the pieces here to hold the line. Shush from bottom of the board. Strikes from down in the pit. Apex with their backs turned. He can't find it.
Oh dear.
And that little whiff, that can be the way back in for Heroic.
Yeah, the smell of success. They get a little taste at the end of the half, and they find the first as well. Big round from Shush just to build him back into this series. A fantastic playoff run until this match now.
Yeah, and he was dealt a lot of rough hands in that first half, right? If anyone was going to die to nades, if anyone was going to die to some Vitality BS, it was Shush more often than not. We've all had those feelings where, you know, you feel like you just can't set a foot right. Like the game is against you. But a couple of kills in the pistol is a step in the right direction. Now Vitality are going to take this slow. Gives them time to talk it through, and the longer they take, the more util Heroic waste. So you find ways to make this round expensive without even throwing anyone at the guns.
Just about keeping it clean here for Heroic, right? Building money early. Not giving Vitality a way to make these rounds weird. They will hold strong at B, and now the rest of the Bs gonna pulse their way back. It's only Yabi here. But he's the one player in double digits in this team right now. I love how long Vitality are taking just to waste time, waste nades. Every penny spent for Heroic is money made for Vitality.
It served its purpose, right? There's next to no util left at the end of this round. And now Vitality just running into the B site. They're content with anything here, but nothing given, nothing gained. Yabi and Cadian have that crossfire set up. And so it's a much needed clean round for Heroic, right? If they were ever gonna make a comeback happen here, if they were ever going to turn this around, they need a bit of staying power. They can't afford to lose a round and be reset instantly. So that is an important way for your anti-eco to go. It's still a long road to recovery for Heroic. But the first few steps taken, Vitality now bring guns into the round. So this is where the going gets tough.
Nades are brutal. Just barely stands in the first go round for Vitality. And Heroic have plenty more where that came from. So we might have to play at the back of the pack for now. Ooh. My oh my, Heroic keep the pressure on in this round. They're making the most out of what little they've got. The bonus is never fun, not when the game is this tight. Oh, that's a shot. ZywOo. 0 in the name, but he's got plenty in the game.
Tessa has been aggro. That's going to force Vitality's hand to follow through with the A play. And Dupree looks to make it so. The bomb is cut loose over at Boiler, which is a little awkward here, especially with Heroic coming in on this fast flank. Dupree can grab it, never having to fight. But ZywOo throws himself into the engagement, into the challenge, and he's up for the task.
No saving this one. Yavi the star forced to save as Vitality, despite the brutal nades coming down at the start of the round, they convert it off the back of the Woo. A guy who has gone quiet in some of the most important games, a guy who we don't doubt the individual ability of, but we wonder what the peak is. How high can he go? Lacking trophies to his name, lacking that major title. And sometimes has disappeared when Vitality need him the most deep in tournaments. Not today, not on this stage.
Yeah, he's starting to creep up the scoreboard, and it does just beg the question, right? Like the veterans and the agency of these very experienced players have got you this far now. The Prodigy is starting to get involved, right? To carry that impact that the name ZywOo carries.
For Heroic, that's a bad omen. Force to force. Pinching pennies. When you see Heroic leave only one flash in spawn, you know they're in trouble.
Yeah, there is the big worry, if you're Heroic, is ZywOo, right? Because we've all seen those games where it's just him as a one-man army, and it's terrifying when it happens. You hope that he doesn't build into that form.
Oh.
The nades are a thing of beauty, but there's Magisk countering it every step of the way.
Oh,
Cadian with a response.
Big molly.
The nades have been punishing. It's kept Heroic in this round. Vitality trying to stay mobile, but Apex is the man with the bomb. Doesn't want to get caught on an island here. ZywOo moves in to back him up, but he is wounded. He is hurting.
Still send him in first. This guy can do it on whatever health you give him. An ample opportunity. They just retrieved another nade. It's going to go in. ZywOo's got to watch out. He's gone down bottom banana. How deep does Cadian throw it? Not far enough. ZywOo dodges death again. Disappears only to walk right back in.
These are the gambles where Heroic normally excel, right? Normally, Cadian's ability to read how these rounds shape up are the difference maker for the Danes. But right now, it is one man in B. It is Cadian on his own. Smoke spam exchanged. A bit of a hope and a prayer for Cadian, and it goes a long way. Dupree dead. ZywOo tagged up by those nades earlier on.
Just walk it.
They slip on in. Smoke in his way. Cadian might have to leave this one to chance.
He's going to get flashed in. Surely not with a pistol. He knows one player's low.
With the USP. Madman. Cadian looks to move in, and ZywOo is struck from the tally. Apex can't plant this bomb. He can't win this round. One kill will go his way, but it's the end of the line, and Heroic, they save themselves. They keep this game going. They keep themselves afloat.
How does Cadian do that on his own? And yeah, he's happy about that one. Should have been dead at the first hurdle. Should have been spammed through the smoke. Doesn't ever reload his MP9. He wants to keep them guessing. Has he on coffins? Is he right here? And chases ZywOo down with a USP. That's the round-winning kill for Cadian. And again, the captain has been the consistency in this series. The only one, seemingly, that Heroic can rely on. Is there more in store from Heroic, or is ZywOo going to go full beast mode?
If you want to look for some real worrying signs, right, it's just the fact that Stown and Shush are both struggling. I think on Heroic, you can withstand one guy having a rough game, but you can't withstand two, not with how this team is structured.
Yeah, not when Vitality don't have that same issue, right? When every star is shining bright, when the experienced players are putting on monstrous performance, when ZywOo is doing what he does best. And he has an AK in this round as well. Don't count him out of this. He didn't go for a quick B play. added to the many highlight reels that ZywOo has provided in Banana. But he will try and reach the peak again. He will try and climb that to that summit. Flashback in for Heroic. Good time.
ZywOo's going to get wrecked by this. They isolate that one gun and no one was there to trade. No one was playing anti-flash. Oh, confidence boosting round for Heroic as Stown embraces the chaos.
Oh.
Throws himself into the fight.
Cheeky.
And a big hat trick from Stown. Stops that hero gun round getting out of hand. There was never a moment where Vitality were in it. Bottom of the board, he's starting to creep up. Him and Shush combined, we're going 10 and 30 coming in to this round. It's a little sweeter now for Stown.
I like
Doesn't take much to bring a guy like this back into the game.
Yeah, Heroic are making moves as well. They're happy to play re-aggress on Banana, something that Vitality never needed to do. Their anchors were rock solid, and Heroic could never break in, but they give up B. They've retaken it twice already in this half with great util. They're keeping the pressure on for Vitality, can never relax on this T side. And now Apex takes the back seat with only a Deagle. Been funding many of these ZywOo rifle escapades. Even from top of the board, he knows who his star is. Heroic again, classic gamble.
Yeah, but you know, finally, these gambles are coming through, and they're well founded from the looks of how this round's laid out. Vitality had their eyes set on it, bare minimum, staking their claim to this top mid control, right? And that's exactly what Heroic are poised to deny here. Triple set. Dupree's moving up, and Shush is on this angle. They could line up for him, and they will. Shush mows them down!
Wow.
And Tessez, under the cover of his teammate, slips in through the back.
Heroic say try contact on me. We got your number, we got your name. We will not let you live. They had double setups either side. And Vitality try something cheeky, but that has closed this gap by one more round, and maybe two as well. They're broke. Heroic given a hope here in the second half, and they are grabbing it with both hands.
Yeah, the nerves are never going to fully go away, but the mindset shifts. There was a point where it looked like Heroic were done. It looked like they were going to get steamrolled here. But they come into this second half, and they've given one round to Vitality since moving into it, since moving onto this CT side. Piece by piece, they're rediscovering faith.
And this was clean as well. Nice off angle for Shush, playing a little wider. Stown repeats perfectly off of him, and the short players crunch. Heroic, no communication even needed. They just do it together, and Apex furiously typing after a round like that. Not got the plan, not what they wanted. But you can only deal with the cards you're dealt.
Another one of these hero gun rounds for Vitality. Last few times they've attempted it. Rifle struggled to get anything done, but Magisk is a very safe pair of hands. He had a great spawn as well. He's got his eyes set on fighting for this banana control. He will be given an engagement, but Yabi full sends. Doesn't look to retreat, not right away. He's hanging out around this smoke with the gap in it. This is a good fight for him, and stroke of luck goes the way of Tessez on that spam.
We're dealing with a different team now. This is a new Heroic. This is not the first half or the first map Heroic. This is one that are willing to throw themselves back in to take these blase fights. Can Spinks save it with a hero gun? Apex has been caught. Yabi will finish that off, but Spinks is so low.
Yeah, and Shush has taken all this room down through middle. Heroic are poised to win this, and on the jiggle into the spawn. It's Cadian that's fed that kill that carries Heroic through into an even game.
I would not have believed it at the first half, right? It felt like they were done. But resilient as ever, Heroic hold on. Refuse to be bucked off the horse. They sink their feet in the stirrups and they ride forward on this CT side. But talk about pace, and Vitality might bring it your way. Stound's in the middle of mid, and he got full blinded by that flash. Not ideal. Dupree, one way to find an opening kill.
That was Heroic, you know, trying to reassert themselves, trying to really send the message to Vitality that, yeah, we're not playing scared anymore. But it's fed Vitality the opener.
I think that was Stound's own flash as well, that he right-clicked on the right side, just didn't dodge it in time. Everyone was blind. And now Vitality going to make do with this advantage. But look again, Heroic in the right place. It's the only way to win this round. Crunch it in middle. Bite down.
So to deal with it, Yabi trading contact. It's ZywOo and Apex spinning tops out through mid. And Cadian left in this alone. A man who never writes off a clutch attempt. A man who's always willing to give it a go, to shoot for the stars. Has this kill on a platter. That one's free. ZywOo dead at the bottom of middle. Now Apex and Spinks, all the stand between him and this lead for Heroic. Captain flashed off the angle. Everyone sits in silence, giving him his due respect. Cadian is not a man to be trifled with in these moments, but Apex and Spinks have got one hell of a crossfire. That smoke complicates matters somewhat. It allows Cadian this passage into the site, but he's fast running out of time. It's turning against him now. Up and over, and Apex gets the better of him in that clash of the leaders. Vitality, they might have this game get tied up against them, but they will not relinquish the lead. And this round all starts with Heroic being the ones trying to set the pace, trying to set the vibe of the round. And it ends up giving it to Vitality.
Yeah, for sure Stound wants more of that play, but it just baits him into the triple setup. That should be far better for Heroic. They should be trading way cleaner, but Vitality, with Apex and ZywOo at the helm, have been cracking open rounds, and they continue to do so. Apex continues to stay at the top of the server. The entry fragger into in-game leader arc. And right now he's doing both for Vitality. Cooling and killing. They go through the Molotov. That's ballsy. Apex just sending it back up. Yabi doesn't know, but when that smoke fades, he's on the chopping block. He almost gets spotted there. Going to smoke it and play safe in the site. He's got one more to play with. And again, Heroic holds strong. They believe in the cool. But if Vitality tries something new and go back to a B-execute, there should be no way Abby can put up enough resistance on his own. Cadian started to meander.
ZywOo knows that that flash was an info flash over towards middle. And he knows that he dodged it in time, didn't get spotted. And so Vitality try to read the reposition out of Heroic on the back of the info that that flash gives.
Just keep making noise at B. It's not super aggressive for Magisk. It doesn't need to be. It's just going to keep Cadian in the picture. Goes to the back of the bomb site. And Magisk, there is no hurry on this play. His team's setting up for an apps and mid split with Apex throwing the util.
This one's going to come down to the wire. Time is of the essence here for Vitality. They're going to try deal the killing blow right as the timer expires. Tessez still alive, still a factor. Teammate down in the pit has to hold the line. Shush will get one, but it's not enough to hold on. And so a 2v2 ensues. Cadian and Yabi, the two players that found themselves over towards B on a lengthy journey into the retake now.
You die on this hill if you're Heroic. You risk everything you've got. You need this round. You need this win. Cadian goes through the smoke. There's a gap. He sees one. They line it up! And Heroic handle business! Cadian cleans house.
Every time you need him to bring you back in, Cadian will do it.
That one hurts.
There is something to be said how consistently this guy is able to do the impossible. And he relishes in the moment. But now it's back to that laser focus, that determination. Wow. And the difference, these are two IGLs who wear their hearts on their sleeves, who show their emotions. For Apex, it's that of frustration. collateraled to lose a hard-fought 2v2 post-plant. You never even got the chance to fight back. On the other side, it's Cadian playing the role of court jester. Always one to uplift the spirits of the team.
And now, this is where the resilience gets called into question, right? Because Heroic are flying. They're on Cloud 9 right now. They feel unstoppable, streaking CT rounds, breaking Vitality on both T rounds they found. ZywOo, the difference maker, known to do it. The game opens up, but it will only be one, but it might be enough. Dupree's right by his side, and Vitality run the racetrack into the MTA site. Your celebrations, Heroic, will be called off. For it is just one round.
It's if that built to more where this became a concern, but Vitality, you know, this is where Apex kind of lets them off the leash a little bit. ZywOo had a good spawn for mid, and they got full faith in him. When he makes the call, when he says, look, I'm feeling it right now, I am going to win this mid fight. They go a bit more up tempo. There's the pace change, and Heroic are completely caught off guard by it. Starts with ZywOo getting this, and the moment that space is given, Vitality never ease off.
What a blasé move for ZywOo and Dupree to make, just popping through mid like that. The last thing Heroic expected. You think Vitality going to cool off after being clutched up, but they point their anger in the right direction, and they sit 3 rounds away from a trophy. Heroic's money hanging on by a thread.
Yeah, because these rounds have been, you know, down to the wire. Couple of one and dones after the streak for Heroic, but the one round they fielded most recently, just 2 surviving. It was that Cadian collateral round, and that's left them with very little to work with looking to the future. That means that this is a necessity now for Heroic. They might hit that dreaded point where it all falls out of their hands. And at this scoreline, this close to Vitality being the ones to hoist the trophy, you do not want that, but they might not have a choice. ZywOo opens again. And as we've gotten into the crunch time, he's risen to the occasion. Magisk keeps this in the advantage of Vitality, and now they're going for the throat.
They're just running, they're just gunning, and it's Cadian again who's got to be that last line of defense. No shot taken, he misses those flicks, and Shush stands tall for one, but he's mollied out. Cadian with a banger, Shush is stuck on the clock, and now he's all that stands in this site, not for long. Down to Yabi, and down he goes. Spinks stardom in the A site, and Vitality flexing on this T side.
And for Heroic now, their hearts sink. They know that they had to offer up resistance there. They know that if this one went the way of Vitality, their odds of coming back here, of making this a 3-map series, almost go out the window. They are broke, and that's why you see Vitality celebrating so hard. They know that they've now done the legwork.
This team has been a joy to watch in this tournament. Revitalized and ready for trophies. Magisk will make magic happen. He will drag them there. The Danes do it again on the double opener. It's been years since these guys have felt the relief of a grand final win on a stage like this. And it is so close, touching distance.
And it was the Danes on the first map, and now we look to the Frenchmen. It's them with this major coming up right around the corner on home turf. It's them looking good. ZywOo, the boy who started playing, the age of 7 years old, from that small town in France, Lens. He grew up watching the legends that he now plays alongside of, and as we've got to the tail end of this game, he has been instrumental. 1 round, 5 kills. That's all Vitality need for this roster that was put together with the goal of lifting trophies to finally do it. And it's coming fast. ZywOo straight up banana. No respect on this play.
Not again, surely. This has been a brutal T side. Once they've started to pick up steam, they just saw feet. He knows what's up. And Duffy right here for Heroic. The Orc can hold on. It saves Yabi's life. He drops off that box. Heroic have more fight in them. The pace, vitality set denied. Oh, but the boost waits patient. Magist runs in. He doesn't stop. Yabi low on ammo, low on health. No chance, all alone. And Heroic, they can feel it now.
They're shaking. They're trembling. They can feel that this is about to be over. Vitality have got the backstab on Tessez. They're in the advantage. They're ready to do it. Two men stand between them and lifting that trophy.
The ground shakes. The earth opens up. And Heroic might be swallowed whole. ZywOo want to do it. He can't connect. It's onto the clutch. Spinks with a Molotov. There's no smoke. There might be no time. There's no way. And this is Vitality running it over the line. Finish strong.
Sure, it's the pyramids themselves. Spinks is eternal. And Vitality have overcome those demons. The stars arrive. The veteran players carry them through. And they have done it. Questions about how this team performs under pressure answered today by the French legend of Apex, the arrival of Danish royalty rolling back the years and showing that form is temporary but class is permanent. The Israeli star of Spinks delivering to close both maps. And ZywOo, the chosen one, shining bright on the tail end of this series. The V is not for vendetta. It's not heroic story. The V is for victory. Team Vitality relishing in the moment. Your champions in IEM Rio. It's Team Vitality!
Vitality have done it here in Rio. And Apex, I want to start off with looking at the fact that you lost the opening game in that crazy overtime. You guys already were low on energy and you make this massive lower bracket run and you just win the grand final 2-0. It seems almost impossible, mate, but you did it.
Well, yeah, that was a long road for last 2 weeks for us. We've been playing really good, but it was like 10 best of 3 and 3 best of 1 in like 13 days. It's a lot considering the preparations and the individuals and blah, blah, blah. But I'm proud of the boys. But what we need to remember is last time we won the last tournament before the major and we fucked up. So now we know what we have to do. It's a gain of confidence for sure. I'm proud of my boys. And yeah, I think we were the better team today and it feels good.
You definitely were the better team today and you showed it. But I want to say, when you're looking at coming into the major, looking at the performance you had here, right? You talked to me a lot about the reps you're getting in and looking at your map pool. You must be feeling over the moon of the development you're able to have just in one event.
Yeah, I think the biggest improvement we had was our map pool. I think right now it's getting really good. We worked a lot on our weakest map and I think it shows it. And I'm just really happy. Yeah, one tournament in 2023 and I hope from some more and most likely Paris.
Let's go. Now, do you feel like the pieces have come together at the right time, though? Does it feel like things are clicking? Because you spoke to me how hard you guys are working right now.
Well, I remember Carrigan said that it's really tough for an international team to find the groove. Most likely for us because we came from 2 different scenes, 3 French, 2 Danish, and we have a lot of history. So we had both our way to play CS, and that was really a big struggle before. Now we have way more agreements, and I think it's showing it. And I think we play some good CS. And obviously, when you have player playing like that, Zaiwu's pings at this tournament were insanely sick. Dupree stepped up as well from the last tournaments. Magisk is always solid, and me, sometimes I have a run as well. So I think it's good for the team, and once again, good confidence.
And just lastly, anything you want to say to these fans in the crowd that were cheering you along? I know you were loving every moment of that, mate.
Well, thank you, Brazil. Thank you.
Their first grand final of 2023, and Vitality, they go all the way, peaking perfectly with a vintage Magisk and Dupree, a star that just never keeps on shining in Zaiwu, Young Gun Spinks firing on all cylinders, and finally Apex firmly leading the charge with Zonic backing up the rear. Man, just their form throughout this entire duration of this grand final, doing it in 2 maps no less. That's Vitality putting a stamp here in Brazil.
Oh, absolutely. And also, as Apex just mentioned right there, 2 weeks of non-stop Counter-Strike, non-stop travel, just, you know, having no time for yourself, no time to breathe. And look at the teams have taken down here, Freya, right? Losing the opening game to OG to take down MIBR, FaZe, OG again, big Cloud9, and finally Heroic, who, in all honesty, were looking unstoppable, who many people were putting in as a favorites here, and it ends with a V.
In the span of 2 weeks, they beat 4 of the top 5 teams. They only haven't really faced Navi, didn't have a chance to play them, so what a tournament for Vitality. I mean, played some great CS, and most importantly, they did it as a team, right? You could hear it from Apex on the stage. Sure, Spinks and Zaiwu had a tremendous tournament, but everyone had their moments. Magisk in the grand final, Dupree in the semi-final. Apex was the highest rated player on Inferno, so even he was delivering on an individual level on top of what he does as the in-game leader.
It's absolutely incredible, and I love that Apex, you know, gave it a bit of an allusion to Carrigan, the leader of FaZe, talking about, you know, how difficult it can be to lead an international squad. It takes time for all these puzzle pieces to be coming together, and man, what a time for Vitality to do it.
Oh, absolutely, because Paris beckons now right after this, right? They're going to be going back knowing that, yes, we are a team who can take down the best in the world. We're no longer reliant on just Zaiwu stepping up or, you know, Spinks being the second star. Everyone chipping in, and not just that, just like overall as a team, they're playing some really solid Counter-Strike, not scared at all.
Look how much it means to them. I mean, that's like crazy celebrating. And you know,
amazing.
Apex pointed out they won a tournament before the last major and things didn't really go their way, but sometimes, you know, you really need that one win as sort of a catalyst, right, for the team. Everyone gets a little bit more confident, each player individually. Then, you know, in your defaults on the server, they're going to be playing a little bit better, communicating a little bit more, right? And that's all it takes, those extra 5-10%. I mean, that's between the top 5 teams is the smallest of margins, right? So we'll see if it's going to be different this time around for Vitality, and this propels them really into that contender status.
Truly, every single member standing up for this Vitality squad. But our DHL MVP can go to one man and one man only. That man is going to be Zaiwu. Man, just looking hot to trot throughout the duration of the tournament, posting up some huge numbers as well. A thoroughly well-deserved MVP for Himbler.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He was lights out. We talk about Spinks. We spoke a lot about Spinks because he hasn't done this, right? But Zaiwu, for us, for any other player, it's an MVP performance. For Zaiwu, just another tournament, and again, yet another MVP for the Chosen One himself. But it's got to be such a feel-good thing for Zaiwu to winning this event, especially in front of a crowd, without him having to go, nuclear in the grand finals. So the team finally rose around him, and they just looked at him and said, "That'll do, Zaiwu."
Well, there we go. He's got his trophy down on stage with James Banks.
Rio, Counter-Strike fans watching at home, your Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2023 DHL MVP is Zaiwu!
the chosen one. He is taking it home tonight. Not only the trophy in hand, but of course the beautiful DHL MVP award as well. And man, let's just talk about its impact coming into the tail end of that second map. Opening after opening after opening, he was cracking open those sights of Vitality.
And doing it all with the rifle, you know, we see that he's more than comfortable. I think actually he even prefers it, right, to the AWP in a number of situations. And yeah, absolutely. We've had over the course of the last year sometimes a little bit of question marks in some of those elimination series. Could he have done a little bit more to help his team, right? But in this tournament, he delivered in different series, maybe not throughout 3 maps, but, you know, if he comes up on 1 map and has 30+ kills and wins you the map, I think that's fair enough for ZywOo.
Yeah, absolutely. And even if you go back to the overpass game, you know, after they had that epic comeback yesterday, the game looked easy, the final map, because ZywOo just played to the level we know he could play, right? So very deserved MVP. And it must be such a feel-good moment for him, winning in front of a crowd. Because last time he won wasn't Pro League, it was more of a studio environment.
Yes.
But with a bunch, thousands of adoring fans here in Rio, ZywOo, I mean, that's his moment right there.
We can see ZywOo en route to the desk because we are going to be able to get to check in with him after that incredible victory. I mean, Blair, you talk about, you know, it just being another day in the office kind of performance for ZywOo, but the key difference is it finally leads Vitality to a trophy. That is why it extra feels good on top of things.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And here he comes.
There we go. The man of the hour. The DHL
GG.
MVP. It is ZywOo. GG, man. Pop the headset on because we've got a few questions to be thrown your way. Congratulations, ZywOo, first of all.
Thank you.
Can you put into words what's going through your head right now?
Best feeling of my life now. Yeah, of course, when you lift the trophy with the team, that's the best feeling.
All right, first thing, right, this game especially, it was everyone else stepping up, right? Yesterday we had Dupree in the second map, and, you know, Magisk, incredible series
Everyone,
overall.
actually.
Everyone stepped
Yeah.
up. Just talk us through your feelings right now, man.
I mean, it's the feeling about the game, you're like, just have the momentum, and if you have the momentum, and we can do everything. Yeah, and actually, individually wise, everyone's pop up, everyone have a good one. That's how we win this game, yeah.
How difficult was it to prepare for this game and maybe a couple of previous ones, because you guys have, as Apex said, played like 10 best of 3s and 3 best of 1s in the last 2 weeks? You know, was there maybe a little bit less focus on that and just sort of making sure that you have enough energy just to play the game?
Yeah, exactly. We just keep our energy, and as well, we just watch our previous game and what we did wrong, what we did as well, just to focus on ourselves and not about the opponent, because we know Kanda is anti-strat, and we just focus on ourselves.
ZywOo, talk to me particularly about this Inferno as well, because, you know, coming out that first half, you guys were looking really dominant. Heroic started to mount that comeback coming onto their CT side. What did Apex say, or maybe Zonic behind you, what did he say to kind of switch that momentum back in your favor on the T side?
Yeah, we tried to gain the momentum again, but like no one says one thing especially, we just play more stack and play together just as a team, and that's how we work.
You took the gun in your own hands and just started entering, right?
Yeah, I tried to monitor this game.
Like you said last time, right? I just have to start running and kill them all.
Yeah,
so.
Kanda, I was just like, guys, I just need to run and kill some people.
That's a good strat.
You make it sound so easy, man. Yeah.
ZywOo will go kill. Yeah. It works.
It works this time.
Blair, go ahead. Sorry, I cut you off.
I just want to ask you as well, like, now you won this event, obviously, and Paris is up next, right? So obviously winning something like this would be such a good boost to confidence, looking at the sort of teams you beat as well. So now, what's your plan before Paris now?
So now the plan is going to be, of course, some rest for the team, because obviously we have been traveling for 2 weeks now, and no day off at all. But why not just some rest, and yeah, I think we're gonna practice a bit, and that's it. I think we're just gonna play Paris like this tournament.
Do you think actually that, the fact that you made it straight to Legend, does that now mean a lot? Like even those extra 3, 4, 5 days?
Yeah, of course. For us, it means a lot more rest, maybe small boot camp, maybe like we can more prepare for the Legend stage. So for sure, for us, it was a plus.
Of course, not only the trophy you're going to be taking home, not only the lion's share of the prize money, not only the DHL MVP trophy for you personally, ZywOo, but you get that first notch on the Intel Grand Slam as well, newly reset, obviously, after FaZe were taking it at EPL. But also, you qualified for IEM Cologne, so you're going to be going deeper into that tournament. Is that a little extra cherry on top for you?
Yeah, it's good as well, because we don't have to do qualification or something else. But yeah, for us, it was an
our priority, but for sure it's a bonus.
Yeah, nice little bonus on top of that. Intel Grand Slam as well. You're kind of back at the step you were before FaZe actually lifted it, EPL, right? Because you already had one notch on that. Are you feeling confident that maybe this is your year to be
Maybe it's time for us. I don't like to say that because we have only one and we need to work a lot still. But yeah, we are in a good way to beat anyone now.
Zaru, anything you want to say to the fans, obviously, that are here cheering on for you in the arena, but at home as well, because you've had a lot of support over there on the socials.
Now, I want just to say thank you for the crown, Rio. It was fucking amazing to play in front of that, and thank you for the support. Thank you, everyone, Vitality, the crown here, ESL, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Zaru. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I mean, we'll be seeing you very soon in Paris, so yeah.
Yeah, see you in Paris with some capybara.
Yes, bring the capybaras.
Yeah,
hell yeah,
I
man.
hope so.
I'll put one in my luggage and two of them. You have to bring them in pairs.
Two.
Thank you so much, Zaru. We'll let you
Thank
go
you.
off and celebrate
very
with the team, man. Excellent stuff there. High spirits for Zaru, and understandably so, alongside the entire Vitality camp. It's been an absolutely awesome time up here on the desk, and absolutely awesome to see them lifting that trophy on stage finally, because, we're talking about the caliber of this Vitality roster. We've been waiting for them to achieve a moment like this, and it could not come at a more perfect point, considering Paris is up on the horizon.
I mean, just look at how this roster was built up initially, right? You get into two Danes, they tried to come international roster, they didn't quite. It was just that French, Danish lineup they had initially, then they made some of the switches. Spinks comes in, and we're like, okay, he's not playing the level we wanted him to play, or rather what Vitality wanted him to play. It took forever, and at one point you start questioning, where is this team really going to be, going towards? It's going to be in Paris, the final CSGO major, your home ground. Are you going to be a contending team? This performance, this event, it showed it to me. I feel like they definitely are a team you have to keep an eye out on for this major.
Go home with some fat stacks as well. 100 grand in their pockets. Maybe they can get an upgrade on the flight home to get some, sleep before the major.
Yeah, not too shabby. And I think that win at Pro League for Vitality, that was a little bit of a honeymoon phase. I think that was the first tournament with Spinks as well. You could tell that there was still a lot of work to be done with the lineup. So this one has a little bit of a different vibe to it. You look at the teams that they beat in the last couple of weeks. You look how they won some of the games. I mean, the comebacks that they were mounting. They also had a couple of dominant wins. Different players stepped up at different times, right? Like, there's a different sort of aura around this Vitality team now, and that's scary for everyone else coming into the major.
And you look at the situation just literally, like, this is the first time we've seen them lift a trophy, with this roster in a packed out arena as well. EPL was obviously different vibes, and every time we've seen them, make it to the playoffs, it was basically always written in the stars that the quarterfinals, they'd be out.
Oh yeah, for sure. And the thing is, like, for a couple of the players on that team, you're looking at players like, Apex and Dupree and Majest. They've been there, they've done it. But for someone like, Zaiwu, someone like Spinks, even though they have played in the arena, to play games like they played yesterday, against Cloud9, that comeback, bringing it all the way from behind, and of course, actually lifting the trophy, it's getting it out of your system, right? You don't want your first experience in a comeback in front of arena to be in a major and home ground where the pressure is going to be almost, crazy. So they got it out of the system, they got the win, and they're going to be feeling very, very happy right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And, unfortunately for Heroic, another time in Rio, they finished in second place, losing out in the grand final. And I think for Heroic is this weird team, like, out of all the contenders, they're the ones whose floor is probably the highest, but their ceiling is not high enough, right? Like, so you see this happen a couple of times, and they need to figure out a way to overcome that. We obviously saw that not a little upgrade, but a significant upgrade with Yabi coming in instead of Refresh. It doesn't necessarily have to be a roster change, but they have to figure out a way, how they're going to combat teams like Vitality, FaZe, G2, Navi, right? Like, that have these individuals that are very skilled, that have a lot of experience at playing on stage, playing in front of crowds, playing in grand finals, and it has to come sooner rather than later.
And then one thing we noticed as well in the Inferno game, when you lose the first map, you now have no margin for error. From the pistol round itself, you saw a couple of missed smokes, small little mistakes being made, and some of the younger players, you could just see with some of the decisions they're making and some of the duels being taken that they really were feeling the nerves, were feeling the pressure. But it was Cadian who was actually leading by example, right? He single-handedly tried to drag them to a map number 3. Unfortunately, wasn't enough. And yeah, for Heroic, sure, they don't get the win over here. They're not able to exercise the demons of Rio, but at the same time, they are still the most consistent team in Counter-Strike we have right now.
Yeah.
So this is a good lesson you can learn from this. And remember what happened last time. They lost here and they won the next event. Just saying.
Well, yeah, we can see if it is written in the stars for Heroic going forward, but unfortunately, heartbreak for them once again here in the Jeunesse. But let's get a few departing words from Cadian.
Cadian, it's wonderful to see all the fans, and you still give them some time after this as well, but just talk me through that emotion when you started to realise things were slipping away on Inferno, mate, because it's tough for you again, and I hate doing this every time I'm here with you, man.
Yeah, we've had some good ones as well, Banks. Let's not forget. But yeah, it's rough for sure. I think also today and yesterday, I think this tournament, the Brazilian fans delivered something that they were critiqued from last year. They were all fucking in this arena today. They were all cheering for good CS. They were giving their all, showing the passion for the game. So people can go home with their complaining about Brazilian fans not doing what they're supposed to, you know. So yeah, in game we never really clicked today. We just played poorly, off timing, and I don't know what to say.
And in terms of just the team at the moment coming into the major, looking at what you guys want to achieve, obviously it's a big goal for you guys of how well you did last time. Do you think this is just giving you more to know to what we work on, what to look at, or is it in small margins? How did you see it?
I mean, the last time we lost in Rio, we won the next tournament, you know, so I guess that's not so bad. I also think, considering the circumstances of the tournament, coming directly from Pro League to the Armar to here, it's really not easy. People are mentally drained and it's tough. You can see it on Twitter from all the players as well. And I also think that, Jabby was ill throughout the group stage. I mean, let's not forget we played an elimination game, third map with our coach, and we managed to pull through that. So overall, I'm just happy about the tournament, happy about the progress.
And you still stay as one of the most consistent as well. And I want to just ask you, it's nice to now see we're getting a few more Heroic fans in here, right? We're seeing a lot more jerseys.
Yeah, a lot of Heroic jerseys. It's amazing, and the passion is crazy. Everybody still needs to calm down a little bit because they're pushing the fence and stuff. But yeah, the passion is amazing. Yeah.
We love it. Caden, thank you as always, man. See you soon. Good luck at the major.
Yeah, props to Cadian for giving us a few words and staying, to sign stuff from some of the fans as well, and kind of echoing exactly what you said, Blair.
I mean, you got to have a positive mentality, still reach up finals. And again, just to go a little bit more in depth as to the trials and tribulations of Heroic in this tournament, right? It started off with that 2-1 loss to Big, where they just got destroyed in 2 of the maps, which is a big shocker for a team like Heroic. And then Yabby falling sick, almost facing elimination, grinding it all the way back, taking down some pretty big names, that overtime game against Na'Vi, who are also look in very good form right now. So there are some very good takeaways. Today just wasn't their day. Grand finals in Rio just doesn't seem to quite click. But a lot of good things can take away from it, and as Cadian said as well, just so much CS being played. They got a little bit of time to recuperate, and the major beckons.
Agreeing with that sentiment, Yanko, or just jamming out to the music in the arena?
Yeah, I love this song.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it's in the Pro League rotation.
It's stuck in my head because of you.
Well, Blair, you spoke about plenty of CS coming up. We do have plenty more in the ESL Pro Tour. That is, we've got Dallas coming up, then Cologne after the break, and then we've got another season of ESL Pro League, which is going to be really, really excited. I'm particularly excited to see what is going to be going down in Cologne as well, because I don't know. Question marks.
Which game will we be playing?
Is it CS:GO or is it CS2? I don't know. What are you betting on?
Just us two throughout. Everyone's just got to play
That's all it is. Yeah.
I mean, at this point, it looks like it's going to be CS:GO. There still hasn't been more maps added. There's still a lot of work to be done with CS2, but who knows? Maybe all of that will just pop up after the major. Maybe that's where the focus is. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see for that one.
Yeah, we will have to wait and see. Indeed, Dallas obviously coming just after the major as well. So yeah, if any teams that maybe don't participate as well as they would hope in Paris, that is also another opportunity and potentially one for Heroic to be taken advantage of.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, last time it was Cloud9. We managed to get the win. This time around, we never know what's going to happen. But a lot of CS. But I am indeed looking forward to the first big CS2 event. That is definitely something that's tantalizing.
Still definitely a question mark in our brains. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me. It's been an absolute banger. Thank you. Should we end it out like that again, or should we end it out properly, Yanko?
Properly, as always.
Yeah, properly? Okay,
Yeah,
thank you guys for joining us at home. Thank you to production, as always, for putting on an absolutely incredible event. And congratulations to Vitality, lifting the trophy here at Rio. We'll
Thank
see
you, Intel.
In Dallas.
Thank you, Rio.
gesagt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen, nein. Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwanensee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdeal. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. I can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in,
making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Strollick win it.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Na'Vi!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.